We must take Lagos. Must. The people who want to keep it are fighting. We that want to take it must fight harder. The people who want to keep it are threatening. We that have to take it must prepare for that threat. There is no new thing they are going to do now in Lagos. We already know what they will do. Therefore, we must prepare in our large numbers to go to our polling units. You must encourage your parents that came out before. You must tell your friends that don't have PVC, come and help me protect my parents. We are going to vote so that you will live in Lagos, so that I will live in Lagos, so that we can protect ourselves. Because if we do not take Lagos, I do not know if you can still stay in Lagos. To stay in Lagos, you have to win Lagos. It is that straight. To remain there, we must win. To remain there, to do that your business, for your parents to go to that church, for you to stay in that estate, to enter that bus, that Marua, you must win. It has come to that. Tinubu has brought the country to precipice. The only way is to defeat them so we can lock them up and send them to jail. The only way is to defeat them so we can put them in prison where they belong. We must. It is not a matter of, what you must fear is fear itself. That fear you have is what you should be afraid of. Because these people do not care whether you voted or not. They will attack you in your shop, in your house, on your street.
And there it is right there. Good to see you all. They must take Lagos. That's what they told you. So they must take it. So they would like to take it. But then, of course, good luck to them in doing that. So they must take it. But would they let them have it? Is the question. So all in play, but just to tease us a little bit, they've kicked the goalpost further down. So another week of speculations. So another week of speculations, but how does the incident that played out in Lagos permutate into the politics is what I'm asking. I'm talking about the tragedy of the bus running into the train, which led to some losses of life. Always a tragedy, but how does that permutate into the politics? So that's the question. So you provide the answer. But to the talking points that we will be discussing, Rivers Governor Wike vows to chase presidential candidate Atiku, others out of PDP. So, like I said, it's almost as though we prophesy on this platform because endlessly we have, at least I have said it, and I think a lot of people have concurred that Wike's ultimate strategy is to clean out all of these dinosaurs that are within the PDP space, so that he will shrink it down, the party, under his leadership. And that seems to be what is playing out now. But for that to play out, PDP has to be out of power so that it can then retire all of these dinosaur politicians. And to that space, just as we speculated, Rivers Governor Wike vows to chase presidential candidate Atiku, others out of PDP. So there is the expectation that that is exactly what is going to happen because PDP, you can see it reconfiguring under Yemson Wike, with Yemson Wike then being the candidate for 2037. So Yemson Wike, that's the speculation that Yemson Wike will be the ticket bearer for 2037 for the PDP, with Peter Obi still probably holding his base to battle it out with Tinubu. That Tinubu might well, from the readings of things, it might well be a one-term president if he's not extremely careful. So that, we'll be discussing that. Buhari rules out annulment of Nigeria's presidential election. So there it is right there. Play it out in court, I suspect, the commentaries from our man from Daura. Buhari rules out annulment of Nigeria's presidential election. So there's Buhari then speaking to the politics of it. Same headline still, I suspect, as the first one. We will chase those who made PDP lose presidential polls away. So Yemson Wike again still holding court there. But this one now, nothing to do with politics, but this caught my eye and I thought to bring it to your attention. Nigeria revokes British businessman's visa, residence, and work permits over alleged racism. So now this is something that happens in the underbelly of the Nigerian state, but we don't often talk about it enough. So you have foreigners of a paler skin coming to take situation within Nigeria, either to be businessmen or to work, etc. And the way these people treat Nigerians is appalling within their own country. The Chinese, the Lebanese especially, the British now as well. So it looks as though time is now being called on being vested done racially within your own country. Nigeria revokes British businessman's visa, residence, and work permits over alleged racism. So what's in play there, we'll find out shortly. INEC's IREV portal showed Obi won the 2023 presidential election in 19 states. Facts emerge. So a lot of you, of course, you'd have been seeing this, whatever it is it a spreadsheet or a table that they have been circulating around the obedience page? Somebody sent it to me earlier on. If you can resend it, that permutation that will be won the election. So a lot of you would have seen that. But what you may not know is where that actually came from. So this article unravels where that comes from. So stay around to hear that. INEC's IREV portal showed Peter Obi won the 2023 presidential election in 19 states. Facts emerge. So we wait then in bated breath to find out what those facts are. Election transmission of results. Court dismissed Labour Party's suit against INEC. So I think it's that space now that Labour Party are going to procure all of these legal notes from courts to force INEC to do something that patently is outside of their capacity. if they are not able to transmit an election result, that should not affect the validity of that poll. So that is what is being tackled within that space. They're within a space of a few days, not even a week. They are going to court to obtain all these expertise to force INEC to transmit polling results at polling units when INEC demonstrably has shown a lack of capacity to do that at just the recently concluded election. So what are you actually asking for? Are you asking for magic? What is going on there? The rank stupidity of it. So all of that's in place. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. And if never mind that some of the commentaries may jar your senses somewhat. We only speak the truth as we find it. Unless you want us to lie to you, then of course you might find that a struggle here. So don't let the fact that some of the things that you hear on this platform jar your senses prevent you from clicking on like and subscribe. The important thing is engaging you cranially, and that is the most important thing. It's engaging you cranially, it's agitating your thought, and because it's introducing new ideas to your thought processes for you to consider and accept or reject. So that in itself a purpose. So the purpose is being fulfilled, and for that purpose, you should like and subscribe. So do that, like and subscribe. And then if you want to come and join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard is your permanent invitation to do that. So click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you're a new voice and you're confident in your knowledge, we are especially looking to hear from you. And if you're from the north, we are especially looking to hear from you, because northern voices, as you know, they are underrepresented on the platform. So we'd like to hear from you, Mukhtar and Laraba and the rest of them. So Aisha 2, Aisha 3, and Aisha 4, whichever one of you, you are welcome to click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So do that. And then, of course, the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that remains a permanent space that invites. So it'd be nice if more than one person actually avails themselves. It'd be nice if anybody avails, because I cannot presume that anybody will. But it would be nice if actually more than one person avails themselves of that opportunity this time around. So if you feel that your host needs somewhat of a lubrication, then you can click on that link. And it's a 3-step process, and you can empty the content of your wallet in that space. So if you want to buy your host cups of coffee, you can do that. So when we come back, we'll be landing on Yemson Wike holding. I'm not sure, it's not even a rally, or maybe it is, because the governorship elections are still in play. But certainly is speaking to a gathering, which makes for interesting listening. So we'll be kicking it off with that. But before we go anywhere, let's take a micro break. Just to gather ourselves as we launch into the throes of it. You know where we're going, of course, to the K guys. The K guys, Egbelemo.
Only water, where they see ma. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chifu Wike keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele egbe elemudodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ sọ́nà mẹ́yẹ o ó dìde o Petro Ṣódùkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìde o ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
There it is right there. A bit of change of heart. We will not be landing on the Wike clip just yet. We'll save that for a moment. Let's just run through. Let's run through the headlines that we've already read out. Rivers Governor Wike vows to chase presidential candidate Atiku'S, others out of PDP. The Rivers State Governor, Yemson Wike, has said that the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, the national chairman of the party, Iyochia Ayu, and some other leaders have no role to play for the party. Wike vowed to chase them out of the party and start the process of rebuilding it. The governor, who blamed the loss of the PDP in the just concluded presidential election on those who said refused to obey the constitution of the PDP, made this known at the commissioning of a road project in Ekwere local government area of Rivers State on Thursday. The governor described the move as the second phase of the war. He said, "These people left our party in 2014-2015. Our party lost. Again, they came back and our party lost again. They have destroyed our party. We're going to chase them away from our party. They have no role to play for our party." Wike also slammed the leadership of the PDP for accusing the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, of not following election guidelines when the PDP allegedly refused to follow the party's constitution. He further mocked the PDP leaders for staging the protest against INEC, describing the party leaders as student unions. So that's Wike, of course, with his acerbic wit. So that's Wike with his acerbic wit. But then, of course, what Wike is saying is a speech that he had already prepared since around about June, July last year, just when the primaries of the PDP played out, and it played out in the manner that it had played out. Wike had then set about the mission that Atiku Abubakar is not going to go anywhere near Aso Rock, and then after the elections, he's going to get rid of him from the party, and then the party will shrink down in size, and especially in the numbers of senior politicians that are within that party. So the party will shrink down in size, but Wike will then seize charge of the party because he has the funds to do that. And then he will mold the party around himself, Samuel Otom, Seyi Makinde, and people like that. And that has always been his grand plan. So the plan now reaches its final phase. But then how it doesn't really have to push too hard to chase Atiku Abubakar out of the PDP, because Atiku, both in body and spirit, is already out of politics. It's just making all the necessary noises and fulfilling all the just basic righteousness as he continues to pack his bag to go back to his dominion in Abu Dhabi, the Waziri of Abu Dhabi. So he doesn't have to push too hard to chase Atiku out of the PDP. But as soon as Atiku leaves for Abu Dhabi, people like Iyochia Ayu is a sitting duck, because the only real power that holds Iyochia Ayu in situation is the status and gravitas of Atiku. So if Atiku packs his bag and leaves, which we all know he will do, then Iyochia Ayu is a sitting duck. The only person that will put up somewhat of a flapping of the feathers before they yield will be Tambuwal. But certainly, Wike is going to cleanse that party and rebuild it in his own image. That has always been his plan, and it looks as though now the final phase of that plan are now coming into play. So the final phase of that plan now coming into play, Buhari rules out annulment of Nigeria's presidential election. So for all of the reasons that you hate Buhari, in this moment, that hardened military sort of thing now, it plays to the advantage of people who feel favored by this stance. President Mohamed Buhari has ruled out the annulment of the country's presidential election despite allegation of widespread irregularity by opposition parties. So before I carry on with the readout, there's a lot riding on this election, especially on Buhari, because he has staked all of his reputation that he was going to bequeath a free and fair election. And if there is any reason to cancel or annul the election, the biggest stain will be on his name, because he traveled the entirety of the globe and told all of the seniors in politics globally that he was going to run a free and fair election. So if there's any reason to acknowledge the stain, primarily on him, and I think he will move heaven and earth for it not to be annulled. President Mohamed Buhari has ruled out the annulment of the country's presidential election, despite allegations of widespread irregularity by opposition parties. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, had on March the 1st declared Tinubu as the winner of the February 25th election after polling XYZ votes to defeat the People's Democratic Party PDP candidate Atiku Abubakar and 16 others in the exercise. So it is quite curious that this article now is only really placing the defeat on the first loser and rounding the rest up as 16 others. So no acknowledgement of Peter Obi at all anymore, because I think the space is starting to tire off the noise from that space. However, the duo of Atiku and his Labour Party counterpart Peter Obi had rejected the outcome of the election and vowed to challenge it in court. The Apex Yoruba socio-cultural group Afenifere and its southeast counterpart Ohaneze Indigbo had also rejected the result and insisted that Obi won the election. In a statement issued on Thursday by his senior special assistant on media and publicity, Garba Shehu, the president urged aggrieved candidates and their parties to approach the court for redress. He described the call for annulment of the election as wishful thinking. So wishful thinking, you can transmute that and infer that it's just that these are a bunch of idiots. So essentially, it's just called them a bunch of idiots. That can only be the reading for that. The statement reads, Bola Tinubu's election stands. If you are aggrieved and you have locals to do so, go to court. The wishful thinkers appeared to assume that the June 12, 1993 election crisis, the worst ever since the Civil War, could be recreated. Those who sought to do this forgot that the president said at the palace of the Bong Jos when he went to the city to inaugurate the Tinubu-Shettima campaign, this election will not be annulled. Whoever is the winner will be president. The president dismissed criticism of INEC as mere attempts to poison public opinion against the electoral umpire. He maintained to world leaders in Qatar that he would hand over to a new president on May the 29th, 2023. So it is quite pertinent to note that he said he will hand over to a new president rather than to the president-elect, because of course, by the time he went to Qatar, the president-elect had already emerged. So are we to infer into that he also has a question mark on the results of the election? We will chase those who made PDP lose presidential polls away. So I think we've already captured that in a different readout. So we break from politics to go to this rather concerning little underbelly that happens within the Nigerian space. Nigeria revokes British businessman's visa, residence, and work permits over alleged racism. The Minister of Interior, Abuja, has revoked the work permit, visa, and residence permit of the Chief Executive Officer, CEO of Seplat Energy PLC, Mr. Roger Brown, over alleged racism, favoring of foreign workers, and discrimination against Nigerian employees leveled against him by employees of the company. The federal government also accused Brown of being in possession of a combined expatriate residence permit and aliens card not based on a valid expatriate quota. It also alleged that Brown failed to honor invitation by the ministry's panel, which investigated the matter. The revocation was contained in a March 3rd, 2023 letter to the board chairman of Seplat Energy PLC by the Minister of Internal Affairs at the Federal High Court, Lagos, where some concerned stakeholders today instituted a legal proceeding against Seplat in this respect. The letter was entitled Withdrawal of Work Permit, CERPAC, Visa/Residence Permit of Mr. Roger Thompson Brown, CEO of Seplat Energy PLC. It stated, I write to inform you that the ministry is in receipt of a petition from the solicitor to the concerned workers and stakeholders of Seplat Energy PLC, accusing Mr. Roger Thompson Brown, the CEO of the company, of various allegations. Those accusations include racism, favoring foreign workers, and discrimination against Nigerian employees. Testimonies was received from several witnesses, which supported the allegation. Mr. Roger T. Brown declined to attend despite 2 invitations, claiming to be unavailable, even though we learned he was in Abuja for other purposes at the time. Investigations and records in the ministry also revealed that Mr. Roger Brown was in possession of a CERPAC that was not based on validly issued expatriate quota approved by the Ministry of Interior, resulting to the violation of relevant immigration laws and regulations. As a result of this, the Honorable Minister has determined that Mr. Brown's continued stay in Nigeria is contrary to national interest. Consequently, the ministry has withdrawn the work permit, visa residence permit, and all relevant documents that authorize Mr. Roger Brown entry or stay in Nigeria. Brown, a British, joined Seplat in 2013 as the Chief Finance Officer and was made the company's CEO in November 2019, but effectively assumed office in 2020. The outcome of the court case was still being awaited as at the time of filing the report. So it's just really that space, because this is an unspoken of thing, and we see it too often, and we allow it too many times within our space, that as soon as somebody has a pale skin, they are conferred a godlike status. They go to the top of the queue in a bank queue. They fawn and flap around them as though some deity was in their presence, and they, of course, lord it over Nigerians as though they were in some slave camp. So it looks as though now, and this is the second instance, by the way, there was a Chinese restaurant a few weeks ago this was in Lekki, that was discriminating that no Nigerians could come. Can you imagine a Chinese restaurant in Lekki discriminating that no Nigerians can come in there to eat? That was quickly shut down as well. So it looks as though the space is moving quite sharply against those sort of practices. Let me take you to this next one. INEC's IREV portal showed Peter Obi won the 2023 presidential election in 19 states. Facts emerge. So this is that little, whatever it is that they are circulating, that little table that shows Peter Obi won 19 states, Tinubu won 7 or something, and therefore Peter Obi is the president. Peter Obi won Oyo, Ogondo, Lagos, Katsina, Taraba, Sokoto, Borno, and everywhere in between. The trending claim that the Labour Party LP presidential candidate Peter Obi won 19 states in the February 25th poll is misleading, according to Dubawa, Nigeria's fact-checking organization. Obi, a former governor of Anambra State, came third in the presidential poll with over 6 million votes. He got the highest votes in 11 states and the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, but they were not enough to make him win, as he lost to the All Progressive Congress APC candidate, Bola Tinubu, who polled over 8 million votes. Tinubu was followed by Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party PDP with almost 7 million votes. However, Obi supporters have refused to accept the results announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC), as many of them claimed he won the election. The Labour Party flag bearer also reinforced Labour Party flag bearer also reinforced their claim, as he alleged in his first speech after the elections that he won and would prove his victory in court. Correspondents note that the main bone of contention was the failure of the biomodal voter accreditation system machine to upload results of the elections held on the 25th of February. Let me have a sip of water. First, disagreeing with INEC's official results, some Facebook users who are also supporters of the Obedient movement claimed Obi won in 19 states of the Federation, including the FCT. They also added that the PDP candidate also won 8 states. The APC presidential candidate won 7 states, whilst the NMPP candidate won in 2 states. Dubawa's verification found the claim to be misleading. The fact-checking organization said results from polling units across Nigeria had yet to be completely uploaded on the IREF portal as of the time it filed the report. The report reads in part, Dubawa visited the INEC result viewing portal. As of the time of filing this report at 0:45 p.m. on March the 7th, 2023, only 164,223 polling units have been uploaded on the IREF portal, representing 92.87% of the total votes of the total 193,846 polling units. This means the result of 12,613 polling units nationwide had yet to be uploaded on the IREF portal. It is therefore misleading to dismiss the result announced by INEC and claim that Mr. Obi won 19 states, including the FCT. Also, the result uploaded by a Facebook user, Mazi Chiamena Samuel, which showed Labour Party's victory in about 18 states, including the FCT, is not from the IREV portal. Instead, it is a report from a poll conducted by Next Year on January the 27th, 2023. So you see the cheekiness of these people, because of course the poll, what they are now claiming that they've retrieved from the INEC portal, which has not been fully populated as this report is telling us, and as we are aware, what they are claiming they retrieved is the exact mirror of that fallacious, fantabulous poll that Next Year presented us just a few months ago. So this is where that space is, the totality of the nonsensity of it, of course. The ridiculousness of it is just a gift that keeps on giving. So this thing now that they are circulating is just a rehash. They've just taken all those Next Year polls and populated it on a spreadsheet and then told us that these people are beyond ridiculous. So the final readout then, and then we see who's available in the room. Electronic transmission of results, court dismissed Labour Party suit against INEC. Pardon me. A federal high court in Abuja has dismissed a suit filed by the Labour Party LP seeking to compel the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to adopt electronic means of transmitting the 2023 election results. Justice Emeka Inwite, in a judgment held, let's take that again. But first, we have a sip of water. A federal high court in Abuja has dismissed a suit filed by the Labour Party LP seeking to compel the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to adopt electronic means of transmitting the 2023 election results. Justice Emeka Nwite, in a judgment, held that Section 52(2) of the Electoral Act 2022, cited by the counsel to the party, Monday Mawa, provided for voting and transmission of results in accordance with the procedure to be determined by INEC. So it's very good that we're landing on this, of course. So this now little judgment now that we're hearing from this satellite little court in Abuja is going to be the judgment that we hear in the Supreme Court. So I want you to pay a special attention as I reread this paragraph again. And this is what Ogbeni had been laboring to explain to us, but some of us are just too dumb in the head to understand it. So if we can't understand Ogbeni, who is one of our own, I wonder how we can understand what is coming from the lower courts. But listen attentively to this paragraph, because this is what the Supreme Court will tell P2B and his posse when they land in front of the bench. Justice Emeka Nwite, in a judgment, so listen, it's citing law, of course, because the judge will always use the law to have a pronouncement. Justice Emeka Nwite, in a judgment, held that Section 52, subsection 2 of the Electoral Act 2022, cited by the counsel to the party, Monday Mawa, provided for voting and transmission of results in accordance with the procedure to be determined by INEC, which is to tell you that it's a guideline. It is not, the law does not compel it, is what that tells you. The law does not compel. Pay attention, no, because now you've heard it, and then when you hear it again at the Supreme Court, we expect you to be doing your usual peperimpe palongo, the Abakaliki shuffle, the Strictly Come Dancing Umar here. We expect Strictly Come Dancing Umar here when you hear this now from the Supreme Court. But they are fleshing out the law for you now. I'll just give you one more time. It's so important. Justice Emeka Nwite, in a judgment, held that Section 52, subsection 2 of the Electoral Act 2022, cited by the counsel to the party, Monday Mawa, provided for voting and transmission of results in accordance with the procedure to be determined by INEC. In accordance with the procedure to be determined by INEC. It's quite straightforward. Well, you know what we're saying. You know, when I'm not quite sure if you've ever seen a snake with the head taken off. So when they say take the head off and the body will follow, but it's not often the instance with a snake or even a chicken. When the head comes off, they still pulsate in that final grasp for life before they surrender. So it's that pulsation of the beheaded that we're seeing from the usual quarters, the pulsation of the beheaded. No, let me not read it again. It's clear enough. According to him, this is to say that the commission is at liberty to prescribe or choose the manner in which election results shall be transmitted. The copy of the judgment delivered by Justice Nwate on January 23rd, prior to the Presidential and National Assembly election held on February the 25th, was gotten by the News Agency of Nigeria on Thursday. The Labour Party, through its lawyer, had on August the 22nd, 2022, filed the originating summons, marked blah, 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 to sue INEC as the sole respondent. So I think the grounds was being prepared. And by the way, there's a lot of speculation, and there's a lot of video clips circulating in the darker recesses of social media out there. There's a lot of speculation that the Labour Party space had mastered how they were going to hijack that electronic transmission space to skew the elections in their favor. So they had already banked and had a bank full of all these dark shadow web IT people. They were going to skew via the electronic transmission the election result. But because that did not take place, that was stymied them. And this is what they are lamenting on now. But the law is quite clear, at the discretion of and they were even trying to compel the transmission, by the way, because this case now is going back to August 2022. So they were already trying to put the ducks in a row for this move now that people are speculating that they were intent on. The Labour Party, through its lawyer, had on August the 22nd, 2022, filed the originating summons marked blah, blah, blah to sue INEC as the sole respondent. The party asked the court to determine whether with the combined effect of sections 47 and then of course a whole raft of sections and other relevant provisions of the Electoral Act 2022, the commission can still insist on manual collation of results in the general election. The Labour Party sought to injunctive reliefs in the event that the question was resolved in its favor. This include so you know, of course, when you are going to judge to court, you are going with a prayer, and if the court accedes that the law favors your prayer, and then you look to the outcome, then you list the outcome that you're looking to get off the back of that prayer being acceded to. It's not too complex. I know you're tuned in enough to understand that. So let me take it back. The party asked the court to determine whether, with the combined effect of sections 47 to 52, 60, subsection 4, 60, subsection 5, 62, subsections 1 and 2, and other relevant provision of the Electoral Act 2022, the Commission can still insist on manual collation of results in the general election. So that is to tell you that all of the pertinent statutes within legislature had been examined at that space, because they've quoted a plethora of different sections that pertain to that electoral, to that transmission of electoral result, and they've presented it then to that judge who had dismissed it out of hand and said that that is at the discretion, that the transmission, electronic transmission, is at the discretion of INEC. This is as far back as August 2022. So off the back of that prayer, they were seeking this. The Labour Party sought to injunctive reliefs in the event that the question was resolved in its favor. This include a declaration that the respondent had no power to opt for manual method other than the electronic method provided for by the relevant provisions of the Electoral Act 2022, and an order compelling INEC to comply with the Electoral Act 2022 on electronic transmission of results in the general election. INEC, however, neither responded nor filed any process in the suit. So INEC did not even defend themselves, apparently, in this suit, but still dismissed out of hand by the courts. Mawa, in his argument, submitted that in view of the provisions of the law, manual collation of results was unknown to the Electoral Act 2022 and therefore must be rejected or disallowed by the court. Delivering the judgment, Justice Nwite is Nwite, however that's pronounced, said, it is indeed a trite law that the function of the court is no more than interpreting the law. In interpreting the law, the court is enjoined to interpret the status as they are without going outside them to bring in what the court would think was intended. According to him, the functions, roles, and duties of the court in the interpretation of a statute are to give meaning and effect to clear and unambiguous words of the statute. The judge said from the argument of the plaintiff's counsel, the bone of contention, or the sections that they sought to interpret, were sections 50, subsection 2, and then it is them. According to him, the provision of section 60, subsection 5 of the Electoral Act 2022, as cited above, has provided for the transfer of election results, including the total number of the accredited voters from the polling unit. Section 62, subsection 2, on the other hand, provides for compilation, maintenance, and continuous update of the register of election results as a distinct database for all polling unit results as collated in all elections conducted by the Commission. The said section 62, subsection 2, has mandated that such a register of election results shall be kept in an electronic format by the Commission at its national headquarters. Now, a close reading of section 50, subsection 2, has provided for voting and transmission of results to be done in accordance with the procedure to be determined by the Commission. And there it is right there. So I'm not quite sure. They will huff and puff, of course. There's a lot of lawyers, a lot of SANs will be buying Lamborghini off the back of Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar and Tinubu too. A lot of our SANs will be buying Lamborghinis, Lamborghini Huracan, and whatever, and Ferrari. You know, what's that Ferrari that I like? Yes, they'll be buying all of that. So now a close reading of section 50, subsection 2 has provided for voting and transmission of results to be done in accordance with the procedure to be determined by the Commission. This is to say that the Commission is at liberty to prescribe and choose the manner in which election results shall be transmitted. So there it is. So that is the law. So pay attention. If you are an obedient, I give you permission. I waive copyright for this 2 minutes that I'm going to read this. So I want to set your audio devices to record these words and then take it back to all of those spaces that you gather. So record these words now in audio form and take it to those spaces that you gather. This is the law. This is to say that the Commission is at liberty to prescribe and choose the manner in which election results shall be transmitted. So meeting in court is what Tinubu said, and it looks as though this is where this will be given its fullest of interpretation. So there it is, and here I am. So where are the super chats, by the way? What's going on here? We did start off this year to say that we'll be populating this platform with multicolors of super chats, but that seems to be, but we wait in expectation. As we wait in expectation, we'll welcome the mighty Allah, quickly joined by our man in Japan, Konnichiwa to world peace. DOJ takes time off to spend time with us this time around. The mighty Ajele Koko's presence, of course, fans' favorite. The majestic Zita, she graces us with her presence. Thomas comes as a fly boy with his cap. Expect a lot of disruption as Moses joins us as well. Fatai, of course, the Quaran Cypress, he joins us. And our Yoppie boy from Lekki Central, uptown. So an elite panel, as always is the case. So ladies and gentlemen, good to meet you. I thought I saw Princess Rosie earlier on. Maybe her system dropped. Hopefully she'll rejoin us. So good to have you all. So the law seems quite clear to me.
Good evening, one man. How are you?
Yeah, good evening.
You can put me in the background and put somebody there. I don't need to be on the screen unless you need me there.
All right. All right. I'll shuffle you so that when it comes to your slot, then you can just take over. All right, brilliant. Yeah. All right. So that's Thomas with the face cap. So let's have Darati then join to substitute for Thomas. So there it is. The law seems quite clear, Ajanle Koko, and it looks as though they've tested this already in law. But what is this just a saber rattling? What's going on, Ajanle Koko? Because it looks as though the Labour Party space had attempted to test in law the compulsion by law for INEC to transmit its results electronically. And the law court is unequivocal in its pronouncement, in its clarification of what the law says. The law, without equivocation, sorry, Thomas, your word, without ambiguity, is quite clear that the results the way the results are presented is at the discretion of INEC. So they've tested that in law and they already have a clear understanding. So what is all this flapping of the plumage that we're seeing from the dirty South? Adale Koko, good to see you.
Thank you, woman, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Excuse me. Please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Woman, I think the law is very clear, and if the court is making clarification of what the law says now concerning INEC empowering INEC to use their own discretion in the way that is convenient for them to transmit the result.
Adale Koko, do you want me to give you a moment? It looks as though you're in the middle of something.
No, I'm not in the middle of something.
All right, brilliant.
So
carry on.
Here is that if the law is very clear that INEC can transmit the result at their own discretion, I think INEC is in good order, and in whatever form that they chooses to transmit the result cannot be challenged by anybody. This is the way what you read to us. This is the way it seems to me. So what I'm trying to say in the essence is that going forward from here, I don't think the party that are challenging INEC on the manner they transmitted the result, I don't think they can achieve anything. I think it's going to end up as an effort in futility. What is happening to this political party, I think it is good. It's good in the sense that when they were supposed to check on INEC beavers and know how he's supposed to function in details, I think they didn't do it. I think they have responsibility to really check on that technology before being put into use by INEC, because that technology is meant to achieve, electoral process, a better electoral process for the country. But when they didn't do their job by checking on INEC, calling to know how that technology functions in details and what it can do, what it cannot do at a particular point in time, and all the challenges that technology are known with, they didn't do what they're supposed to do. Showore was challenging them, was challenging INEC that the server was not strong enough to take a lot of traffic on election day. But on that very day, when Showores was challenging INEC at a meeting with INEC and the rest of and other parties, all of them were praising INEC that, oh yes, INEC is ready. Oh yeah, the technology that INEC has brought in to conduct the election is the best. But Showore was telling them, was raising an alarm then that this he has tested this server, and he has discovered that this server is not strong enough to to take the traffic that will come onto it on the election day. So it's now what they are doing is just medicine after death. INEC have the law backing it that he can transmit the result in whatever way that they feel good for them. And you see, and that tells us that in whatever way that INEC decided to transmit the result, nobody can challenge it. So this lawsuit challenging INEC that they didn't, follow the law or whatsoever, I think is just an exercise of ability, and nothing can be achieved. So the result, I mean, what you read to us just tell us that this lawsuit will achieve nothing, but INEC will triumph over them, and I believe they will learn their lesson in a very hard way, because politicians, instead of when they are expected to be thorough in whatever they are doing, they don't do that, but rather when they are preparing for election, they will be preparing on how to read. They'll be planning strategy on how to read. That is why they can focus more on INEC to check on that technology, to know how that technology can function efficiently, and the challenges that technology, the challenges that that technology cannot overcome. They didn't do all of that. So one man, INEC has won. That's the way it appeared to me. They cannot achieve anything by the lawsuit against INEC manner of transmitting results.
Adanle Koko, INEC has also indicated that the governorship election will be collated manually. Even though there's some rascally judgment out there procured to compel INEC to transmit electronically via from the polling units. So if it's not backed by law, then it's not backed by law. So surely this puts an end to it. Surely an exercise in futility, because the governorship election is also going to be collated manually, and the law backs that.
Look, the law is very clear. We have treated it on this platform when that, bill was passed into law. It gives INEC that mandate to transmit results electronically or manually as they feel good for them to conduct the election in a free and fair manner. So they can go either way, either electronically or manually. So the law is clear. And these politicians, they're the one that passed this law. What are we talking about? So when these politicians, when they are passing law that will favor them, they pass that law then, leaving a loophole for them to rig election, because to them, INEC is their partner in election rigging, in election manipulation. You understand what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
they left it. So they left that loophole so that at anywhere they can have a joint partnership with INEC to manipulate record. They can do it to their own advantage. But take a look. When it doesn't go their way, when another person has smacked them, another party has smacked them, that is when they will cry foul. So crying foul, we continue to cry foul, but the law is very clear. And the court will interpret the law that INEC have that constitutional backing, legal backing rather, to either transmit it electronically or manually as they feel good for them to conduct free and fair election. So, one man, INEC will do what he got to do next week by either transmitting it. Well, now they came out with a statement. It is clear. They said it's manual. So they will do the manual. After all, they are challenging INEC now. The court yesterday, make it 50-50. It gave INEC that the mandate.
Yes, permission to reconfigure beavers. Yes.
To configure figure and as well, allow these people to have access to the document and whatsoever as per the last week election. So it's 50-50, no cheating order last week. Yesterday or a day before yesterday. So, but for next week, INEC has made it clear to everybody, I'm going manual, and nothing can stop INEC from doing whatever they got to do, because they have a legal backing to do that, either electronically or manually, whichever one they feel is good for them to conduct free and fair elections. So, one man, let them continue to chase shadow. INEC is empowered by law to carry out election the way they feel that is in line with the law. So that's the way I see it.
All right, Daniel Coco, still within that space, Buhari has come out today that anybody expecting an annulment of this election, they can whistle in the wind. So whistle in the wind is, he called them daydreamers, which is to tell you that he just the ridiculousness of it as far as it's concerned. So he called them daydreamers. And Ajande Koko, this election is a seminal, is a legacy space for the Buhari administration, because he had told the world, reassuring all the lead politicians that he's going to conduct a free and fair election in Nigeria, and whoever wins becomes the next president. So he has done his best to do that, and he will do all he can to defend that space. Ajande Koko. So Buhari invites Atiku and Peter Obi to go and swivel. Go and swivel is what the Mala said.
Look, one man, Nigerian democracy is as Fela sang the song, them all crazy, them all. Demonstration of crazy demonstration. If you know if crazy, why for Africa? So all of them, they crazy now. Look, we never had free and fair election in Nigeria. What we've been having since 1999 is selection, and the president, whoever that he feels he like to succeed him, is that person that will succeed him. Obasanjo did it for Yaradua. He rigged openly. Even the Yaradua that benefited from that, even said in the public that the election that brought him to power was a sham. So this man is just simply telling them, look, what has been done has been done. I know who I'm handing over to, but and nothing can shake it. And so it is. The message is clear. It is very clear, and that is why you see Dino. That's why you see Dino trying to cause confusion at the INEC office, result announcement office, and that is why you see them demonstrating. Atiku going on the street. When had Atiku demonstrated before? Have you ever? They knew that it's gone. They're just trying to fight and see if it is possible they can send a message to international community that look at the way we are up. This man is not didn't do as he promised you guys. That is what they are doing. It's gone. They can't get it. The person that got it has already got, and he's gonna take it away. And that one is already preparing on how to form government. You see him moving from one billionaire to the other, looking for how he can bring all the power, all the movers and shakers, all the wealth creator, job creator, super wealth creator, super job creators in the economy to come around and let them do this thing together. That is inviting them to come and be partnership in the governance of the state in order to bring Nigeria economy back on track. That is what that one is doing now. So it's already gone. There's nothing they can do about it. They will do the same thing too. If they are the one in power and trying to leave the power, is whoever they like that they will hand over government, or they will manipulate the system and the process and hand over to whoever they like. That is the way they've been doing it. And what is it going to stop it? They created a law that is not specific. How can you have an electoral law that does not give us a specific on how election can be conducted in a free and fair manner? They created the law that they make a law that created the loophole for rigging, and the best rigger has won the game. So what are they talking about? So Buhari is just simply telling them that, look, I am not looking back. Somebody has already emerged. It's been given certificate of return. I am waiting till 29 to hand over to that person. Already, the international community already been giving been sending congratulatory messages to that person already. Britain has sent, India, China, a lot of countries around the world, United States State Department, and what else? Buhari has done what he promised to do. What he promised to do is to conduct election and hold over to somebody to succeed him. How the election going to go? It didn't guarantee the world that he's going to be the freest or the best of the best. I'm going to conduct election. I'm going to leave a legacy. What kind of legacy? That will be determined after he left office. So, but he has conducted the election, and he said he's preparing to hand over to the president-elect. So, the others that are going to court, let them continue to go to court. Court never changed anything in Nigeria. We've never seen it before. Whether it's going to change now, time will tell. One man that guy is waiting. I mean, he's just preparing. He's just telling them, look, a winner has emerged, and I'm ready to hand over to that person. Simple.
All right, brilliant. So, no, hold on. The echoes of stolen mandates continue to ricochet around the Nigerian landscape. But Ajale Koko, this is a decimal that we're also familiar with within the Nigerian space. The resonance, the echoes of stolen mandate is something that always succeeds any electoral cycle within the Nigerian space. But Ajale Koko, the loudest echo about stolen mandates is coming out of the Labour Party space. And they have put together to determine that they actually won the election. So if you look at your screen, this is what they have put together to tell us then that Peter Obi won 19 states, Tinubu won 8 states. How many states have they even given to Atiku? They've given Atiku 7 and they've given Kwakwanso 2. So even double this amount of states that Tinubu won, Peter Obi won. So Tinubu won 8 states, Peter Obi won 19, which is double what Tinubu won, etc., etc. So this is what they have been circulating around their talking holes, around the water cooler in the office. So this image on your screen is what you're looking at. And this image, we've come across it severally, but now this news report, which is a fact-checking news report, has gone to deep dive into this now thing that they are circulating amongst themselves, only to determine then that what they have done is to pull over that ludicrous next year poll that we laughed at a few weeks ago. They've pulled over the details of that poll and they've used it to populate a spreadsheet, and that is what they are circulating to tell us that they have won the election. And this fact-checking organization called Dubawa. They've gone further to dig into the INEC portals to tell us that as at the time that this assertion that they won 19 states was being circulated, because they said they gleaned this from the INEC server, as at the time that they were making that claim, the INEC server was not even fully populated yet. So even by their own argument, it's a fallacy because the information was not even there. So what they are now presenting now, it looks as though now they'll be presenting Photoshop next year images as proof before the majestic Supreme Court of Nigeria. Do you think some of them should be thrown into jail for contempt of court?
Look, let me tell you, these people are just chasing shadow, and whoever that chases his own shadow is just so they are chasing nothing. How can somebody that came third claim that he won the election? You came third. You have to go and battle the second position first with that guy that came second. How are they going to resolve that the second position with the person that claims second position? The person claims second position is saying that he won the election too. So who actually won the election between you, the second position, and the third position? They need to go and resolve it between themselves. Who actually came second before you even talk of one? Before talking of winning the election. So this image they are carrying around is just it's just unfortunate that
Ajahn Lekoko, is it not a self-defeating thing? Hopefully they don't actually go to the Supreme Court, because it looks as though they are going to make a mockery of the judiciary and certainly make fools of themselves, because PDP are telling us that by their computation from the results they have, they won the election. And Labour Party is telling us that by their computation from the results they have, they won the election. So two cannot go into one. How is that? And they are going to the Supreme Court to prove it.
One man.
Is it not? It's the most bizarre of things.
Who is lying between two of them? One of them is lying. They need to go and resolve that lie between two of them first before they can battle Tinubu. You see, everything just seems to me that everything just worked for Tinubu miraculously. Obi came out. Obi outing in this race is good for Tinubu. G5, good for Tinubu. Now, after the
Kwakwanso as well.
Kwakwanso as well. Good for Tinubu. Now, after result declaration, the way they are fighting now for the first position, number second and number third, good for Tinubu. So they you know, let me tell you one thing. Judiciary, particularly Supreme Court, would disgrace them out of the court. Judiciary will teach them a lesson this time around that you fool politician, you can't bring your foolishness to our court. That is the judgment they're going to hear from the Supreme Court, particularly. They will disgrace, and they will, the kind of judgment that Supreme Court will deliver, it will be the biggest blow to the politician in their life. These politicians that always lie, that never want to concede to whoever that wins. You understand what I'm saying? They will be dealt with seriously by Supreme Court, because how can you have two of you saying you are both of you that came second and third claiming that you won the election? Who is lying? One person is lying between two of them, and we know who is lying. I know he's lying between two of them. It's that guy that came third. He never came second, and he never came first. He just lying to continue to drive those that are supporting him, that, you know, just to keep the momentum of the support going, just to continue to, you know, energize his political faith. I mean, his political base that does not even exist. Political base that does not even exist.
Is it unpatriotic what that space is doing? Because they got 500 and something, or however many billion, hundreds of billions of naira expended on this. Do you know that there was no time that INEC presented an invoice to the Senate that the Senate did just not, they didn't even look at it, they just signed it. So at great expense this election, they've deployed a new and innovative ways to monitor this election. And because somebody lost, is happy to rubbish the image of the country and this process at great expense just because you lost, which you patently did, even though it probably even lost significantly more than the records show. Is this somewhat unpatriotic? Is this poor taste? Is this not in poor taste, what we're seeing from these characters?
Look, these two characters that are demonstrating wearing black, they're trying to cause anarchy in the country, though they have the right to protest the results of the election if they feel they are cheated. But the way they're going about it, what I mean is that how can two of you be claiming victory? It tells us that both of them are lying. Tell us that both of them are lying. Both of them are lying. And we can't just have liars that are pursuing their selfish political ambition that does not fit for the good of the people of the country, to rub the country down. We cannot allow it. Look, one man. These two guys destroyed themselves. They committed a self-destruction against their political career. And now they want to blame INEC for that self-destruction. When PDP, Atiku Abubakar, and his gang in PDP did not listen to the 5 governors, we saw the outcome. PDP couldn't win in any one of those 5 states. He couldn't win. The loss that they recorded in Kano will have made a big change for Atiku if he had settled the problem within PDP and Kwankwaso remained with him. The election result in Rivers State would have made a big change. Maybe the election would have been in his favor. He lost the election. He created an atmosphere preparing for him to lose the election, and now you have finally lost the election. Now you are crying foul. Peter Obi had nothing on the ground before going into this race, and you think you have nothing.
Ajanle Koko, just for whatever results that Peter Obi either got by fair means or foul, what has happened still proves that you cannot win election without structures, because he has not won anything as a. So if you cannot win election without structures, and I think that point has been proven.
That is what we have been saying before the election. Even in the East, how many Senate seats did they win? It's because it doesn't have structure. That is why it couldn't sweep all the Senate seats and all the federal house seats in the whole East, where the outcome of the results favored him 90%. But what happened to the rest of the player in the game? They all lost. In the North, the little places he won in the North, we know what is responsible for that. It is not structure. It is a protest. Religious protest vote. So what are we talking about? So this.
Yes, you are right though. The votes that Peter Obi got in the Middle Belt, they were not for the Labour Party. No, they were against the Muslim ticket, which it was a negative vote. So it wasn't for Peter Obi. No. It was against the Muslim ticket.
It's a religious protest vote. The Kwankwaso one that, I mean, the one in Kwankwaso, we look at the kind of vote that Kwankwaso recorded there. That is almost 1 million. That will have made a big difference in the result for Atiku. Now you lost all these votes. You lost in Lagos. You lost in Delta. You lost in Edo. You lost in River. All the big beats in. Okay, let's look at it one man. Let's break down the election result in the South. In 2009, Atiku, I think he recorded the totality of 2.7 million votes or 3.7 million. What did he get this time around? Only about 700,000 or 800,000. How do you want to win an election? PDP strongest hold in the country is Southeast and South. You lost.
You are right though. If if Atiku had gotten his numbers 2019 in the South and Southeast, he'll be president now.
He will be president
by a clear distance.
By clear distance, Tinubu will have been flattened. You lost the entire Southeast, and in the South, where you had about 2.7 or 3.7 million votes in 2019, you only recorded about 700,000 now. And you think you can win the presidency? You lost in Kano, big lead. Oh, come on. These are people that self-destroy themselves, and they want to rub it on the country, that the country failed them. I am not saying that INEC has done a fantastic job. People, don't get me, get me very, very clear. I'm not acknowledging that INEC has done fantastic job as expected. But I'm saying these politicians have failed themselves as well right from the day one. How do you think that will be going to be president of this country if from nowhere? One man, to be president when you have no structure, you have nobody, you don't have a notable politician in your zone with you. You don't have notable politician in the West. You don't have the notable politician, the shakers of politics in any part of Nigeria backing you, and you think you're going to be president. Is that the way presidency is won in any part of the world? It doesn't win. It doesn't come like that, man. So they are just chasing the shadow, and whoever chases his own shadow, chasing nothing, and we end up, achieving nothing. So what they are doing is just this politician way of causing confusion, giving an impression to their support base that, oh, they've been cheated, oh, we are fighting for you, and at the end of the day, if the judgment does not come from their come in their favor, they can have something to hold on to, say, oh, the system cheated us. They are doing all this so that they can keep their people together for the next. Yeah.
Are the support base, are they not even dullard? Because if we look at it, I've just been thinking about it all the while. Atiku came second. Obi came third. To be honest, it's now becoming so hilarious to me because Atiku came second, Obi came third. Obi is claiming he's the winner, Atiku is claiming the winner. They are now both in court. Let's just say for some reason they said Bola Tinubu, maybe INEC rig. Who will now go as president? Is it Obi or Atiku? Because that's why I see them like jokers that Buhari called them. Both of them are jokers. And to be honest, like you said, INEC didn't do fantastically well. But in all honesty, I think Nigeria has gone a step further in their electoral thing. If they could actually make these beavers work perfectly well, I think we've gone a step ahead from where we were.
Please,
initially.
can I interject a bit?
Yeah, coming, yeah.
What I want to ask is a bit of a question. I think by European standard, when it comes to some level of privacy is attached to people's information, do you really think it's right for INEC to release the information of Nigerians to political parties, having their date of birth, their thumbprint, and almost everything in terms of, bio identity? That's one thing I've been thinking. And the other thing is, just like Buhari said, that the whole thing people running to the court, they are jokers. From the look of things from the beginning, I think politics has always been a game of numbers and alliances. If you don't strike the right alliances, you're not going anywhere, especially in a country like Nigeria and most other countries where there are requirements you have to make in different regions. So if that be the case, I think Obi is daydreaming. He has a support base mainly in the southeast, and a few in Lagos, but the north is strongly, from the statistics of the election, it shows it was almost evenly divided between Tinubu and Atiku. So if that is the statistics, it is almost impossible for him to win. So this whole court process causing more disunity.
You know what? The prime dot. I am almost. I'm very keen for Peter Obi to go to the court and get that judgment. Because I have concerns that they are going to wrap a narrative around this election, and it will be Awolowo Biafra war revisited. How they were stabbed in the back by the Yoruba space. So because you can see the build up to it already. So the 50 years narrative of Awolowo Biafra, it looks as though this election might well be that narrative for this generation for another 50 years. So let them go to court and satisfy all that needs to be satiated for them, so that the opportunity to wrap another Yoruba narrative for another 50 years is removed.
Okay, I think that is fair enough. So, but concerning the data of people that political parties are actually...
No, I agree with that. It's a total nonsense. So some NGOs should go and challenge that. They cannot go and access people's voting pattern. What happened to the sanctity of the ballot? What happens to the sanctity of the ballot? Yeah.
That's that one, man. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm just thinking at this point of the whole court process, is what INEC has to them is more like their own evidence. You have sued them to say you should come up with your own evidence, not trying to look into what they've done, because what they've done, they can't give it to you now. It's what they will use to back themselves up as well. I don't know law, but I don't think it's even right for the court to hack INEC to give it, because before you can sue INEC, you must have evidence why you are suing INEC anyway. So you should bring
Obi.
Sorry.
Can I contribute?
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, let's hear from Fatai. And then we go back to Ajale Koko. Thank you, the Prime Dot. Good to meet you. I'll come back to you in a moment. Yeah, Fatai.
So the question that this brother asked is a very how can I say, it's very important question, right? So this is the reason I think they are intentionally trying not to understand how organizations and technology works. That is why the question that he has asked now is what has led the country to postpone the election of the gubernatorial election for 1 week, because this application they asked to court, right? That is, INEC had to respond because there is no organization, there is no, or let me qualify and say there is no serious organization that is going to hand over to you their equipment for you to use. A lot of people live in the US. When you have to give it to an interested party, when you have in the US, they will set up special counsel, special prosecutor. Is this third party or a law enforcement, the only person they can handle and INEC can hand it over to are law enforcement, third party, prosecutorial, whatever. Nobody will hand over their equipment to you as an organization. It will not even work. That's why INEC has to come back. This variation application is not really okay. Maybe some variation issue, but the real reason behind it is we are not going to hand over. The most you will get, according to the judgment of the court now, is you will stand behind me while I operate my system. I'm not going to give you my system and take it home and go and say you want to do investigation. Who are you? Are you a law enforcement? Are you a special
you know, Fatai, thinking further on just where this conversation is, I think INEC may have buckled, and the judicial system, they may have buckled too readily to grant them that leave to examine INEC materials. Because what's the ground? Because they have to say that we have this to prove that before the court grants anything. You cannot just universally grant them access to INEC materials. They have to show due course, and those due course, they have to be specific. You cannot just say you want to look at the global beavers. If you find an anomaly in Lagos sufficient enough to challenge the total of Lagos, then get the beavers for Lagos. But what's the universality of this request? And why did the court accede to it? And why did INEC not even challenge it? And where is data protection in all this? Where is data protection? What's going on?
INEC has challenged it. Their application for
no. That's for variation. Now they should challenge the validity of the request.
Then they're going to accuse. Okay, I know.
Yes, that's why I said they folded too easily because they don't want to be accused.
I get the point you're making. INEC has throughout this process. INEC has been trying to play has been self-surrendering to public demarketing, right? They don't want to go and say, look, I'm not going to give you my computer in the fear not to be say, oh, you are hiding something. You see, we are right, you are hiding something. So they go to say, oh, we need to do variation. And so the court, I think the person that has buckled more is the court. The court is supposed to throw them out and tell them, you are not law enforcement. You are not a special, the parliament did not set up a special prosecutor, right, to be handed over. Nobody is going to hand over. No organization will. I'm not going to hand over to you my computer so that you go and play around and look at it and whatever you want to take it home and do whatever you want to do with it so that you can find something, whatever. And as you said, one man, what is the specific thing you are looking for? I want to investigate all your everything you did in the election. No, you can't investigate everything.
That is my point, Patai. That is my point. Like, you must come with your own evidence to say, table, like, this is my evidence. So we now go to where your evidence is point at to check.
They don't even need an evidence. They only need probable cause. Like, indeed, I have this sufficient belief that in this specific area there is a problem. But now the whole world.
The global access is something that should be challenged. Just the whole of INEC materials. It's a nonsense. Let's hear from you, Zita, and then after Zita we go.
I don't think they're giving them anything. They granted them to inspect. Yeah. They're not living with anything.
No. What people are challenging is they should not grant them that access. Because there's not sufficient enough grounds now. It's a journey of discovery. Then it's a fishing expedition.
One man, you are right. Madam Zita also is right. Like in order to avoid the marketing, they just give them placebo. What they have is a placebo. It's really nothing. But at the same time, it's like, okay, let everybody be happy. What the court did was, okay, make everybody happy. Okay, make sure you give them, and all they will get, the most they will get out of it is they will stand in the back while INEC is operating its own system. INEC is not going to give them their system to go and be poking around for anything.
Sorry, can I interject a bit? I read in a kind of report, I don't know how probably true it is, like the Labour Party had about 40,000 shorter polling agents. Do we really think it's okay for political parties vying for presidency not to have the required number of party agents so that this kind of lacuna would not always come up, so that when you want to say something happened, they will tell you you had a representative at that spot? What was the report? Because I've not really had any story of any political party agent that was having a gun on his head to sign some documents. So where is this whole thing coming from? Because I believe
Yeah, that's a wider question, and that goes to the lack of structure that people. They don't have the people are the structure now. The people, yes,
the
no.
structure of criminality. They didn't want structure of criminality.
Look at that.
Sorry, you go to Ayega. I just want to keep saying something. INEC already claimed every party agent had to sign the result before it's being sent to the state. So that's INEC claim that. So all the result we got has been signed by every party agent in that place, in every polling state, every polling booth. So
It's
I
not
don't see
compulsory that every party agent will sign. It's not.
Oh yeah, but that's all I heard INEC said. Okay.
But there's nothing that can compel them though. If they refuse to sign it, then that's their. But if the INEC officer signs it, I think that will do. But Ajande Koko, back to you. New spaces opening up now. People are even querying that should the court have granted that leave for the Labour Party to because my concern is that these people might corrupt the INEC system. Because, of course, they have to go into that system to be able to interrogate it. And in the process of that, they might well embed something within it.
Oh, well, I think the court has done the right thing. Give them, allow them, ordering what do you call INEC to have the party have access to the result. And I think the way it's done, it is not every day we have access to. It's what they are querying that they will have access to in order to get their fact right. And both INEC can then fix whatever problem, agree on doing something, review or whatever they feel that is good to correct whatever mistake that they discover. So it is not everything. It is not state by state. Every it doesn't happen like that. They must have where they have their reservation, and that is what both of them and INEC will work upon, and then and then do something. So it's a good thing. I mean, the law, the electoral law, give the party the legal right to challenge the result, and when they challenge at the law court, whatever the court says is what INEC have to abide with. The day that, if we may recall, the chairman of INEC, said...
You're breaking a little bit, Ajande Koko.
Okay, can you hear me now?
That much better. Carry on.
Yeah, what I said, that if we may remember, the INEC chairman, when he was announcing the result, he made a similar statement that, look, if you have anything against the result, you can challenge it. So that is what the electoral law says. You can challenge the result, and whatever order given by the court, if like this case, that the INEC has been ordered by the court to open the result sheet to them, INEC have to abide. So it's good for democracy. I don't see anything wrong in that. So, but what we know is that they will go through the result where they queried, and at the end of the day, I don't see how whatever they query will overturn the result, because Tinubu too set up his own legal team that are asking, they are heading to court very soon to check on the results on the northeast, on the southeast rather. So both of them going to be checking on each other. So how long this is going to last is what we don't know. But the longer it lasted, the better for Tinubu. So Tinubu, we assume office by 29, while they are still battling this legal matter. And when Tinubu is in office, you think it's going to be easy for them to overturn the return when he's in office? That's not going to. It's not going to be possible, except the court have to carry out a speedy trial and come out with a clear judgment before the swearing in. That is what could maybe make a difference in their favor or in the favor of Tinubu. But the way it is, there's going to be a lot of legal battles. Now, two of them are claiming the first, PDP and LEPI. They are claiming they won. And Tinubu said is challenging them too, that the election in the southeast was massively rigged, and they have their documents to show that they rigged the election against them. So, long battle ahead, and it's going to be very interesting. This is the first time in the history of but I believe this time around we're going to record an history battle of the Titan after election results by 3 parties, possibly 4. I think Kwakwaso is going to court too. I can't remember. So it's going to be a long battle, but the way I see it, the longer it takes, the better for Tinubu, because Tinubu will be sworn in, and while in office, forget about it. That is what Yoruba says. Shogo, I mean, Olukati. Yeah. So Owakubabeni Tobo. So that So that's
all right. All right, Brea. Thank you, Ajane Koko. So, Ajane Koko, I want to take you away from politics to racism in Nigeria. But on my way to that, let me acknowledge the supers that have been coming in, led ably by Ayo, who always leads that space. Of course, as you know, he's already done the buy the coffee, and at his will, he sometimes backs up the coffee with the super sticker as well. So that's Ayo doing the coffee, just as he did the previous day, and the day before that, and the day before that. So that's how you're doing the coffee. And to back it up, just to show just how much he loves the platform, he backs it up with a super sticker. Not to be outdone, Alexander Akashi joins him in that super sticker space, only to throw insults at the space. Anytime duel of natural super anything is usually is usually to poke at somebody. So Dual does as it does via super chat. It says Buhari is the joker. He should just shut up. We are in court. Allow us to fail nicely. There is no sanctity in criminality. We must get our stolen mandates, especially the one given to us by Next Year Poll. So the Next Year Poll polling mandate Joel quite keen to get hold of. But Ajane Koko, on my way to taking you to racism in Nigeria, let me just show you how the business space has responded to the elections. So this is the business space responding to the election. So that's the verdict from the business space. You can see, we saw the video clip of that, now the image coming out. And this is the business space again responding to the elections. So that tells you all you need to know. And as soon as this guy now accedes to the election, it is fait accompli, complete with the certificate of return. So that's businessmen making up their own mind, the direction that the country is following. So there it is. Let me take you to this space, though. This is a thing that concerns me somewhat. And it's not the first time we've come across this sort of storyline. Racism, of course, something that has sadly a lot of black people are familiar with, but are not within your own territory, you would imagine. Nigeria revokes British businessman's visa, residence, and work permits over alleged racism. So this is not just some random person. This is the chief executive officer of Seplat Energy PLC. So one of those people that are there to generate electricity for us, weighing down upon Nigerians in a manner that is not fitting within their own country, to the point that the Ministry of Interior has had to revoke these guys' credentials to be domiciled in Nigeria. So what are you then making then of this little talk about, but now disturbing amounts of foreigners coming to vest upon us within the Nigerian shores? What are you making of it, Ajani Koko?
I think the nation of country have acted well. I want to establish that was worker.
We're losing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can now.
Okay, I said the country has done well. Once it's been established that this man is marketing Nigerian workers and humiliating them, and putting the interests of foreign workers above Nigerian workers, I think that is where he crossed the line. He crossed the line against the law of the land, and I believe they have really gotten a lot of fact with petition written against him. They are back it up with abundance of fact, and that is why they that this guy have to be sanctioned. And I think it's the right thing. They have to send this to others kangaroos, foreign patriots, they call them in Nigeria, that treat Nigerians on the fatherland like goat, like animal. So, and it's so common with even all this Shamuga people, this Chinese and all this
you know, the disgraceful imageries of the Nigerian man. I saw an image one of a Nigerian police officer carrying a shopping bag behind some tiny little arrogant looking Chinese guy in some market square. So this is where we are now. It's just too much.
It's embarrassing. These people that fit for no purpose, that they are even nothing, nobody in the country, nobody, and they come to Nigeria and they can molest our people and then
lord it over us
and treat Nigerians so bad and like as they turn Nigerians workers to slave in their fathers. So, but if Nigeria, I think we have to give kudos to whoever that is at the head.
That's Adegbesola's space that is acting. Ministry of Internal Affairs.
That is good. We have to give kudos to Adegbesola for coming out very strongly and trying to teach one of those idiots a lesson to, teach him a lesson to stand there, to serve as deterrent to others. Something like this should be published and should be. That guy should be prosecuted for violating our law, whatever. And
it should be jailed before being deported. Yeah,
it should, it committed human rights abuse and it violated our law, and it should be tried. It should be shown on the TV TV stations should carry it, and that will send, a strong signal to all idiots that comes to Nigeria in the being an expatriate that comes to mistreat our people. That look, Nigeria will not tolerate this nonsense from them anymore. So I think I give kudos to Aregbesola and his team in that ministry for doing this great job. I mean, Nigerian rights must be protected no matter what. And we in America and all these things, they don't even treat us like anything. They are always very cautious when it comes to the way they treat resident immigrants. Oyibo people are always very cautious. They don't want to, because they know the law. They know that the law is the law. I used to have a supervisor back then in 2004, or 2003, 2002 in New York. And this guy just, I don't know why, it just doesn't like me. And he thinks that he can just say anything to me. And he can just, treat me anyhow. One day when I wrote petition against him, he never tried it again. The union president got my petition. He said, this guy will not escape this. He said, a lot of people, he has been doing it, have been getting. He said, but this time, he has crossed the line against somebody that can write. I told him, I said, look, I'm not going to accept it. I know the law and I know my right in this country. I'm an immigrant, but I know my right. All this thing is doing, he has to put an end to it. I wrote a very strong petition. Wrote to the director, I wrote to the operation manager, I wrote petition everybody. So when the director got it, he said, yes, this must, since that then, that guy never messed with me again. And then the union president got involved. They said, look, this must come to an end. We had a series of complaints against this guy. But I took my time, I gave him time. He was doing all this mess against me. I was putting everything down. So when I wrote my petition, I was able to establish a lot of shenanigans he had done against me. I was with witnesses. I mentioned the name of witnesses, everything that happened that he has done against me. So he had, and all the witnesses, all of them said they are ready to stand by me. So, New York law is very.
Adanekoko, you're breaking off quite heavily.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a bit better. Yeah, carry on.
New York law was very strong when it comes to defending workers' rights, stuff like that. So I'm just saying this just to show that even in America, where we live, we are immigrants. We are never. I mean, the law is very, very strong when it comes to, the right of workers. Not talking of in our own country. In our own country, one kind of Shamgar from Asia or from Britain, you can just come and start mistreating and molesting Nigeria and and just treat them anyhow they like and just get away easily because they believe they know the police officer, they know the police chief, they have some of our rich men as friends, and they have seen the way even our own people, our own rich people, the way they molest their fellow citizens because they are poor, and they feel they can do the same thing too. So, but he has run against the law. He's been caught this time, and I believe that he will be deported back to Britain, I guess, since You know, everything is.
That's harsh punishment, isn't it? Ajanle Koko, to deport him from Nigeria to Britain. Imagine that's a harsh punishment, isn't it?
To be deported. It should be whatever the law, whatever the
all right, Ajanle Koko, yeah, you're still breaking off somewhat.
Whatever punishment that the law prescribed for him, he should serve that punishment before deported to Britain to join one man.
All right, back to fish and chips, from a 40 roll to fish and chips. Imagine that. But I thank Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, let's move the conversation on and take it. Oh, did somebody want to come in? I thought I heard a voice. Ajanle Koko, let's move the conversation on and take it in the direction of Fatai, who joins us. So Fatai, I want to take you to this space. River State Governor Wike.
I wanted to quickly say this. Sorry, I've been away for a while because you know my rules. Anytime election is getting close, I stay away from the platform to be neutral, so that I allow the people that is championing their candidates to have the opportunity to champion their candidates. That's why I've been away for a while. So now they postponed the election for another 8 to 10 days. I think I'll be here till Monday again. From Monday, I'll take my bow and give you guys space.
Where's your patriotism? Where's your patriotism? We are fighting for the country now.
Yeah, I'm fighting for the country. At least I've done my own part. So I'll allow people like Joe, Najvi, and people like Ajanle Koko to promote their candidate anyway they deem fit. Because since I'm not either here or there, people will now misunderstand me. I don't want people to misunderstand me, you know. I don't want to be misunderstood, if that is the correct English to use.
A candidate.
Ajanle Koko, you are. I told you before, you are 90-40 Awo-centric propagandist, youth, last of Awo-centric youth foot leader that is remaining, because you were pouring out tribal bigotry for the last week, and you can see what's happening in Lagos now. Burning market down, marketing people. Instead of you to challenge the idea, challenge the guy competence, you are telling the world.
Hold on right there. You see, when someone speaks and you don't listen with open mind to that person, then you will conclude wrongly on what that person. When I said that guy is a Lagosian, is qualified to be governor, but what I want my language. Indigenous language is Yoruba. How can I have a leader that can speak Yoruba? And I said that is not to have a person at the helm of Abia that want to govern local people that cannot speak that local language. So how could you describe that as bigotry? Did I say what did I say that carry any connotation of tribal bigotry against him? I don't get it. I don't know where you're driving. I don't know why you come to that conclusion. This is unbelievable.
Ajanle Koko, I've told you, and let's move away from that. I've told you.
Stop right there. When you want to describe somebody or call somebody, all this kind of name, you just call me now. I don't know what I've done.
Yeah, so, that's what I'm telling you. What you did. You were pushing that narrative on this platform. Even Patrick, people warned you guys. Stop that. Challenge this guy on competence. Challenge this guy that you are pushing tribal issue. No, it's a Yoruba land. Oh no, you must speak Yoruba. The last time I checked, Oba of Lagos is not signing any bill in Lagos. It's not paying any salary in Lagos.
all your leaders in Japan.
Hold on. Wapis, are you talking about the Chinedu narrative? Is that
Yeah.
Chinedu? Oh.
Yeah. And you still pushing that narrative. Let's discredit the guy on competence, on inexperience. Yes, that makes sense. But bringing what does not matter doesn't make sense. And you're causing the tribal tension you are trying to avoid.
Hold on. All your leaders in Japan where you live speak Japanese, isn't it?
Yes, there's a difference between a cosmopolitan city. There's a difference between a multi-ethnic city, and there's a difference between a single ethnicity. I would say single. What to say? So you can't put all those things and just mix it up and say this.
I disagree with you on that. He needs to speak Yoruba.
I'm not arguing with anybody. I'm not arguing about anybody about speaking Yoruba or not speaking Yoruba. What I'm saying, the other tune of that matter was too tribal, and I just okay.
That is
there's
tribal.
No need.
Say this guy
there's no need.
must be able to speak Yoruba. That is tribal. He's a Yoruba guy. How can I be tribal to a Yoruba guy?
You didn't say that. You didn't say that. You just said that a few weeks ago.
How can I be tribal to a Yoruba guy? Are you serious? This guy is a Yoruba guy. But I'm saying that a Yoruba that cannot speak Yoruba language and to be given that most exalted position in the state to govern indigenous people, to have, superintend Yoruba indigenous people. I said that it's not good enough for us as people. In Japan, where you live, they speak Japanese. You cannot be a leader of Germany, if you cannot speak German. Same in Britain. You can't be a leader in Britain if you cannot speak English. And why must we say we want to subdue our own language for English? Are you guys serious? Go and check him. Go and check his interview on Channels TV. They are even putting it to him that, oh, you can't speak Yoruba. Then some people are accusing you that you cannot speak Yoruba. He cannot deny it. He said yes, that he cannot speak it friendly. He cannot that yes, when I speak it sounds funny. He cannot deny it.
Okay. Let me add fuel. You see one thing, there is a province called Quebec here. I may be ignorant. Anybody can correct me. Even though they are bilingual, you speak both English and French. I've not seen any premier there that can speak French. Take province like state. Then let me add another controversial issue. I am yet to see, to the best of my knowledge, former Canadian Prime Minister that cannot speak both French and English language. What about that? So why should they be bilingual? I don't know.
Ola, can I correct you?
Can I interject?
Ola, can I interject?
Yeah, correct me. So that's why I say, to the best of my knowledge.
New York State is more cosmopolitan than Lagos State. I don't think anytime soon they will have a New York governor who cannot speak English. Not only he cannot speak English, he cannot call Eko, the name of the place in Yoruba, the name of Lagos in Yoruba. This guy cannot call it. I mean, is that supposed to be a joke? Not to speak Yoruba like Ola. Ola speaks Yoruba too much. Be able to pronounce the name of the place. The Lagos in Yoruba, Eko. I mean, one of the slogan of Lagos State, actually, it was very well popularized during Fashola time. Say, Eko ni baje o baje ti. This is the slogan of Lagos government. It's a slogan of Lagos State government. Eko ni baje o baje ti. Not even the whole slogan, just the name. In the beginning of the slogan, Eko. The guy cannot pronounce Eko.
Can I interject a minute? Just a minute.
I'll just land. I don't think New York State is about to is about to have a governor that has no clue, cannot speak English. I don't think so.
Okay, my brother, thank you.
Yeah,
let me say this, please. I greet everybody in this platform. May God bless everybody and bless the viewers and the subscriber and the like. This thing we are fighting here and now is not necessary.
The owner of Yoruba land, Afari Fere, have endorsed the guy. So it's not for
The
you
owner of
fighting
Yoruba.
of
That's news to me. That Afenifere owns Yoruba land. That's news to me.
Oh my goodness.
Are you
The guy
more
can
better Yoruba
contest.
than Afere group?
The guy is allowed
Answer
to
me.
contest. He's a Yoruba guy, but it's a shame
They have
that he
seen the
cannot
boy.
speak the
They
language.
have seen the boy. The boy is qualified to rule Lagos. So why are you fighting? Majority that rule Lagos is not from Lagos State. All of them is from another state. So allow the boy to rule. Understand? Fighting
He
here does
didn't
not
win
mean
yet.
necessary.
Moses.
He didn't win
Moses.
yet. If he wins, he can rule. Nobody says he shouldn't run. He should run. I think we have a right to debate if the guy is able to speak the language. I think it's a good debate. It's a debate.
What is language?
Nobody
What language going to give you good governance or what?
Excuse me, brother. Nobody is going to shut me down to debate whether the guy is able to speak Yoruba, right? I'm not saying INEC should kick out his name. I don't even have the power. Nobody is saying remove his name because he cannot speak Yoruba. We are just debating. Is it good for the space if somebody who is going to be the head of the place, if you're going to install a new Oba of Lagos, is the one that will sign the papers? He's the one that will go and give. I don't know, maybe he has to give the crown. You cannot even speak to the people.
We have already debated enough. We have already debated enough on this platform.
No, it's not enough. It's not enough. It's not enough.
The guy is not going to be traditional ruler. He's a governor. He want to contest.
He's going to sign the papers by constitution, by law of Nigeria. He's going to sign.
Is he going to sign the paper
He's going to install the kings. He's going to go there on the ceremony to say, "Dear people, this is your new leader," right? And he's going to be installing Yoruba kings speaking English.
But Fatai,
that one no be problem.
Sorry, my friend. Hold on. I brought this topic for a reason. What I'm saying, if people want to vote,
it speaks Igbo fluently though. But carry on, yeah.
One man, I know you always say that. If people have to vote this man out, Mr. Fatai, I want to direct this to you now. Let it be on the people's mandate. Like what you are just saying, he's going to give the throne to the Oba of, give the paper to the Oba of, the staff office to the Oba of Lagos. It does not necessarily mean to speak Yoruba. He's not signing that paper in Yoruba. Now, let's take it like this. If the Takwa man in Lagos becomes the governor that doesn't speak Yoruba, now you're not saying that because he cannot speak Yoruba, he cannot give the staff office to the Oba of Lagos. And Oba of office, the Oba of office, his office has no significant value to Lagos Constitution. It's just a ceremonial office.
Wow.
It does not sign the Constitution.
Wow.
Yes, in Nigeria, all Nigeria. Hold on. Hold on. Before you shout, hold on. Wrote your Constitution. All the Obas in Nigeria are ceremonial. They do not sign Constitution. Neither do they vote Constitution. Neither do they pay salary. What are we talking here? It's just ceremonial. They're under local government. But we, the traditional people,
It's ceremonial in Nigeria.
Yes. Check your constitution very well. I know you are very good in checking constitution. Yo, check it, read it very well. I interpret it. Check it and interpret it. You are all under local government chairman, and the governor has the right to dissolve any monarch and install any monarch.
The traditional rulers are the representation of the people's culture, of the space's culture.
That's what you and I understood. That is what you and I understood. And if you didn't target me, hold on now. If you didn't target me, I've got to that stage. The people respect traditional ruler because traditional ruler is the ruler over the people. But the government on the states, the traditional rulers work with the local government chairman or the local government chairman work with traditional rulers. But they do not sign any bills, and neither do they create any bills. That's why they are fighting in the House of Assembly now. Bring traditional rulers into Nigeria Constitution. Let them have a say and let them have a place. Right now, they're just ceremonial. That's it.
I think the other time we were debating on this platform, like the top big traditional rulers in Nigeria, and their role, how the Nigerian law recognizes Oni of Ife, this Sultan, blah, 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 who is the high-level king, whatever. We were having this debate. Look, they are recognized but it's not even about the law. It's especially the point you made about the respect for the people. The people recognize their kings. the kings, the traditional rulers, are the representation of their of their culture. Now, if you're going to have a situation, but if you're going when they install a new traditional ruler, it's not already recognized until the governor. It is the governor that signs the paper to recognize them into the law. If you are going to be installing my traditional ruler or have a right to veto the installation of my traditional ruler, right, without a respect for me, a respect for the people, is also a respect for their language, right? If you don't respect our language, he's a Yoruba guy, he doesn't, so you are going to be, okay, yesterday, I think Des was giving this example about a footballer. Even a footballer is playing in Germany. When they sign you a contract, they pay thousands of thousands to English teachers. Like if you go to play in the Premier League, to teach you English, you learn English. So this guy he's been in the political space for a while now, right? He hasn't taken the time to properly brush himself up on the language.
Fatai, does it add to it that he speaks Igbo language quite fluently with an Anambra accent? Does that add to it?
I would say yes, but I don't want to go there because then everything you say now is tribal.
We've heard it so many times.
So I wouldn't want to go to the
tribal. Let's make it clear.
Can I say something? Please? You see one thing, war peace and people that are saying your language doesn't matter. If you want to take man culture away, it's the language you take away first. When you are saying language doesn't matter, you are just saying the culture doesn't matter. So now, by the time you are telling people that their culture doesn't matter, then you are setting the stage for crisis. See, let us just be careful about how we push all these things because of our own political correctness. So I intentionally brought idea from even the Western country to even see how important for even the Prime Minister and your premier within your region to be able to speak your language that your people, indigenous people, will understand. When we take the Prime Minister, the Premier for Quebec to speak French, and we take the Prime Minister for Canada to speak both languages, it's telling you how critical all those things can be. So to me, saying a Lagosian should not be able to speak Yoruba, while you can speak another language fluently, and say his own language is supposed to be what is meant for the people.
Like,
not even be
can I interject?
I want to move on after Olaland, but let Olaland.
So that is why you see people raising all this concern. All this concern you see people raising, they are just sending signal to the voters that this is the implication of what you want to do. If language doesn't matter, you won't see people.
Sorry, my son is showing stuff that I do not know. This boy is becoming too big. Sorry.
It's good now. We want him to be big. I was going to come to you, Fatai, but the audience are clamoring to hear from Zita, and she's about to bail to go to bed. So, with your permission, let me go to Zita before you. But for counterbalance of that conversation we just had, let's listen to Buega, because I've not listened to him often, but I did see this snippet, and it came across quite well. Watch this.
Thank you so much for that question.
I meant let's listen to Chinedu, not Buega. Chinedu.
Thank you so much for that question. First of all, let's understand Lagos State is run based on tokenism, and politics. Buhari, our president, came to commission a train. I don't know who used the blue line this morning. I don't know if Lagosians have started using the blue line. But there is an idea that they've done a train. I even thought it was 16 kilometers. I only found out yesterday that it's only 13 kilometers that they've done. Blue line was supposed to extend all the way to Badagry, but then it's been cut short and even cut shorter. And it took a while.
No, it's in phases. And that much was made clear.
Yes.
A first phase, a second phase.
When they took out 1.2 billion for that project, they did not say they were doing it in phases. It cost 450 million to do even longer train in Ethiopia, right? And we've been on this for over 13, 14 years. Whatever excuse they want to give, right? The idea is Lagos State has been run on tokenism for too long. And we need to actually start to do the work. And Lagos State itself does not have to base its development on the purse strings of the state. we can open up and create an enabling environment for the private sector to get involved in a lot of these projects. Because Lagos State is feasible. It's a state that can actually do projects that will pay off itself. So that's foundation on one end. The other end, let's look at the Fourth Mainland Bridge. They're budgeting about $2.2 billion to do that. When you look at the design that they've come, this is another white elephant project. They're going to take off about between 800 to 1,000 homes on the way. It's very inefficient, and also the outcome of it, you don't really gain much compared to, let's take this idea, and this is an idea for expanding the Lagos East. We're going to have a coastal road that's supposed to already exist from VI all the way down to Bejuleki. On the other side of Lagoon, we have another coastal road linking Ikorodu all the way to Epe. And we are joining these roads at the shortest distance. None of the distance between that is 6 kilometers. So effectively, we create a belt road, right? That is fantastic, efficient design that will not cost up to 2.2 billion and will connect Lagos in portions, making it a lot more efficient. And guess what? Northern Foreshore, all of those parts can now be opened up for development. But if you just do Ikorodu like that, it doesn't have that same effect because we need to open up the Lagos East and the Lagos West. So these are some ideas. For us, for inner roads, we need to make our local governments a lot more robust. The state government is looking so inefficient, and it shows a lack of aptitude because they're trying to do so much. We need to have visionary local government chairmen, potential governors, I keep emphasizing this, potential governors as local government chairmen that can sort out our inner roads. And funds need to be given to local government. It's appalling that the State Assembly is still rejecting local government autonomy in Lagos State. You go to every local government. I mean, maybe Lekki is a bit, or maybe Ikoyi, but even still, you go to Apapa, you go to Ajeromi, Faludu, every local government, the inner roads are a complete disgrace, right? So we're going to set up a benchmark for the quality of roads that must be done. The life expectancy of those roads must be tied into the contractor's payment for final payment. And we are going to benchmark the prices for projects to World Bank benchmarks so that you must meet that based on plus or minus 20%. You must meet that benchmark. So we have to work with that. So, there's too much controversy about the cost of things.
The first question I'll ask is,
so it actually talks a good game. If only it could speak it in Yoruba, that's just the thing. It talks a good game.
Man, is it a good game? One man, before you go, is it a good game though? Is it not?
No, I think I don't think it's Agbado, especially the 2 point something billion naira dollars that they are spending on the Fourth Mainland Bridge, which is describing as a vanity project. Is that from what it's describing, a more judicious way, because if you spend it on the narrowness of that one project versus what is just described to form a belt road around the city, to open up all of the regions of the state, I thought that made infinite more sense than just a vanity project. Yeah.
What does that mean? Belt of roads. What does it mean?
It's saying that with that $2 billion naira dollars that they're going to spend on the Fourth Mainland Bridge, or whatever, that if they had used it to build a quite sizable road belt around that wraps around the north, south, east, and west of the state, those roads, that spend will open up those spaces for development rather than that cost just between Ikorodu and whatever is coming from the Fourth Mainland Bridge, which will open up just as the specific hubs, but not the entirety of the city. So that made more sense. Yeah,
I understand the generality, but I don't understand the specific. What does belt road mean, and what is the cost of all those belt roads you're going to build?
Certainly less than $2.5 billion that they're spending.
There's another interview. There's another interview he did where he was calling out the cost. I think he has costed a lot of things. I think it's a TVC interview. That one is more specific than this one.
Okay, one man.
Yeah, but it's not presenting alternative costs. It's just saying something is costing, something is costly.
I just
doesn't
told
mean,
you
okay,
now
you say
there
it's
was a more
costly.
detailed interview where he was presenting alternative costs to what they are
No.
doing.
No.
It's not necessarily cheaper. It's not necessarily cheaper, and I will tell you why. When you are talking
Thank you,
of
Oladari.
alternative
Thank
roads,
you.
now Fort Mainland is going to pass through Lagoon, across the Lagoon. It simply means that across the Lagoon, there's no piece of land for anybody to even build house there. Now, when you are talking of belt road, that means you don't want to go through the water. You want to clear some expanse of land that can be used for other things. Looking at how the shortage of land in Lagos to the point.
No, that's not an argument, because those spaces. Those spaces are isolated as it stands. But if you build, because he's actually saying that he's going to benchmark to a standard and tie the contract to a life expectancy and benchmark construction contracts to World Bank standards, given variations of percentages, which I thought is something that the Nigerian space should already be doing. But you are saying it's going to be a land grab. Those people that are isolated somewhere with no access to modernity or real life, he opens up that space, and then modernity comes to that space and development.
Yeah, but one man, the point Ola is making is Lagos doesn't have, Lagos is expanding. So you want to seize the lands that when too many people, we want to expand Lagos. Now you want to take up those lands to build roads. And where are those people? The new
No, it's not taking up land though, because you know those roads would have been planned for anyway. I'm not sure that it's planning anything new.
No, they will
because I'm pretty certain that Lagos is already fully mapped.
No, one man. Ikorodu 10 years ago was empty. Today they don't have space to put people. So if you take up other roads, there's no way to expand.
All right. I'm not sure that argument holds, but let me go to Zita.
Sorry, before you move on to Zita, I quickly say this.
I know exactly.
Sorry.
All right. I don't want to push that space too much, but it's just to give the guy counterbalance. That's all. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me quickly say this to everybody that's pushing language, tradition. I give people a hand. It's good to keep our language. It's good to keep our tradition, our culture. This is coconut. First time I'm seeing coconut in Japan, and I bought it yesterday night, not because I want to eat it. I want to use it to do my head. Benin, you call it to call my ear. I will do it here in my house. Coconut. I just go. Hope you are pushing language. You are doing your ear in America. Don't tell me you're a Christian, because you cannot be championing language. I don't champion the tradition and the culture. They all go hands in hand. It's like a triangle. You cannot leave one out of one. So I challenge everybody here to hold on to their tradition. You must do your Ogun, your Ishango,
but not their language, Abi. You want Anambra Bond to be governor of Lagos State. Eh?
So see my coconut. Tonight I will break it, cut it to 31. Bring my son, my kids. We sit down. My Oyibo will sit down with me to do my head. I'll put yam, everything. Sweet drink. I will sit down, white chalk, and pray for the my good head for my children and everything. To summon my ear to come and bring the good side of Japan to me. So that heart promotes your culture, Dankoko, and I expect you to do the same from today. Thank you, Mama.
You are not saying anything. Religion is different from language.
This is not religion. My tradition is not religion. Tradition is not religion.
Hold on.
But let you use the space for Zita, please. Zita wants to go to sleep. Sorry, please.
Look, whether you can go to sleep or you not go to sleep, that's your own. Number one most important aspect of your culture is your language. Is the language you speak drive every other aspect of your culture. You don't have your language, you lose everything. You lose your religion, you lose your tradition, you lose everything. What are you talking about? We are saying, don't let us start embarking on a wrong thing that will bring more problem for us in the future. But you are heading, it is good. Before you know, what will come out of it in the future against us will be very, very disastrous. It will kill our tradition completely.
Yes, one man, please. I have a question.
All right, go on.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah.
Good evening, Rosie.
To me, we are all hampering on language. Language is not the only thing that is important. What about the tradition? What about the religion? There are so many things that is involved in people's culture. It's not only language. That's my one point. Then another thing, if language is so important to be spoken in Lagos, then I think every transaction, every dealing should be done in Yoruba language. Then nobody must speak any other language except Yoruba language. Every transactions, every stuff they're doing, then everything should be done in Yoruba language. Because as of now, I don't know if the constitution has made it that Yoruba is the official language for Lagos.
It is.
It's in the constitution.
No, by
No,
act
it's
of
not.
no.
It's not. It's
Hold
not.
on. What do you mean it's not? By act, I can bring you when Ambode signed it. By act
Yeah, that
of
is second. That is second. That is bare minimum. That's bare minimum. That's first language is English, Nigeria Constitution. Okay, listen.
What are you
One man,
talking
let me tell you. It was signed so law in Lagos. Yes, fine. But the first language of Nigerians is English. The second language is your mother language. That is bare minimum. That's what they signed so law in Lagos.
Sorry,
so you can speak English.
All right.
You can speak English in Lagos. You can speak Yoruba. But is a law in Yoruba that you speak Yoruba does not make it a must over other language. It's side by side. They both run side by side. We are all educated here. You can speak Yoruba in Lagos.
All right. All right. You made the point. Can I speak now? What I wanted to say to you, Rosie, was that Ambode signed into law that Yoruba language is the second official language of Lagos State. And what that means is, by it being a second official language of Lagos State, it is now an official language of business. And every Friday, they conduct acts of parliament at the Lagos Assembly in Yoruba language. The Ooni of Ife, he went to observe and recommended that the rest of Yoruba land follow suit.
Then, excuse me, then why can't they change the first language? Then let it be changed to English, to Yoruba.
They can't, can they? Because that's the national space.
No, I think it should be changed to Yoruba, first official language, then English. Then everything should be done in Yoruba.
Nigerian constitution takes precedence. So Nigeria also, when they say it's not even about first and second language, right? Official language is a different title than first and second language. My first language is Yoruba.
Official language is different.
Official language for Nigeria, by the Nigerian constitution is English, right?
Okay.
Now, second official language. So official is different from the language. It doesn't mean nobody can mandate anybody to speak a particular language, right? We are going to be going back to whatever 12th century. So there's no mandate that everybody in Lagos must speak Yoruba. All we are saying is just a debate about, nobody is saying everybody in Lagos should speak Yoruba, or Yoruba is the totality of what it is. We are saying at BRH minimum, shouldn't we ask somebody who is going to be the ruler of a Yoruba space to at least be able to speak the language? Not friendly, nobody is arguing he should speak it friendly. Just to be able to pronounce the name in English, in Yoruba, Eko, just pronounce Eko very well. Just the name. For me, just even, how can you not be able to pronounce the name?
It's a travesty, isn't it? It's a travesty.
Unbelievable. Just the name. Just the name.
And I'll say Eko Ejide.
One man, I'm glad one man commended him for his, intelligence about talking about the roads and everything, about what can be done, how to save money and stuff like that. Because one man, to say the truth, you've always been hammering on Chinedu. It's like Gbadebo. It's like you want to take that Gbadebo out of his name completely. I mean, let's call him
one man
Gbadebo his full name. Because you are painting him more to be like more Igbo than Yoruba. Please, let's be fair to him. For the fact that he can't speak Yoruba does not mean he can't make a good governor. I know it's good to speak Yoruba since he's going to rule over Yoruba people. all the traditional rulers. But still, we've had all these governors before that spoke Yoruba, the conch dialect. What do they do? Do they take care of the
My
masses?
sister, that is not the argument. We are not saying he's not qualified, and we are not saying that he cannot be the governor.
Thank you.
I mean,
For me,
that is not our
I'm
argument.
sorry. As for me, I just feel he's not qualified.
You are not Yoruba, but you can speak Yoruba very friendly.
Yeah, for me,
she's not Yoruba, but she can speak Yoruba very friendly.
For me,
I've listened to her, you know.
Yeah, because I was born in Lagos. I grew up in Lagos. I speak.
He was born in Lagos too.
Right. So you are defending your own interests, is what you are doing, Rosie.
I'm not defending my own interest. I'm not defending my own interest. What I'm saying is this: that as for me, I don't think he's qualified to rule Lagos. Not because he can't speak Yoruba. I think he doesn't have the experience to be able to handle such a delicate position. I think he's too young. He doesn't have the experience. He might not perform as he's supposed to. I'm not thinking because he can't speak Yoruba, that's why he does not qualify. I feel he's not matured enough. He's got no experience.
That is another thing you are adding to it.
All right. Rosie, hold on. Rosie, I think you are being a bit unfair to me to say that I keep calling him
because
Chinedu.
every time you call Chinedu, I'm like, God,
do you have a screen in front of you? Do you have a screen?
I'm using my phone.
Oh, okay. You should still be able to say this, so you can see him. He himself calls himself Chinedu now.
Okay, what year was that?
2019.
Okay, 2019. This is 2023. Doesn't people change?
Oh, so his name has now changed now. So
2019.
He calls himself Chinedu now. So what should I call him?
Even Goodluck Jonathan, when Goodluck Jonathan was running for election, when he wants to run for election, he adds Ebele Azikiwe to his name.
I could decide I want to do PDP this year or 2 years, and then I can decide no, I don't want that. I want to go to APC. I mean, people do change. Things happen and affect people.
No, not your name. You should be very proud of your name.
Oh, Shakala Shokolo.
Why
he didn't hide back.
Why is he not proud of his name?
He didn't say he's not proud of his name. It's just one man using it as an innuendo.
No. Look at that poster right there.
But that is 2019.
You can't see Gbadebo there.
2019. This is 2023.
No, hold on, my sister.
Okay. So which name will he have in 2025?
2024.
Yes. Which name will he have then?
He can decide to change it.
It will be Mukhtar. It will be Mukhtar.
That's a very unstable guy.
Can I interject?
Yeah, come in now. I was going to leave that space, but you won't let me carry on.
Let me just interject a little bit with that space. The thing happening is not peculiar to Gbadebo, and then people are saying that he's not stable. This guy is the one that made this poster, and now today, I've not heard him say, "Stop, one man, stop calling me Chinedu." GRV is not angry with anybody. Or if you want to call him Chinedu, he does not have a problem with it. The issue right now is just like saying, when Goodluck Jonathan was running for election, when you come to the south, to the southeast, his posters in the southeast beard Goodluck, Ebele, Azikiwe, Jonathan. When you go to the south, his posters beard Goodluck Jonathan only, and he was doing that across. Even in 2015, some of Buhari's posters that APC put in southeast. They were adding Buhari, they will now put Ifeanyi Chukwu, Muhammadu, and all of that, and then you wear Igbo regalia just to relate to those people. So I'm imagining in Lagos now, Gbadebo might want to print poster. When it comes to a space that is that Igbo space, he will want to identify with them by using the leverage that he also has an Igbo name as well that his mom gave him, by adding the Chinedu there. Maybe in other spaces, it just goes with the Gbadebo survivor, which is a normal thing that people do in politics. Goodluck Jonathan used to do it back in the days. After politics, Ebele goes back into the wardrobe, Azikiwe goes back into the wardrobe, and he sticks with the Goodluck Jonathan and all that. So we're coming to use it. I think this guy have really suffered in this election. I don't wish to be him. I'll be crying if I was him.
All right, but you know that his middle names are Chinedu Ekweremadu Okafo. You know that? Ekweremadu Okafo.
Oma, rest. Play Wike, let's hear. Rest.
Move on. In this matter.
All right. Let's just pack it. Yes. So let's pack it. But let's go to Zeta because the audience have been clamoring, especially led by Ayo, that they want the most here from Zeta. So clamor no more. Rivers Governor Wike vowed to chase presidential candidate Atiku, Ayu, others out of PDP. So this is Wike, but let's listen to just a couple of minutes. Wike always a good copy to listen to and watch, and he doesn't disappoint. So let's listen to just a couple of minutes from Wike, and then we'll come back to you for your thoughts.
So I don't want to mention their names. You know them. Tell them to stop worrying you. Tell them to stop worrying you. I know they will be using this road, isn't it? They'll use I don't know what you call them. Health Center Road, but let them use how beautiful it is. That is the dividend of democracy. We did not give excuses. I made a promise and we have fulfilled the promise. Promise made, promise fulfilled. Agreement is what? Agreement.
He may do many ways. He may do many ways.
Now, let me tell you, I've been hearing a lot of things going on. I want to say it. Let the gods of Igruta hear me and hear me well. If I thought there are. But for the purpose of those who believe that there are, let them hear me now and hear me very well. I'm an apostle of power shift. I'm an apostle of what? Power shift. I fought for it. I have no apologies to anybody. I said power must shift from the north to the south. Those of them at the national level in PDP committed anti-party. When people abandon the provision of the constitution of their party that talks about zoning of elective and appointive offices, what is more anti-party than that? You that refuse to obey the constitution of your party, you, because of impurity, because you think you have the number, you refuse to obey the provisions of the constitution of the party. And we, that's Nigerians be united. They must look at people, everybody have hope. Who committed anti-party? They are the ones who committed what? Anti-party. The war. The second phase of the war, we must check out the buccaneers and vampires. Get them, don't mind them. We are going to chase them out of the party and take our party and rebuild our party. These people left our party in 2014. Our party lost. Again, they have come back. Our party have lost again. They destroyed our party. We're going to chase them out of the party. They have no role to play for our party. I told them, agreement is agreement. Yendeba, yendeba. Yendeba, 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 yendeba. They were going to arise television money, abusing me. I told them, be careful. Be careful. I want 3 of the Senate seats. We want 3 senators, 3 over. Ask them, did they win 3 over 3? You cannot win. I told them. They said they will conspire against me. Those who said they will conspire against me are those wearing black now. They never said it. Me, I'm wearing white, and they're wearing black.
A biggie man, a biggie man. A biggie man, a biggie man. You go, you don't never size up. A biggie man, a biggie man.
Every day, arise. Don't arise again and talk Wike. Wike has won 3/3. Out of the 11 House of Reps that have been declared, even though we are not happy, we scored 9/11. The other two remaining, we will take it. It will be 11/13. We never try. Let them show the same in their own state now. We are the founders of the party. Where were they? I'm asking you now, where were you? Founders of the party. People who have nothing to contribute. You are blaming INEC chairman. He did not follow guidelines. You didn't follow your own constitution. He who sees equity must come with clean hands. Look at them. INEC chairman, he didn't follow the guidelines. What you told us, your constitution said this is what you do. Did you do it? Whatever you sow, you will reap.
We go, my governor.
You are wearing black. Let's go and protest. Protest what? Fail. These were the same people who were bragging in their campaign, in their meetings. And we're not chairman, and they keep terms with them. Now they are the same people now saying, INEC chairman did not do well. Because they didn't call you, say you win. If the INEC chairman has succumbed and called you, say, very good man. The man didn't call, he's a bad man now. I've told you, because you want to fight rivers, you will fail. I told them, don't fight River State. They thought we were joking. I have declared before that this is God's state. Anybody who raises his hand against us will never survive it. And all those who plotted against us, the grave is there for them. If you like protect from here till tomorrow, you don't go walk. You don't fail. You don't fail.
All right. So that's Wike. Always good copy. Wike it's a half an hour long, and we could listen to the whole half an hour of it. But of course, I know that people under pressure of time.
Did you notice something?
Wait, what?
Did you notice the lack of his crowd has lost enthusiasm?
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
The two commission he did after that shenanigan he did during the February 25 election. Watch the two commission he has done. This one and the previous one he did some days ago. Watch
those were rally space. No, this is post-election now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This post-election commissioning he's doing. Watch his crowd. Yes. Then go back to pre-election.
No, but you can't compare crowds during campaigning to post-election now. What they don't need the crowd.
He's about to go to their main his governorship now. That's the main thing they're doing in River State.
All right, but the one thing I didn't say anything wrong with that crowd. Yeah,
the most important thing we wanted to achieve is to send Atiku packing, which is already achieved. So all these things you are saying is not bothered. Even if two people come there, he will commission and talk the way we still talk. That's wicked for you. Atiku is his problem.
Going to the most important election now.
In this vocation, he mentioned it. That's his problem. That's why he's saying they are now wearing black. Him is wearing white. So he's not bothered about whether two people come or one people.
He's not bothered about this governorship election.
The
which is his
chances are
baby
that
project.
don't worry about that. The chances are that he will win the governorship election.
He will not win it, and we will come back and plan this platform and
All
talk
right,
about it.
you already told us about River State and we saw what panned out.
Okay.
But Zita, the one thing that you cannot deny, I think universally, Wike is a showman. If he ever leaves politics, his space will be missed. It comes with his own band of merry men. It's just unbelievable. That's politics as it should be played in Africa. Zita, this is the space I wanted to take you to. Rivers Governor Wike vows to chase presidential candidate Atiku'S others out of PDP. So a lot of people have always been of some thought that this has always been Wike's grand plan. The moment the primaries ended within the PDP, that his grand plan was to flush these people out of the party and then remold the party in its own image. And for that to happen, he had to ensure that the presidency does not go to the PDP. So phase one of the plan has been accomplished. So now phase two now is the flushing out of these now old stalwarts, these dinosaurs from the party. So Atiku, I don't expect too much of a resistance. His bags are packed anyway. But do you agree then that this is the grand plan of Wike to concede the presidency so that he can seize that party and model it after his own image? Zita, good to have you.
Yeah, good evening. One man, I don't really know Wike's power outside of River State, but the only thing I can tell people listening to your platform in the studio today is that River State have a lot of cash to play around with. I'm not talking about the one the government is giving them. These people terrorize oil companies in their land. They have money. When I mean money, they have money. Maybe with the money, he can get them through the court to be thrown out of PDP. I don't know how he's going to do it. But within River State, as I said before, and I'm still saying it now, the governor and the traditional rulers, they come together, they take a decision. And right from the time of Ada George to the time of Wike, it's funny for any voter to say, I know who won. Because you never know until they announce the result. So that's all I can say. I don't know how much power he has in the national politics to throw them out. He may probably do that through the courts. I don't know. But in River State, yeah, that's what they do. And they are highly celebrated when they do that. I don't know what changed now. I don't even know why people are saying anything bad about Wike. Wike has always been like this, and he has always been highly celebrated.
All right, but staying with the national space still, when the dust finally settles on this presidential space and Tinubu takes his oath of office and reality dawns on Atiku Abubakar, do you expect that he will still remain within the Nigerian political space? Because the space now, because he's the last vestige of an old order, and you can see that old order, Tinubu being the exception, this seems to be somewhat the final bus stop. So in elections to come, we don't expect to be permutating, certainly not with the name like Buhari, because constitutionally not available anymore, as is Obasanjo. But we don't expect to be hearing Babangida and all of. So we're expecting new dynamism in politics to come. So this seems to be the last hurrah of Atiku Abubakar. So do you expect then when the dust settles on this presidential space, Atiku Abubakar will pack his bags and return to Abu Dhabi to be seen no more?
Did he tell you that?
I'm asking you that. What do you think?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Why are you people laughing now?
It's the sharpness of your question.
I don't know where
Oh,
one
God.
man got that thing he's saying because Atiku never told him that. So
It's
I won't be surprised.
one man humor.
No, it's the political tea leaves. Reading the political tea leaves, you know.
Yeah, I don't think so. He might come back. I think I heard him in one interview saying, as long as there is life, there is hope. I don't think he will. Yeah, he performed so badly because of kind of arrogance this time around, but I don't think he's taking it off his table. I don't think so.
But Madam Zita, don't you think the circumstance would warrant him to pack his bag and leave?
Okay,
sometimes some politicians, but they don't want to give up. I think it's the circumstance that is now surrounding matters that now determine what direction they go. And if you look at Atiku, age-wise, health-wise, is not there. And he's already messed up the party. So where does he even start from? So his best bet now is to just leave these guys alone. That's what I'm saying. I think Wike has actually achieved his primary aim in the beginning of this whole their party saga. He has achieved it. He came out the winner at the end of the day. You know, you can carry him on.
Who is speaking, please? I didn't see.
That was DOG.
DOG, see, if Atiku tell you that he will not contest again, will you believe him?
He doesn't
I
have
would, because the window is not there for him anymore. The window is not there for him anymore.
I don't know why you guys say this, but I don't see it that way. Unless if he come out, they don't give him the primaries. That's the only way to shut him up. Unless if he come out and he doesn't get the primaries, fine. But coming out, I think he will. Maybe even in 2020.
He can always get primary if he wants to. He can always get primary if he wants to. He has demonstrated that.
I don't think he will this time around. Let's see, but he will come out. Coming out, he will. 2027.
He's done. Atiku is done. Atiku is a smart guy. He doesn't waste his money. He didn't even pump money that much into this election.
And
because
you saw what Fatai, what happened this year as not wasting money.
Well, they made a lot of money with from the money they made. They're supposed to put up a better campaign. Even Wike was saying, where is the 15 billion they made from the primary? You don't see 15 billion in that campaign. So I don't know. I think
this year alone is enough for somebody to keep quiet. But the Atiku I know will not surrender. Unless
I'm not sure that this Atiku I know. Atiku officially is about 78, probably 80 is in his. We saw that his health did not even hold up during this campaign. So in another 4-year cycle, it'll be 82, 83. With the health continue to deteriorate, I'm not sure that there's any fight left in the old dog.
Did he tell you that?
No, forget did he tell you that. I'm talking about what is the optics. The optics.
Even this rally they did, you can see they were holding him side by side.
Even to climb down 5 flights of stairs, he couldn't manage it. So
they were holding him. You can tell they were guiding him side to side when he was walking in that protest they went in with INEC or wherever they went to, you know.
Okay,
that man
if you people have written him off.
Okay. And if you remember, there was a rumor that even they didn't do much of rally. That was the time they say he was sick, that he was fleeing to abroad. But at the long run, we actually saw him in England. But where we saw him was, they were eating and talking. But obviously, we didn't know what happened during the day. That was night time. So you could have gone to see your doctor. And some people even claim he went to, like FFK. He went to so his slack or whatever. You know, we can tell something is actually wrong with him too. You can tell when you look at it.
Even he said that his medical needs cannot be met in Nigeria. So he has deep rooted medical needs.
Yeah.
One
He
man.
gave
Let's
his all
watch now.
already. I
Share we
think
are
he's
live,
done.
unless he's dead. Let's see.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Let me take you to a different space then, because I really wanted about okay, let me take you to a different space. Buhari rules out annulment of Nigeria's presidential election. So now the clamor now, people that are trying to diminish and throw mud at this process that has just happened, which Buhari was going to use as his legacy exit from the Nigerian space. He had gone around the world to promise a free and fair election, and what is certain then is that he has delivered that promise on a free and fair election. So the idea of annulling the election, that's off the board, and he cited the disaster that followed June 12th. So the idea of abandoning the election, that's off the board. But by this commentary, are you of the thought then that Buhari is inviting Atiku and Peter Obi to go and whistle in the wind, because as far as he's concerned, he's handing over to Tinubu?
Of course, he will hand over to Tinubu, but those people will have to exercise their franchise. It's not what Buhari is saying. But as I said before, this is the closest we have come to democracy in Nigeria, at least from the time I know, 1990 date. I'm even surprised that some people are not giving him accolade for the electoral law he passed. They are still trying one way or the other to bring down the effort that has been put in place to strengthen our democracy. I'm not really finding him funny in that area. Yeah, the election is not perfect. There are some one or two things here and there, but to me, it's still a giant step we have taken. I mean, there are a lot of things my brother said to me that was shocking, like, putting the results out. Even at that, yeah, there were rigging here and there, but then we never had it so good like this. But be it as it may, people will always not praise what failed them. But this is he is right. This is the closest we have had so far. But annulling the election, nobody said they're going to annul the election. Nobody has ever said that. Nobody asked for that anyway. Or is there
But
anybody
is that not the body language of the pushback that we're getting against the election? That seems to be the body language of the pushback.
In the beginning, when the result was being called, I remember Dino Minaya saying it should be stopped. I don't know where he get that power from anyway, but now that the result has been announced and the winner is named, the only thing they can go is to fight for who won and who did not win. Not that they will annul the result. Or why would they annul the result? I don't think anybody is asking for that.
All right. Talking about who won or who lost, a lot of the narrative about these agitations against the election is wrapped around the results not being transmitted electronically. But it looks as though the Labour Party space had already tested that in court as far back as August 2022. And the court, let me just give you this paragraph, which was what the court pronounced. It says, now a close reading of section 50, subsection 2 has provided for voting and transmission of results to be done in accordance with the procedure to be determined by the commission. And it goes on. It says, this is to say that the commission is at liberty to prescribe or choose the manner in which election results shall be transmitted. So it looks as though the Labour Party space had already tested this thing in law. So now, why are they now wrapping their narratives, do you think, around this same space that they've already gotten a verdict from at the courts?
You see, I think Openi dealt with that issue very well here some time ago. I'm not a constitutional lawyer, but what they're asking for is not their right. It's a privilege. Just that's what the lawyer has explained. He said, when you go for your right, you have a case. But if you are going for a privilege, which may or may not be given to you, I don't think you have a case on that. The added one is a privilege that INEC has the authority to give the voters or not to give to the voters. The law, which is our right, is clear and simple. I think that's what the lawyer said. But I don't even know why they're going there. But I don't think from what they're saying, they said some places they won more and some places they won and it wasn't showing. I think that's what they're going for, not for their privilege. I don't think it's
all right. Do you think this thing will end up in court, or do you think it's just bluster for the theater of it? Do you think they're just? Do you think it's theater, or do you think this thing will actually end up in court?
See, woman, I'm as confused as you are. You know, in my whole life, I've never seen where second person is saying he won, third person is saying he won. So I don't know how they're going to manage that one in court. Maybe the first person will start saying he won. Then if he loses out that he won, then the second person, by then the second person will be the second person, and then he will start, the third person will not be the second person, and he from there will start saying he won. Because from what I'm seeing now, I don't even know why they're doing what they're doing. It's either Obi is saying he won, Atiku will keep quiet. Atiku should say he won, Obi should keep quiet. Because if they start doing it like this, it looks like a joke with Tinubu. I mean, they're just throwing.
It's all joke,
look,
man.
one man,
And
let me be honest with you. Let me say this on this platform. You know me, sometimes when I say things, people seem to misunderstand me. I get misunderstood most times. Actually, I wanted the thought first. Honestly, sincerely speaking. But these guys just played in Tinubu's hand. From day one, there is no way that we are going to win that election. There is absolutely mathematically common sense that are going to win that election. But they still went to it. And now they are still doing the same thing. They give them juju. They don't know that this thing they're doing, they're playing into the guy's hand. Second person is saying he won. Third person is saying he's won. He won. Two of them are in court. Which one are you going to settle? Are you going to pull the second person's vote and give to the third person? And then, well, I don't know. One man, please, I'm not a constitutional
to
lawyer.
even add to that, man, why the whole thing is looking like theater now is the obedience are packing themselves in numbers to go and attend court case, creating nuisance in the courtroom. That Obi had to go to Twitter to tweet like people should stay calm. There is no need for them to come to court law. The court law need to be in order. And when you see the response, the same obedient are giving him, sorry, sir, I've booked my Uber. Sorry, sir, I'm almost there. You know,
Okay,
silly.
let me say
Uber
something.
rider. Uber rider.
Let me say something. I want to, let me respond to what you just said. I want to remove that word nuisance. That is one. You know, when I talk, people don't like the way I talk. I want to remove that word nuisance. I did not actually see that word nuisance that day in court. I watch everything that happens. Even when I don't, I go back to watch it later. It's not a crowd there in the first place to even constitute nuisance. 70% of the people were there were lawyers, so many, everybody that is involved somewhere. I didn't see nuisance. That's number one. But number two, let me tell you, in 2015, when I listen to people say there is no APC in Rivers State, it makes me laugh. You can go and pull out the videos if you can see them in YouTube. In 2015, when the Rivers State, when what's his name, Wike eventually was chasing Amaechi around the world, the traditional rulers, in collaboration with Wike and INEC, then they share the vote. After every, I don't know whether it's 25,000 votes or 125,000 votes, they get to Dakugu Peter side, which was a fat lie. Crowd was following Dakuku from one court. In fact, I even suspect that was why he won the tribunal before they went to appeal, then to Supreme Court. Everybody in River State was willing, following him from one court. We voted for him, we won all this. It didn't change anything. So everybody just have to be careful. I'm not going to call anybody nuisance. It's passion. The only problem I have with the obedience is that if you have passion for what you believe in, also remember that others have passion for what they believe in. Let them be. One man next.
Zita, I suspect that one of the reasons why Peter Obi felt the need to put out that tweet is really going off the back of what we saw with the Nnamdi Kanu phase. Remember, whenever Nnamdi Kanu turned up in court, these people would just surround the court with their flags, making noise, and just they use the word nuisance, constituting is a sacred sacred space. The court it's not a theater, it's not a stadium. So I think that's why he's put out the tweet off the back of what we saw with Nnamdi Kanu anytime he turned up in court, with all of these people tribal war chanting, dancing around the courtrooms.
As a matter of fact, woman, there was one part I saw. I didn't watch the whole clip, but there was one part that was circulating all over social media when a guy's phone rang in the court room.
Imagine
saying LLP, LP, that's their slogan that they are using now. That was the ringtone. Some of them that were in that corner started laughing. And I'm thinking, what
is it carry me they go?
LP. You know that counting that they were doing during the election. So somebody used it as ringtone. So to me, I started thinking, that was earlier today. I saw the tweet later after like the court and all that. So I now saw the tweet and I realized why the guy, because obviously that's too much distraction. They are already distracting the whole court process with all this crowd. And like one man I said, I bet you too there are several obedience around that court, probably raising placard and all that, And the obedient need to chill. They need to chill. And when we were saying this thing has turned tribal and religious stuff for the Easterners, they were arguing. Even right now on social media, if you look, because that's part of where I get my tatas from. If you look at the comment, like when it comes to this Lagos governor guy, the main people that are commenting supporting the guy now are generally Igbos. If you look at it, the comment, the people abusing, if you look at their name, they are all Igbos, and you will now just realize why they are. So, and the Twitter section they had talking about how they want to take over, and it's becoming so aggressive. That is why and every time I see these things, even without being on this show, I will remember one man keep saying, after the old election, how do we heal people? Because a lot of people need healing in that country.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
That Twitter video, like the popular one, yeah?
Yeah.
The guy that was talking, because we know the guy, is he Igbo?
I don't know about who was talking. You just hearing what they were talking about. Whether
his name is Dayo.
You see,
is he Igbo?
Uptown, you see, I'm not bothered about this thing. I'm half Yoruba, half Akwa Ibom myself. And the way it's not about people are saying this guy can't contest. I think the problem is the way
what I asked is because he made an insinuation that the guy that was talking about taking over Lagos was an Igbo guy. Because
I say if you look at the section they had on Twitter, I never referred to.
You just insinuated that now and said it is these guys. Now see what they're saying about taking over Lagos. Whereas it was Ayo that was saying the same thing.
So DOJ, what's your Igbo name? You must have an Igbo name.
Oh, my Igbo name.
It's my mom is not Igbo.
No.
She's from Akwa Ibom.
All right.
Oh,
Is
okay.
it not the same thing? Is it not the same
No,
thing?
it's not. They don't agree. We that we are not from. I think it's like this. We that we are not from those sides of the country. You see, we that we are not from that side of the country. I think we are the one that generalize them to be Igbos and Hausas. In between themselves, my mom doesn't see herself as Igbo because they don't speak Igbo. People from those sides don't speak Igbo, so they will never agree to you that they are Igbo. Now think of people that are close to Igbo, like Deltas. Some of them don't even agree they are Igbos themselves. I've worked with some of them before, you know. So it's just a general way of we that we are Yorubas to just say, okay, these people are Igbos, these people are Hausas. Those people don't count themselves as Igbos, and they are not Igbos because they don't speak Igbo anyway.
Oh, all right. I was only joking, but
yeah, please, if I may come in, it's always like, we have this notion that if you are not Yoruba, you are Okoro.
Yeah, if you're not Yoruba, you're Igbo. I think that's the problem.
Or they say Okobokobo, or you are this Gambari. So it's just like, and whereas not like me, there are so many minorities in the south that are not Igbos. You have
and if you check that obedience space, the loudest is the Warri guys. They're louder than the Igbos. Very loud on that obedience space.
Yeah, but they ginger the Igbos now. They are the ones that
the ginger.
Now, but after now, they've backed up. And I will tell you one thing today. I think they've already killed that guy's Lagos governorship ambition already. Because obviously now, majority of the Yorubas that even voted for Peter Obi during that president in Lagos, that made Peter Obi win Lagos, are looking to vote for Sanwo-Olu because of what is coming now from the background now. It's more like the Igbos are taking it too personal, and they are the one that killed that guy. That guy would have actually, I think Sanwo-Olu might not win. I don't think it will shake. It won't really shake Sanwo-Olu.
The tribal narrative they are pushing is killing Sanwo-Olu because APC is the one pushing it. It's killing Sanwo-Olu, and I say, and I was having this discussion.
It's not killing Sanwo-Olu.
Wait, let me explain to you now.
You see, I think the problem.
One voice. Yeah.
I'm a Sanwo-Olu supporter, so I can explain to you what I'm talking about.
Okay, tell me, because that is a different way.
I am personally concerned. I don't know if I've raised it. I think I've raised it in this platform. I don't know if I have, but I'm not the only person that is raising it, or maybe an obedient that is supporting what APC is doing in Lagos. Is pushing obedience that are pro Sanwo-Olu to fall back to LP for no reason, because when the more they are pushing this thing against GRV, even some Yoruba, even among my friends that are Yorubas that are also pro Sanwo-Olu who are obedient, they are like, no, what they're doing to this guy is not good. This GRV guy, we don't like, we like Sanwo-Olu, but for this thing they're doing, maybe we'll go and vote LP top to bottom, because why are they doing this?
Hold on, DOJ. Hold on, DOJ. Let me show you this. Just to what DOJ was saying uptown. Somebody sent me this a couple of days ago. Let me show it to you. I hope you can see it, but I'll highlight it anyway. So this is this is to speak to that Lagos State space. So now this is that obedient space. So Sanwo-Olu goes to RCCG because, of course, now the fashion is to campaign on the pulpit. So Governor Sanwo-Olu live at RCCG camp tonight. This is what somebody is saying. But then the response from that, what people presume to be the obedient space, it says, nonsense church, RCCG church are consisting of dubious people and pastors. So that's from Man Like IC, or that's the name of the person. But then it carries on. So people are now reacting to that. So it says, so this is Betty Afolami. She says, I have removed myself from this UNA movement. You are all doing too much. It is giving radical cult vibes. So that's what people are saying, and then people are somewhat agreeing with that. And then this is another one. I am good something or the other. It says too toxic, and then on it goes. It says and I don't they commot hand regret left and center. So that's somebody poking fun at them. So that space, like our DOJ was saying,
This is one
the
person's
excess.
opinion, one man.
Well,
I can furnish you. I can furnish
all
you with.
right, you
I
can
can
say that, but
One
this
man,
is what people are.
one man,
I can
this
furnish you with.
this tweet,
In
this
response, I
tweet
can
you showed
furnish you
us,
with
this
20
particular tweet.
of the one I
I
talked
saw
about.
this tweet. There
Oh,
was
hold
actually
on, Dave.
another
Hold on.
response.
Can you hold on, Dave? Let him make his point,
Oh,
please.
sorry.
Yeah.
Okay,
Go
so I
now.
said
After. Yeah.
this is one person's opinion claiming now I'm removing my hand from this movement, which is pro what DOG said. But what I said now, I can furnish you with up to 20 backing up what I said about obedience that are pro Sanwo-Olu, but because of what they are doing to GRV, they are buying sympathy for GRV. They are making him popular. They are pushing the narrative APC is pushing. I don't think they, and I'm scared personally because no matter what, I still want Sanwo-Olu, but I don't even want this to affect Sanwo-Olu. I feel they can win this without bullying GRV. Normally, if you place GRV and Sanwo-Olu should beat him hands down normally. You don't have to make GRV unnecessarily popular with this whole anti-tribe and anti-this thing you are pushing. You are making him popular and you are risking Sanwo-Olu's chances. Even us, the obedience now. Some of the obedience that want to vote for Sanwo-Olu might be like, okay, oh, you guys want to do this. Let's just vote
This is not as
LP down
Sanwo-Olu
ballots.
as raised because you people never voted APC before.
Don't mind Uptown.
What
I don't know whether it's Uptown that is lying to us or they are lying to you.
I took you to the polling unit on 25. I will still take you to the polling unit
You
on
guys
18th
vote
and
for
vote
PDP
Sanwo-Olu.
before. You don't vote APC. So, and it is that your PDP vote that you share between PDP and APC in the last, that PDP vote that you share between PDP and LP. Except some Yoruba.
So wait, Ajali Kokosa, Ali Mosho used to vote. Ali Mosho used to vote
You
PDP.
don't vote. You guys don't vote APC.
Wait, does Ali Mosho used to vote PDP?
Uptown, don't deceive us. If they are deceiving you, you are the one deceiving us now. I don't even know.
Okay,
You guys don't vote APC
Number one
before.
point,
You always vote PDP.
Number one point is even these LP voters went as much as far as going ahead to vote any LP party. They don't even care who the candidate is. They were just
that was
voting
presidential.
LP.
It was
They are now telling
anti-Tinubu.
me
This is
they are pro
different.
Sanwo-Olu.
We are
They
talking about
actually meant
Sanwo-Olu now.
Sanwo-Olu because of
Sanwo-Olu has
2020.
supporters. I'm
We all
telling you.
listen to all these things too. So don't tell us your past, and you don't want to listen to us too. Listen to mine. They are really against Sanwo-Olu because of the Lekki toll gates. That the guy has to go to Arise to go and start explaining himself, And you can't tell me any obedient is looking to support Sanwo-Olu. They are all supporting this
You don't know that now.
And
You
this
don't know that, my brother.
tribalism about this guy
You don't know that.
started when the Igbo started saying nobody owns Lagos. That's how this whole thing started. Nobody was looking the guy as. So trust Yoruba people. They will now start digging you out. And a lot of Yorubas will now start thinking, are these people now crazy? How would you tell you? How can I come to the East and say, oh, this is nobody's land? I mean, the East is Igbo land. If you are in the West, you are in Yoruba land. How can you now say one land there is not nobody's land? That's where the trouble started for this guy. And a lot of Lagosians
No, the trouble started when they found out that his mother was Igbo and he was married to Igbo. See, this narrative you are pushing, come to Lagos. Everybody knows the people that is talking tribal issues right now with GRV. It's APC. So I don't know where you are bringing what you're bringing from. The obedience are true. In fact, it is obedience that are going to lose because if obedience pack up tribal whatever, they're going to divide their ranks.
They've already done that. They've done that already. Trust me.
Yes, so
you might
APC,
not see it, but you will see it.
Wait, now my brother.
APC the difference of the election for gubernatorial
one voice. Yeah.
Will be different from Obi.
The reason APC is doing it is to split the obedience space and maybe bring out the Yoruba ones there to create that tension that is Yoruba versus Igbo, so that Yoruba people that are obedient hopefully will move to Sanwo-Olu as well for them to consolidate on their numbers. And that is what they're doing. And if you watch every analyst that has spoken on that space, it's the same thing. What APC is doing to win this election is unnecessary. Sanwo-Olu should run on his track record, which he actually has, and on his personality, which he also actually has. He has a better personality than GRV in my own rating. So we don't need to divide Igbo versus Yoruba for you guys to win. You don't need to do it. That's the
They
point.
were not doing it though. They were not the one doing it. It was the Igbos that started it. That's
Okay.
why they started it. We were all here. We all listen to these things too.
Can I
Even though we are
interject?
not in Nigeria, we heard them
Can I
saying nobody
interject?
owns Lagos. It was after the Lagos vote came out for the presidency when Peter Obi won. They say, "Oh, where's the city boy now? Peter Obi is now the new city boy. Nobody owns Lagos." That's where the trouble started from. Then a guy came out from LP in name of Chine do something. That's how people started saying, hey, Yoruba the Yoruba is not the owner of Lagos. That's how the trouble started. And like, it's just the way, if APC will capitalize on it, just the way Peter will be capitalized on the Muslim ticket, the way he capitalized on hype-up, the way he capitalized on people's emotions. That's how, and that is the politics. And you people, when obedient, when they throw their own stones, they don't want other people to throw their own stones back. You expect everybody to be throwing the stone in your
So
own
the burning
direction.
of
It's
Southeastern
impossible,
market,
my
that's
brother.
part of strategy, Abi. That's what you're
Impossible.
endorsing. You're endorsing it.
Endorsing what?
Even Sanwo-Olu has come out on live TV today to condemn it. You are endorsing
I'm
it.
not
This
endorsing it.
burning
I'm
of
just saying what is in play.
It didn't endorse it now.
I'm not endorsing. This is what is in play. We are
No,
talking
that's
about
what
what
he's
is
doing
in
now.
play.
He's endorsing it literally.
How? When you people come here and
You
talk
say when
about
you
people
do
should
your
have their
own, now you're
guns.
doing our own. That's what you're doing.
All right. Let's get
Nobody
back to
was.
Zeta. Yeah, let's get back to
Anyway,
Zeta.
sorry,
So
carry on. Yeah.
let's get back to your Zeta. And Zeta, did you want to comment on that space, or do you want me to take you somewhere else?
Let me just say one thing before you take me to another place.
Right.
That's your name. You see, most times on this platform, I come and say some certain things about my people, and I get rocks. They throw rocks at me. You see, when I get feedback, like what you're saying, is you're not the only one saying it anyway, I begin to see my people in danger. You know what I mean? Win or lose, they're in trouble. If Showolu win, they're in trouble. If Showolu lose, they're in trouble. Because everybody see them as being pushy. Everybody see them as being domineering. Everybody see them as being too outspoken. Everybody see them as being so forceful. And you are just saying it. And you are not the only one saying it. You see what I'm talking about. This narrative you are giving now, so many people in Lagos, all over Nigeria, is giving the same narrative. And it scares me for my people. And when I say it, you might not be right. There might just be people who want to express their opinion. There might just be people who want to be heard. But people show concern because they want to be heard. People show concern because they want to just be them. And at the end of the day, they get hurt. They get killed. So I don't really like it. I've been telling them to melesege, but what do I get? Stones at me. You are not the only one saying this. One man moved me to the other
All right, brilliant. So Zita, we are somewhat insular within the Nigerian space sometimes, and we sometimes act as though the world revolves around us. But the world may not revolve around us, but Africa pays a lot of attention to what we do. So let me give you a feel of how Ghana saw what went on in Nigeria. So let me give you a feel of that and then invite your reaction to it. So this is how Ghana saw what went down in Nigeria.
PDP said the PDP and APC, and the red portions were for PDP.
Red is PDP.
Yeah.
PDP is largely south.
Yeah.
APC is north.
Yeah, and you quite remember that ticket was a joint ticket between Atiku'S and Peter Obi.
Okay.
This is how they fed. Against APC.
Atiku Abubakar, who is from
Northeast Adamawa State.
Adamawa State. Okay, he won that one.
Yeah.
And he's won it again.
Yeah.
But they were losing Kano, Jigawa, Katsina, Kaduna, Bauchi, Gombe, Borno, Zamfara, Sokoto.
So like
they were losing everything.
So
Buhari was cleaning all of this up.
So apart from Adamawa,
yeah, but Lagos is showing APC.
Yeah, apart from
why would Lagos show APC in this analysis? Tinubu?
Yeah, Tinubu. That was.
I see.
And but you see, apart from Adamawa, Taraba, and Plateau State, and Benue, they lost in the entire north.
This time round.
No, then.
Okay, all right, okay. This map.
Yeah, this 2019. They lost in the
they lost in the internal. We get that. Okay. Now this election, they divide each other.
And then quite interesting, in 2015, APC won Abuja. In 2019, it lost Abuja.
APC. Is this Abuja?
This is Abuja. PDP won.
So red is PDP.
Yeah.
So PDP won Abuja.
In 2019.
And this time, PDP lost it to Labour Party. Yeah. Okay. So we can assume that Abuja was won then because of Peter Obi. Yeah. We can make that assumption. Yeah. All right, let's get to the new.
So they have to give us that.
Okay, yeah.
So this is the
now let me ask you the question on the tribal analysis. Let's identify the Yoruba states. Did they all vote for Tinubu? If it's a so, then we have to then look at Igbo states. Did they all vote for Peter Obi?
With the exception.
If it's a so, then we go to, is he Hausa? PDP
no, it's Fulani.
Yeah, so we'll go to the Fulani constituency. Whether
but they know in the north,
if that's
marked security improvement in Borno State as against previously when Boko Haram was rampaging within that domain. So security-wise here, they had a plus. But if you come to the northwest zone, is where security-wise there was lapses along the line.
What do you think is going to happen going forward? The transition and all that?
Well, the transition has begun. He has been given his certificate of return, and then he has moved to the guest house in the villa.
Oh, at Abuja?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the official residence of the president-elect?
There's a guest house within the building.
Within the president. So he's staying in the same place with Buhari?
Yeah. And for now, so he'll be given what they call DSS security and as the preparation has been done for the proper.
When is the date of the inauguration?
May 29th.
That's a long way away.
Yeah.
Why is it so long?
I think the first handover in 99 was done
followed like that.
So it became that convention.
So between now and then, what the court process is going to start because they've all announced that they're going to.
And then interestingly, whilst he lost in Katsina State, despite being the home of Muhammadu Buhari, security could have been a factor here. You know, along the line there was this what do you call it, rampage by banditry around around Katsina State.
Yeah. Okay, it's not coming.
Around Katsina State, the time the rural areas were dominated by banditry.
Yes.
And so that could be a factor. A second,
for PDP's winning Katsina.
Yeah. And the second, the ethnicity of Atiku as against Tinubu will also be another factor.
Atiku is original.
Atiku is an ordinal as against Tinubu. But then interestingly, in Zamfara State, which you call it suffered from the same insecurity that affected Katsina State, he did well. And then PDP had some divisions within them in Zamfara State a year before now. And then secondly, you know, some few months down the line, towards the end of the latter part of the last year, a lot of arms and ammunition were acquired for the military. A massive deployment was sent across the south and the northwest. So you could say, in a world that we haven't had the rampages of these bandit groups because now they're under enormous firepower, and that could have accounted for his victory in Zamfara State, despite the fact that.
But PDP did better than people thought they would do.
APC,
PDP.
Yeah,
PDP did better than people.
Yeah, some said.
But the election was really looking like APC won, Labour Party 2.
Yeah,
that's how it was looking.
Some people assumed,
even as the results started coming, it was looking like that.
Yeah, in some quarters, people said that APC didn't win the election, that PDP lost the election.
Well, it looks like that
because had they managed,
PDP is the biggest loser.
Had they managed their internal factionalism and other things,
well, they would have just won.
It could have just been a repetition of what happened to them in 2015 when APC swept drained the swamp. So they could have just come and drained the swamp also. Wow.
Okay. Atiku Abubakar says he's going to court as well, and so that's APC. So we'll keep an eye on that. And is there anything else we should add?
Well, for now, Kano State.
No, Kano State was won by
but you know there would be election. There will be gubernatorial election this time around.
Yes, it's in March, end of March.
And then
so you're going to see who's going to win the governorship.
The power struggle will still continue.
But APC is running for it, and Kwankwaso has a candidate for that.
Yeah, and then in Kano precisely, if APC is not careful, they also lose Kano State. Because there will be this fight between Rabi Musa Kwankwaso and the current governor, Abdullahi Ganduje.
But do we know who won the parliament seats? Not the Senate, the lower house. Didn't they vote that on Saturday?
They voted, but there have been issues here and there. So
it's not clear yet who is winning the lower house. The Senate elections is in March.
Yeah, there have been court challenges here and there. So
I think the biggest story is the voter turnout and the Peter Obi's.
And interestingly, too, I think APC equally won in Bayelsa State, which is Jonathan's home state.
Oh, good luck. Jonathan's home state, South.
Sure.
And APC won there.
Won there too.
That's interesting. 42,000 to Labour Party's. No.
I think they lost there too.
No, Labour Party won it.
Yeah, but then they performed. But it was a very close race.
It was close, but Labour Party
and
won
then this is very close to home. for what do you call it, Peter Obi.
Okay.
And if you go back to the previous election, the map we showed, the 2019, it was almost like PDP had a run. So you could say at PDP, at Peter Obi and Atiku joined their ticket,
they would have cleaned up the South, all of that,
yeah,
in addition to what they have.
Yeah.
And maybe they would have won.
And going forward, I think the most interesting will be like Obi's future.
Mm-hmm.
If he sticks to Labour Party and they're able to manage themselves very well, because I think this is the last of the Godfathers. Tinubu.
Yeah, but Labour Party need a big nod now.
But
on the ticket.
This could be the last of the Godfathers.
Yeah, but Tinubu has already indicated that he's going to bring a very young man.
So going forward, the elections in Nigeria will not be about Godfathers again. It will be more like an open ticket where your competency could count.
There are new Godfathers emerging. Good luck, Jonathan and co will now be emerging as the Godfathers.
I don't think they will have the clout.
They may not have the clout, but his former president.
Because if you look at these guys, even Obasanjo has virtually lost relevance.
Well, but there are Fashola and others in Lagos.
Because
to be the Godfathers now.
If you look at the results in Ogun State, despite Obasanjo's attempt to undermine Tinubu, he was just virtually swept down the line.
Yeah, but I'm saying that there are new Godfathers, don't you think so? Fashola is going to be one of those Godfathers. All those who were ministers in Goodluck's tenure and Buhari's first term, they are all going to be around. And Tinubu is going to anoint a successor. He's already said that he's going to bring a very, very young man. Because he sees Nigerians want young people.
He's good in identifying talent.
He said that already. He also hinted that he may also be bringing a woman for the running mate.
Let's see.
He hinted that.
Because when he was a governor in Lagos State, Lagos had the most Nigerianized cabinet. He didn't care about your ethnicity. Once you have something to offer, regardless of your state of origin, you are brought on board. And that was what worked for him.
He just might do well for Nigeria. I mean, his age is still a controversy. People don't understand how.
But then another person we should look at in the future could be the current governor of Borno State. You know, there was this attempt initially when people thought this guy will emerge as APC's candidate, Osibanjo. There was this attempt that if had Osibanjo emerge as a candidate, then the current governor of Borno State should have been his running mate.
What's going to happen to Osibanjo himself? He's still young. He's former vice president.
Well, if you look at
he may want to look at it.
Well, Tinubu has equally disrupted the zoning in Nigerian politics now. I don't think everybody wants to talk about it. Yeah,
he's disrupted zoning a little bit.
Yeah. But then
because Southern Muslim, that thing.
But should the zoning apply, then Osibanjo will be disadvantaged because he wouldn't be able to come back again. But the zoning,
because this was a Southerner. Yoruba.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then if the zoning doesn't apply, then it becomes an open ticket. And a major...
The zoning is an expression of the godfatherism, isn't it? So if you are saying that there will be no godfatherism, then the zoning
you see, it also worked very well because at the time it was one party perpetual rule. So you could recycle yourself. And that's another thing that affected Atiku and Obi. And that was another reason why Wike was equally challenging Atiku. Because he felt that Northerner has ruled. It was time for a Southerner.
Yes.
But the PDP's argument is that the Northerner ruled not on our ticket.
Yeah, but the zoning is for both, it's for every ticket. So if you know that the current person is a Northerner, you must know he's going to the South. So you find a Southern candidate. That's what I'm saying, that
in a competitive election, it becomes difficult to implement the zoning. When you have ambition.
Yeah.
But it was very smooth because for 16 years, we had one party perpetual rule.
I get it. So right now, Tinubu is going to be thought of as a Southerner. Who is ruling.
Yeah.
So the next Nigerian president must be a Northerner.
If the zoning sticks.
If the zoning thing works.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see how that goes. But we'll keep an eye on that.
So interesting seeing how outsiders view us, Zeta. So what are you then making of the Kofi and Adjoa take on the Nigerian politics?
That was fantastic.
Yes.
I didn't even know that the way the news is wobbling around in Nigeria about our election and the things that picking, listening to what they want to hear. I never knew that there are, just like what one Venezuelan girl was telling me yesterday, I was shocked that she knows so much and that she was happy for us. I mean, I'm happy that Ghanaians can sit down and analyze our results without even saying rigged. They understood what happened. That a party that divided it to, they said divided, but this one divided itself to 4 places. I was just sitting down here wondering how they were, thinking they would have won that election. But be it as it may, it is what it is. I'm happy that these guys looked at this result critically and said what they said.
Yes, it was just interesting. Somebody sent that in to me, and I was also impressed. That I was impressed, one, by their knowledge base, and two, it wasn't essentially any anti or pro Nigeria. It was just this was how our neighbors, this is how they conducted their elections, and these are the permutations of their space. So I thought it was interesting seeing how the outsiders looking on us.
Yeah, it is. I was even surprised that we are calling names, making reference to 2015, 2019, and today. Well, I thank God. And I thank God that most people outside of Nigeria, not only Ghana, are saying that it was a giant step Buhari took, because I know they all know what our elections used to look like.
All right, brilliant. AK-47, no AK-47 this time around. All right, brilliant. Thank you, Zita. So, Zita, for time, let me move the conversation on and take it in the direction of Fatai, who has been patiently waiting to avail us his vast wisdom. So to that vast wisdom, Fatai, I was trying to invite the conversation with Zita, but she wasn't budging. But to you then, Governor, Rivers Governor Wike vows to chase presidential candidate Atiku others out of PDP. So I have always been of the thought, and I've expressed it on this platform, that Wike ultimately wants to seize total and firm charge of the PDP. And he made that decision just after the primaries, after he was schemed out. And that was going to be his punishment to Atiku and his co-travelers. So now his intention was always for Atiku to lose the election and PDP, so that he can cleanse them out of the system, and then he will be the overlord of the PDP space. So that has always been my thought, and that seems to be what is permutating out now. So he's now saying that they've had 2 cycles of election which they've lost, and he is now going to cleanse them out of the system. So I don't see Atiku putting up too much of a resistance clearing out of PDP. And if Atiku leaves, I cannot see that we have a strong enough of a armory to resist Wike. So are we now seeing that the PDP party now is not going to coalesce under Wike's leadership, accompanied by his band of merry men, his posse, the J5? So is Wike's master plan to seize charge of the PDP starting to take shape? Fatai.
Well, one man, I think Wike doesn't really need to do a lot of sweeping. There was never in this election, there was never PDP like the PDP, right? There was only the new PDP. That is why there was a lot of confusion. Like everybody always saying APC is trying to separate APC from APC. No, this election was between APC and APC, because the APC is made up of Action Congress, CPC, Buhari, and what they call the new PDP. So Atiku's downfall was inability to merge the new PDP with the traditional PDP. So there is no PDP in this election. They Bauju Wike, because Wike was almost like the custodian of the traditional PDP when all of them left the PDP and to go and join the APC with their new PDP. So if Wike is holding the ground, spending all the money, doing everything, and from nowhere they came to Bauju. Okay, fine, you have Bauju me, but at least let us reconcile. And I have never even seen something like that. But okay, I am holding the ground. You ran away. Okay, now you have played your trick on me. Okay, let's do reconciliation. They said no, because they had the plan, because they want to defeat APC using insider knowledge. They will disrupt APC from inside. They will implode APC from inside, and therefore they will win the. So they were so sure of it. For them, it was like a sure banker. So they never really attempted to solidify, to consolidate the PDP. So Wike is just going to work in. As you were right, one man, Atiku is going to go back to his whatever he wants to go back to. And
the Waziri of Abu Dhabi. The Waziri of Abu Dhabi.
The Waziri of the Dubai. So I don't think Wike is going to need too much fighting. I think probably it's going to be some formality to his order is probably going to be some formality, and then convincing all the undecided who are one leg with Atiku, one leg with Wike, and everything like that. I think the biggest struggle would be these the likes of this Ilorin guy. What's his name?
Yes, I forgot Saraki. I forgot his name. Yes, Saraki. Yes.
Yeah. So Saraki is going to be the new, because I mean he's not going to be Saraki is not going to want to crawl before Wike. So I don't know how much cloud Saraki has, right? But other than that, I don't see anybody in the way of Wike. So he doesn't really need to do too much. He can gloat so much now, and it will not cost him anything. I don't think Ayu is not a factor. Ayu had been a very bad advisor to Atiku, right? You know, you have the chairman, Atiku has the ticket. Okay, just advise Atiku to give the DG to the Wike people. Even if they might not even want to accept it, or I mean, they might find it too little. But at least in the public eye, for the optic, it would look like you have moved the needle. But no, and this happened after everything. I mean, you can say, okay, IU situation, okay, our hands are tied. Atiku, you can say, okay, it is what it is. Okay, but how do you explain DG? How do you explain Tamboa becoming DG? I mean the Wike faction, where the one that without the Wike holding the ground, you're not going to come back to meet PDP. So the guy is holding the ground. You come in, and there's a total lack of respect. I think Wike needs to gloat more than that. Just because it comes to my mind, we were discussing before, Uptown was saying that there are no crowd for Wike. Wike is not doing those things for the crowd. Wike is doing it because he doesn't want to go on with Rufai to be explaining his mind, to be doing his punching, his political punching. So he pays for the live TV. He pays for the other. He remove Arise, but he pays for the other major TV. So the point for Wike is to have a TV platform to speak. He pays for it, a live show. So even if there's no crowd there, that's not the point. The point is to deliver the message, for the message to be heard, without going to sit down with Rufai and with Rufai punching him. Without Rufai punching him. So he's achieving his aim. He's delivering his message. They are covering it live, and that's really the point, you know. So now he just taking stock now. I think you're right, one man. He's going to consolidate the PDP. They're going to be made in Wike's formula. The new PDP, we will go back to the PDP. I think they will have some convention at some point or whatever, and Ayu will be out, or depending on the political calculation.
I think Ayu will step down anyway after the court processes have been exhausted.
Yeah. They will. Ayu will actually. It will be easy for Ayu to go, because Ayu will just go. They will just make him a deal. Say, okay, you know, do you want to go, or do you want us to inspect where all the money of the primary went? And now you say, okay, all right. Let me go. Let me go. Don't do investigation. Just let me go. This is how they will kick him out. They will say, where's all the 15 billion? Oh, okay. I will go. It's a choice. It's very easy. It's not a complicated choice. You go, or you will do. We ask for. I think that's also why they didn't want anybody to come inside. So they wanted that barricade. They didn't want this Wike angle to come into the be a DG or something. Then they would have a look into that way. They would be able to have a look into where the money is going. But if they are not in the top hierarchy, well, they're not able to know where the money is going, you know. But at this point, there's no presidential power, right, to fight Wike. So I think by the time it reaches the time for them to do convention or whatever, I think Ayu will probably go, and Wike has a strong hand. Definitely, Wike has a strong hand. There is no party on which Ayu will build a fight against Wike. Wike still has the remnant of the traditional PDP is still loyal to Wike. What is loyal to Ayu? There's nothing loyal to Ayu now, right? Even the likes of
Atiku is the one loyal to Ayu and is going.
Atiku is going, but Atiku is the
So Ayu has to pack his bags
Saudana
too.
of Abu Dhabi.
Abu Dhabi. So Ayu will pack his bags with Ghana must go too. You know.
Atiku doesn't have the soul to fight. Atiku doesn't fight. Atiku just wants to be president. He doesn't. Atiku will not engage in all those fights now. Atiku doesn't fight. If he lose the election, he go back to Abu Dhabi. When the time for the next election comes, it comes. He doesn't get involved in all these rough fights that goes on. He just comes and say, "Oh, do you have the ticket for me? Okay, thank you. Take one Ghana must go. Give me the ticket. Thank you." He doesn't involve himself in all these what goes on. So Ayu will have to fight by himself.
Fatai.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me probably say something probably that people are not really looking into. Of course, we understand the issues with Atiku and how he's been able to polarize PDP. Do you know that because of Atiku'S, let me say, indiscipline, quote unquote, look at the numbers, because what you will see first is what are the impact. What are the impacts of those G5 governors? Atiku succeeded in losing all the G5 states. In Oyo State, he lost Oyo State by almost 300,000 votes. If you do the aggregate of all the numbers in South and Southeast, in South, Atiku had over almost 3.6 million votes or 3.7 million votes in 2019. In 2023, Atiku had maybe 350,000 votes, less than 400,000, from 3.6 or 3.7 million in South. In Southeast, Atiku had 91,000 votes, PDP, 91,000 votes plus in Southeast, as against 2.7 million votes in 2019. So when you put those numbers together, and then when you side by side, APC, they had 220,000 or 230,000 votes in the whole of South. In 2019, they had over 700,000 votes in 2023. So Atiku and his cohorts and his goons and his set of renegades, they polarized PDP in 2015, like as Wike said, they lost. They came back again with their bad luck. In 2023, they've lost again.
They were dead on arrival.
So the most reasonable thing for any political party, even let's assume PDP is a business enterprise, it's an organization, is to flush all those folks out and start from ground zero, build back up. So because you can't continue doing similar thing and you expect a different result. Of course, we understand how Wike was cheated. People may hate Wike today because he flipped Labour Party for APC that they never expected or they never wanted, but it is politics. He has seen no road on the part of Peter Obi, and they are seeing why he wouldn't support Peter Obi. He has supported who he wanted to support. He has delivered the state who he has chosen to deliver the state for. He has delivered the senatorial candidate. He has taken almost more than 90% of the House of Reps and is going to take the gubernatorial election. If anybody wants to dare Wike on that gubernatorial election, they should go to Rivers State and dare him.
Enigmatic.
Yeah.
Enigmatic. That space with Wike and Labour Party. I don't know why people are always expecting unreasonable expectation. So what deal was Peter Obi presenting to Wike? These are politicians. If I come to you now, I just want to win your support on a platter of gold. Okay, turn River State to me. No, what is the deal? If Jagaban goes to make a deal with Wike, the guy says, I want the power to come to the south. So between the two guys is who can make a better deal. That's where it's going to go. The guy doesn't care. I don't even know where the anger anger is coming from.
They
Are
are
they saying
angry.
that you
They
don't
are
make a deal, you just come and say, oh, I am Peter Obi, let everybody vote for me.
no.
No,
Well,
what is the deal? You
they
make
are
me a
angry
deal, then I
because
will bring my support for you.
no, they are angry because they thought first, I think they are thinking about the proximity, right, of River State to the southeast.
Okay, that
One.
is not okay. Proximity. What is the deal? Doesn't that is
No.
leave proximity? What is the deal they are making?
Yeah,
What is the
I'm
deal
trying to
to
explain to
put
you
on
now,
table?
but first they are angry because they are trying to bank on the proximity of the southeast and then River
Yeah.
State. One. And then they are thinking about the fact that okay, naturally PD's votes will basically flip to Labour Party, but they've chosen to forget. I don't believe I believe they are deliberately trying to forget. They're choosing to forget that PDP. I mean, Wike is a politician with
Of
interest
course,
that has interest to
of
protect.
course,
Two, Wike does not want anything that will favor PDP in Rivers State. One, and he wants to defeat Atiku hands down. He has achieved that. Then on the part of Peter Obi, on this platform we said whoever Wike will support will flip the state. And then they don't understand that Wike has a long-standing relationship with Ashwaju himself personally, on
yeah.
the
Oh,
personal level.
enigmatic. Even the biggest deal Wike will have appreciated. Wike needed somebody that will protect him when the dust is over. Wike feels threatened. Will
That's what
Peter Obi be
Enigmatic is
able
trying to
to
say.
protect
Wiki
Wike?
has his own interest,
That's
so
what I'm
it's
telling
going
you
to go
now.
along with the
Eh?
person that is most likely
To
to win
win
the election.
the election.
To
This
win the
is not.
election and
We,
offer him
It's
protection.
simple.
That's it.
yeah,
Simple.
Wike wasn't riding on the emotion of the obedience. Their own
At
is about
all.
emotion. It was being
Can I
practical with.
can I interject? Can I
Hold
interject?
on,
Can I interject?
Moses. Hold on. I know you go. Come out. Hold on. So it wasn't actually banking on that. All that their emotion. So now I won't be surprised when the new government is constituted if it makes the ministerial list and a very powerful one. I won't be surprised. And one thing again that people do not know, Wike has a long-standing relationship with Ashwaju. Ashwaju has never had a Yomi and Shomi relationship with Amechi. He has been it's been cat and dog relationship with Amechi, and he has used Wike as a buffer for the past 6 years. People do not know that Wike visits Ashwaju often, and you could see in the last meeting that actually they had prior to the election. Could you remember? You remember what you said, right? That when I came to your house to sell the candidacy of some folks to you, that you should dish Buhari. Did you listen to that time that you should dish Buhari for somebody else? And then when you told me who are your choices, I told you Saraki, and then maybe Tabua, and you say if these are your choices, just leave me with Buhari. I'll go with Buhari. So they've had a, and this is what people do not really know about this guy. Behind the scene, you may not really see his hand because he's always working silently and moving silently. He lets the results speak for itself. So Wike has done
Can
what
I
he was
interject?
supposed to do. Hold on now, bro. Wike has done what he was supposed to do as a politician. He knew the fact that take it or leave it, right? Even if there is a wave or no wave, there will be a threshold for it, and the threshold will not land in Aso Rock. He has chosen the right call, and he will deliver his gubernatorial candidate. APC is working for Wike, the PCC, APC, PCC. They've made an instruction that APC River State should work with Wike. Forget about Wike, forget about Amechi and Tonyeko. They are different parts
Enigmatic.
of the APC. Yeah.
Yeah, quick one. I'm thinking with the meeting you said this guy had prior to this meeting that they've been seeing each other when they talk about bringing Bola and Bukola, Sharaki and likes, and Ashwaju told him if those are the people, forget about it. I think those are part of where Wike would have respected Ashwaju, and this must be part of why he made that statement with I want to have a deal with somebody that keeps his promises.
So it's about the one of the political currency that is working against Atiku is the trust. People cannot trust him, and that's why you see most of the northern folks, the northern echelon, they never work with him in this election. So I'll let Moses come in. I think he was trying to chime in. You can go
Yes,
on, Moses.
Moses, tell us they rigged it. They rigged it. Oh yeah.
My brother,
Oh, yeah.
thank you, my brother, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Now I can see the kind of mentality some Nigerians have in Nigeria. Some of you guys want to, excuse me, some of you guys want Nigeria to be progress. Maybe you want to see a Nigeria that works for everybody. You want to see a Nigeria that you'll be proud of. Some of you guys here are evil-minded.
Okay.
You believe. No. Wait. If you think you are popular, if you think you're a politician that you are popular, let people vote. Let's see who will win the election. But you guys wait. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. You guys always project rigging, vote buying. It's all you guys. If you think you are popular politician, you say you have structure. Let's go to the field. Let's go and vote.
Let me ask you a question.
Let's win the election.
Where you are taking us to. Quick.
Yes, I'm coming. With this mindset.
Hold on, enigmatic.
I just want you to take with his narrative.
With this kind of mindset you guys have, if Tinubu will not go anywhere, if Tinubu win this election, he can't even.
What do you mean if Tinubu
because Tinubu have already traded Nigeria with all over politicians. He have already traded everybody with the politicians. Promise you that. No. I want to let you know. Nigerians are not.
Moses, hold on, Moses. I don't hear you. I know where you are going. First of all, right? Let me correct you. There is a president-elect, and the president-elect will be sworn into office on the 29th of May, 2023.
Can I bet you?
Hold on.
Can I bet you now? Let's bet.
Hold on. Number one. Number two.
Enigmatic, are you afraid to bet? He said
any suru. No, any suru. No, I will. Hold on. Hold on. Moses, I will come back to that, but let me answer your question. Number one, there's a president-elect as we speak. One, that president-elect will be sworn into office on the 29th of May, 2023. Two, number three, I never said anything about rigging or no rigging. You mentioned that if you want to go, if you want to go about the possibility of rigging, right, or the definition of rigging, I'll tell you that, and I'll let you understand the fact that Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, no, I wouldn't mention their names now. Labour Party, APC, PDP, NMPP, they all rigged in this election. So ask anybody who can speak Yoruba fluently. Ask them what is Olegba. So that is
Thief collector.
So thief collector. That's what happened in this election. So when you slap my face with your,
I can't believe it.
Hold on now, my Mr. Moses. You are believing it, and it's already happening. Don't worry about that.
What are you saying?
Native business.
Just hold on. Look.
Sorry, 1 second. I think the bet. Babajale Koko, the bet should be between my brother Moses and Buhari.
Moses, don't give yourself. Somebody told me already that he wants to challenge that you've been, and I probably will bring the person to the platform tomorrow. But one thing I want to tell you: this election, right, is already playing out in court. Buhari told them, everybody told them, you don't cry, don't be a drama king, do not be drama queens. You know what? Take yourself to the court. They are now in the courtroom. They have sons. How many sons now altogether? Almost 70 sons, all of them. So go
all
and
of them
yourself.
are buying Lambo. They are all buying Lambo of the
So and then you are hold on now, Mr. Moses.
This election have already won and lost in the polling unit. Do you know that?
Hold on. Whatever you are. Yes, of course. It's been
Do you
won
believe me?
and hold on. It's been won and lost in the polling unit, and that's why there's a president-elect who won the election at the polling unit at the
No,
ballot.
now that's where you go wrong. That's
Oh,
where you go
what?
wrong.
That you are the one who is confusing yourself. You
The
are
polling
confused.
Please
unit
tell us,
results
Moses,
are
where is
different.
enigmatic wrong? Tell
Where
us.
am I
Me, I want
wrong?
to hear.
There's a winner already who is the
Allow me to land
president-elect.
now. Allow me
Oh yeah,
to
land.
land
Tell
Oh
us
yeah,
now.
how it's
land now.
wrong.
Allow me
Nobody
to
told
I'm
land.
you.
interested.
The election have been won and lost in the polling unit. The reason is that what INEC is announcing is fake result. It's not polling unit
Okay, and that's
result.
why go to court. If you are not hold on. If you are not
Yes,
clear,
we are
hold
in the
on, Mr. Moses.
yes.
Moses, hold on now. If you are not clear, or if you are not satisfied with INEC, right? Join Peter Obi, the Labour Party, and the SANS. Join them in the court.
We have
Okay,
already
and go
there
and make,
now. We have already.
so what
We
are
are
you saying
progressing.
again? What are you saying
We
again?
are, I say don't rejoice in already. Don't rejoice.
No, it's
If
not
you
about
rejoice,
rejoicing. Hold on. It's not about rejoicing or not or otherwise. What I'm telling you that is a fact as we speak right now. There is a president-elect that will be sworn into office on the 29th of May 2023, inshallah. Okay? In the history of Nigeria.
don't say
Hold on.
inshallah. Don't say inshallah. Don't
Okay.
say inshallah.
Why not?
Inshallah, biqudratillah.
Don't say
Inshallah,
inshallah. No.
biqudratillah.
Don't say
Okay?
inshallah, say by
In the
God's
history
grace.
of Nigeria,
Okay, in
hold on.
Jesus' name. In
In the
Jesus'
history of
name.
Nigeria,
In Jesus'
Mr.
name,
Moses,
by God's
in the
grace.
history of Nigeria, right? In the history of Nigeria, there is a president-elect named Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Okay? You like it or not, he will be sworn
Yeah,
into office on the 29th of May.
yeah,
Anything that happens beyond
I
that,
want to.
okay?
yeah,
If
I
there's a
want to be.
nullification,
Mr.
if there's a
Moses.
nullification of that after 29,
Hold on. Let's hear from Rosie. Let's hear from
Yeah,
okay,
I have a question.
Princess Rosie.
I have a
okay.
question for Mr. Moses. Okay, Mr. Moses, do you accept those results that Mr. Obi won, the states he won? Do you accept those results to be true?
My sister, if he
No,
says it's not true, go and challenge the go. No,
no.
if he
It's a
says it's
direct
not true, go and
question
challenge.
It's a
now.
Go and
direct
challenge the
question
Answer.
result
now.
now.
No,
Yes,
because
I accept it. I accept
okay,
it
won't you
100%.
accept those ones Obi won as true and the ones he lost as
That's
false?
as false.
So
Can
you
you
see, you
imagine
are not
that?
consistent.
All
You know
the
you are
Why
going
wait
to
can't
now,
you are
you?
you know you are going
all
Mr.
the
Moses,
results.
you are going to
Everywhere
the
to be
court.
one.
Hold on, you are going to the court. Hold on, Mr. Moses. Do you know what they do in the court? Do you know what they do at tribunal court or tribunal session? Do you know what they do? What you are seeing now is what you already seen. They've already rejected and declined an application filed by a Labour Party for whatever they are doing today. So that will be the format. By the time it gets to the court. Hold on, let me tell you. Hold on now. Hold on, Mr. Moses. Today, was it today or yesterday? The same Obi and Atiku, right? They went to the podium. They held, I think, dinner party for members of their political parties who won their senatorial seats and House of Rep seats in the same election, in the same time, the same polling units, almost the same national election that they are actually crying about. And then you want to go to the same court. Just a simple question that Ms. Rose threw to you. Do you agree that Obi won where he supposedly won? You said yes. But Obi, you are crying because Obi lost where he necessarily and supposedly lose. So can you see the narrative, the hypocrisy, and the double standard of your
correction.
conclusion?
Point of correction. I'm not crying. I'm angry. Why I'm angry is that
It's almost the same thing.
Wait. Why I'm angry is the kind of mentality our youth are having. The kind of mentality that is evil mentality.
Okay.
They don't even you guys don't love Nigeria.
Moses,
They are pretending to love Nigeria.
Hold on, Moses. Hold on. Hear from Rosie. Rosie, yeah, go
Mr.
on.
Moses, please, you don't need to be angry. You are just boiling up, and the people that are in power, they are relaxing
Wait,
and making
wait
connections
now.
on what do you
Wait,
want from me?
this
You
guy
want
said,
to make me
this guy
minister,
said, this guy
but you
said,
are there
this guy said,
boiling and
Hold on
boiling.
now, Moses.
wait,
Hold on
Let
now.
it relax.
So, Mr. Moses, take it easy.
Mama,
These people, the
Emma,
power
even put enough
breakers,
attention on there, Joe.
the power breakers, they are all together making plans. Okay, I want minister for finance. I want
I
minister of
want Minister
petroleum.
of
They
Petroleum.
are not giving you any position. Obi has not given you any position, but you are boiling and boiling and saying you are angry. You better take it easy, please.
do you know? Do you know? Do you know why? Do you know why I'm angry? I want to see Nigeria work for everybody.
Okay.
I want to see. I want
But Nigeria,
I'm coming. Waiting now.
Nigeria is
Wait,
working
Iguano.
now.
I want.
Hold on,
Waiting
enigmatic.
now.
Let's go
I
on.
want Nigerians to choose their president. So this
They've
is.
done that
I
now.
want
They've done that. They've done
No,
that.
now everybody knows. Say Nigeria is mourning. As I'm talking to you, everybody knows Nigeria is mourning.
My family is not money.
My family did what I wanted to say.
My family is not money.
Look, Nigeria is not money. No, me, I'm waiting for. I'm waiting to go to Lagos for the Ashwebi is out already for the ceremony. The Ashwebi, you know, one of the
Fatai, go back to the topic. I beg.
Fatai, go ahead with your topic.
All right, let Rosie land, because you know you drown out with your voices. But Rosie, yes, you've chosen your Ashwebi is what you are saying.
The Ashwebi, Eniola has brought out Ashwebi a long time ago. It's out in the internet. So let's all get it and go celebrate with the winner. Then we'll wait for the next one. Mr. Moses, take it easy.
I don't order for Moses too. I order Ashwebi for Moses.
Don't worry, I will be buying Moses one, and I will send it to his tailor. You will wear it.
Moses, I will get you Pilabiti Aja. You know what that means?
With Agbada.
All right. So back to Fatai. Is it your anticipation that the ballot in 2027 is going to look like Yemson Wike representing the PDP, Peter Obi representing whichever party he has transmuted into, and Tinubu trying to defend his mandate? Yes, you know they are calling him back to Abga, but is that the ballot for 2027? Wike, Obi, and Tinubu trying to defend his mandate. Do you see Wike on the ticket 2027?
Actually, yesterday I forgot to ask Enigmatic. I didn't understand where Enigmatic thought that the Minister of Petroleum would be Wike. Wike is not going to jump in APC. APC is not going the most plum job in the ministry. They're not going to give it to opposition party. So they're not going to do whatever bill they made.
Fatai, you can't say that. Wike can join. Wike can join APC. Sorry.
Yeah,
No. No. Wike is not a.
It's highly unlikely.
He doesn't like to play assistants. He doesn't like to play assistants. He's already a kingmaker in his own right. He's not. Obama.
Do you know why I said that?
Cannot be in the same ship.
Sorry, one question, please. Who is Wike's candidate in the governorship election, if I might ask?
It's a guy called Jack something Jack.
Yeah, he's a quiet guy.
So I want to ask a question.
His name is Fubara, the incumbent. I mean, the former accountant general of the state.
Okay.
Same Fubara.
So how is this? I'm trying to understand something, because I don't understand what Wike did. How is Wike? So you support APC doing the presidential to spite people. Then in the governorship election, you are. Is it most likely he's going to broker a deal with APC, right? If I'm correct, I don't know how that works.
This is what is happening. This is what is happening in Rivers State. What is happening in Rivers State? Fatai, you asked me about what is Wike's plan. I know Wike is being considered. You know, Tinubu threw something. I think he made it. Maybe it wasn't really elaborating on it. A government of national unity, right? So there are some folks who work for him in the opposition party that they will. I know Nimasa. I think they've given him right of first refusal to nominate where he's going to be Nimasa's boss. That's what I know already. But the ministerial position for the for the petroleum.
Nimasa, what is that?
Nimasa.
Okay.
Yeah. So
what is that?
I don't really.
Maritime agency, something.
Yeah, I know it's one of those big agencies that people would want to die for. Yeah, NIMASA and then Niger Delta, whatever. So
Okay, those one I can understand, but
It's
not
the
Minister of
maritime
Petroleum.
administration now.
yeah,
But not Minister of Petroleum. Petroleum is the key
if
stuff.
if he goes
Even Buhari took it
if he
right
told
away.
Buhari
One voice, yeah.
Yeah, if he told Buhari, if Ashwaju told Buhari line by being the substantive minister of petroleum, then there will be a minister of state for petroleum, which could be, in that order given to Wike. It's not specific now, but I know he has been given that a right of refusal to nominate whoever is going to be the master's boss, and then Niger Delta.
But the question is that governorship election, okay? Is there a deal with Wike and APC to hand that governorship to PDP, to Wike? Or
First of
APC
all,
is going to contest for that elections
no.
Fair, like with all efforts to take it away from PDP?
No, what is happening in River State, if you look at River State APC, it's been like how would I say it? It's more or less like a carcass. Rivers APC, Amechi has killed River State APC. Go and look at the two election cycle. They've come back with almost zero, almost inconsequential points. One, Amechi supposedly is the leader of APC in River State. He single-handedly shows Tonyeko. Tonyeko is not the consensus candidate of APC. That's why you see the likes of George Magnus, Abe, all of them moved out of APC. So the PCC presidential campaign of APC, they've given instruction and they've made official statement that APC will work with Wike's candidate, Sim Fubara, right, in River State. So that tells you they will use the federal might in favor of Sim Fubara in River State. While Tonyeko will just be there doing his own thing, APC's national body will be working with Wike on the side, right? So by virtue of that, what you will see at the end of the day is what has been the turnout of quote and unquote Amechi's APC since 2015. Go and look at the numbers in 2019. So to answer your question directly, that is what is going to happen in River State. All Wike needs in River State is to have the federal support to do whatever shenanigans he wants to do by virtue of normal politics of PDP. So do not forget that.
Doesn't APC have a candidate in River State?
They have Tonyeko, but
so they are going to abandon their candidate and work.
It's already abandoned.
Hold on, enigmatic. You said there was during the presidential campaign phase, the governors were also campaigning as well, and that Tonyeko, he made a fatal error. He was campaigning against the backdrop of Peter Obi, meeting with Peter Obi, using Peter Obi in his campaign materials. Because he misread that space. So now he's going to be punished for that in the gubernatorial space. So the APC will abandon him, and of course, Wike will just eat him alive.
Wow, and then one man, in addition, Amechi worked with and for Atiku. He never worked with APC presidential campaign. He never supported them. And then once again, you have to go back to the history of APC in River State. APC in River State has been more or less like a walkover for PDP. So Amechi has basically polarized and killed APC in River State. The most prominent folks in APC in River State, they are not with APC, right? They are just hanging. They are just hanging for their last show now, right? To finish this electioneering cycle, and then they know where to go. George Magnus Abe moved to SDP, but he's going to be working with Wike, and he worked with Wike to deliver Ashwaju. But now it's like payback time for. So Sim Fubara is having a clear coast in River State. Nobody can stop him. So Yeko is just a player. He's just a poster boy.
The last question.
I think doesn't the same thing. Sorry, Fatai. Doesn't the same thing apply to Oyo State now?
No, Oyo State is different. It's kind of a little bit different. If you look at Oyo State, right? If you see Ashwaju's body language, he has not really. I know he has a deal on the ground with Sheyi Makinde. The first time Ashwaju went to Oyo State after the primaries, he told what's his name, this APC guy now, Teslim Folarin, that he needs to do some certain homework, to go, placate some, big wigs in APC. I don't know how far he's gone with that, but behind the scene,
No, the deal with Oyo is open field. It's up to them. Everybody go and compare. APC is not going to put all his might behind the APC candidate.
yeah,
It's
they
either
are not.
they're not going to hurt him, but they're not going
Yes,
to.
exactly.
So they just
So
let them, between both of them, whoever can win, let them win.
So all they
Was it
want.
in Oyo State that Ashwaju was making jest of the governor that was it Oshun or Oyo State?
No, Oshun. That was a long time
That
ago.
was Osun State.
Okay,
That
that
was
was
Osun
Osun State.
State.
Okay.
So and then Fatai, Teslim Folarin was never the candidate of APC. The guy they wanted in APC was Penkelemes guy, that former deputy governor of Central Bank, Adelabu. That was
Bayo
Adelabu. That was the choice of APC. So this guy muzzled. You need to see what happened during the primaries. He muzzled his way into.
But now they have accepted him. When at the rally, like Tinubu presented him as the candidate, they have accepted him. Just they're not going to pull all the might of APC, PCC behind him that much.
Yeah,
They're not going to.
are you getting the
they're not
gist?
going to tilt.
But you are
I don't
getting
think
the
Fatai is
gist now,
getting
right,
the gist.
Fatai?
It's not Bayo.
Eh?
It's for Larry they supported. They shanked Bayo. They shanked likes of them Shino because Shino was going for senatorial. I didn't want to stay in the honorable. So Pankelemes, Shino, they all went to Accord. Now Shino has lost election as a Senate. Now he has done a program.
PDP.
He has said he's supporting
Makinde.
what's his name? Makinde, thank you.
Yeah.
He's supporting Makinde. And that is the politics. And people don't get all these things in Nigeria. He was already everywhere on rally with Bayo. But all of a sudden, he has left Bayo alone to battle his own life. He has gone to support. So right now, Makinde is trying to put money in places for people to rally around for him. Right now, Senator Rashid Ladoja is in between not knowing whether to go with Makinde or Folarin. Last week or 2 weeks ago, he was already thinking of Folarin. 2 days ago now, he has changed everything again. So, and that's the politics of Oyo State for you. It's very dicey. Carry on.
BOG, I see Makinde retaining Oyo State.
I do as well.
He's gonna win. Yeah, he's gonna win. I think that's the problem this guy has now. Ladoja. He can tell Folarin Makinde will win. But on the other hand, because he has his own people too with Folarin, so he's in between the situation. But because he's been changing his mouth for few days now. Now he's back to Makinde. So and I think Makinde too is settling all these likes of them.
The same fate that Wike and Makinde, but the only difference between Wike and Makinde is they are not really, they are tacitly, supporting Folarin in Oyo State, but there is no single support for Toyeko in Rivers State. So they just left the open field for Folarin. If you win, you win. If you crash, you crash. And then the same thing this guy wanted to probably Teslim Folarin in Osun State. Do you know Adeleke has been trying to move into APC? Do you know that? He's been working behind the scene, but they told him, bro, just wait on.
No, I've envisaged that, I envisaged that when he went to Buhari. I was thinking if Bola Tinubu wins, it's probably going to cross carpet to APC.
He's been trying to move to them.
And that's why I'm saying I think PDP might crash, honestly, guys. PDP might crash after this election because by the time they start doing their reshuffling,
so what is
we are breaking?
So what is Wike going to get out of all this now? If you're saying
it's going to get the PDP party.
That's what I'm saying. I'm seeing him
going to crash.
Hold on, it's going to get the PDP.
Don't you think?
Yeah.
How will Ashwaju compensate Wike now? Because Wike did what he's supposed to do.
He will give him portfolios. But when Enigmatic was saying he will give him the Minister of Petroleum, he's never going to do that, because I think the presidents, they always like to retain that. But he will give him portfolios. But Wike himself is not going to be a minister, but he will nominate people into those ministerial positions. But what will happen to the PDP is that it will be a very shrunk down party. It will shrink down quite heavily. A lot of people will move to APC, but some will just move to other satellite parties, NMPP, all those. So there'll be a lot of migration from PDP. It will shrink down, but it will shrink down to be under the leadership of Wike, who will then present himself in 2027.
So if PDP shrinks down to that effect, who would be the second force?
It will be a battle between. You see, that's the thing.
Rosie.
Oh, hold on, Enigmatic.
Okay.
Please, because where Charles was speaking to
Something's happening.
So sorry, where Charles was speaking to, the opposition, it will depend on how Obi is able to manage this movement. If this movement is able to hold to like about 60% going through, then he could battle for that second place. He could be the main opposition if he's able to build a party around this movement that he has. It could be the main opposition.
No. PDP still remains the main opposition because PDP has infrastructure throughout the country, right? Even if it doesn't have people, right? So the people will be a people management by Wike, right? But the infrastructure is there. So PDP Wike will hope to grow it to recapture as much weight, as much clout as he had before. No, how successful that will be will depend on the skill of Wike. So PDP still remains the opposition.
I'm not sure. I'm not talking about the size of the party. I'm talking about the voice and the resonance. Because
the size like who is the Senate, the National Assembly?
No, that's politics. I'm talking about
those ones can even cross carpet easily.
One man.
Yes.
One man.
No.
One man. Let me tell you what will happen, right?
Right.
I think if maybe I stand to be corrected, anybody, apart from maybe Southeast, where you see the preponderance of Labour Party, National Assembly entourage, when you look at other states that they pick maybe one or two. For instance, I think they picked one in Kaduna State, if I'm not wrong. They have two in Rivers State. So what you will see when in the thick of political action, when everything the dust is settled and everybody is now back into the status quo, that they are steering the political game you'll see a lot of them shifting ground. Because in some states where you just be only Labour Party House of Rep member in the National Assembly, at a point you have to move into APC, the dominating party in that state, either APC or PDP. The only place you probably see a difference or a shift in that is maybe in the Southeast, where they basically have a lot of the.
Yeah, go on.
I don't think they will.
This is what brought me to the other time. Okay, Patai, go on.
I don't think they will be moving around because you're not going to leave your position and go and join another party to become a houseboy.
Hold on, Patai. This is the way I say it. I was trying to tell you the other time. There is a possibility we can cross to APC if he's being backed up by Tinubu.
He will not.
The only problem, hold on. It's two ways. I say it in two ways. Why is possible? Because I see PDP crashing to the level that it would take a lot to rebuild it back to what it was. With the force, if Peter Obi can hold that grip, like one man said. So where the problem is for him is he won't be looking to contest in the next election. And the problem is there are several people in APC already that probably are qualified to go to run as president when the time comes after the 8 years, if Tinubu is going to run for 8 years. You see what I mean? So, but PDP right now is shaky. It's hard to pull all those things back together where they are
I
now
know,
is really
but
hard.
what does it
And I don't think somebody
matter
like
if
Wike, hold on. I don't think somebody like Wike alone can do it. It will need some northerners to bring it back to what it was, rather than what it is right now.
Sorry, Fatai. The only window left for Wike and Peter Obi is 2027. That's the only window left. Wike has presidential ambitions. Peter Obi clearly has presidential ambitions.
No, one man. Wike
Hold
said.
on now. Let me land the point, please.
Okay.
Yes, Wike has presidential ambitions. He contested the primaries, and we saw what happened when he didn't get the ticket. So he has presidential ambitions. Peter Obi has presidential ambitions, and the only window left for them is 2027. Because if they don't become, if Peter Obi or Wike do not become the president in 2027, then they will never become president of Nigeria ever. So Wike has to do all he can within PDP because that's where his ticket is. Tinubu is not going to give up his slot. So why would he go to APC?
Why will he go there?
Wike stated today, one man. Wike stated he said he's not going to run for office. He said it basically that his effort was to ensure that the presidency come to the south, either APC or Labour Party, the two major presidential candidates, flag bearers.
Don't worry about that. Now, in 2027, it will be my people have persuaded me.
But what gives you the assurance by 2027, this regional rotation thing will work in some parties? Like parties like LP will probably not have a northerner to come and run as president. And I think this thing will be chucked in a bin at some point when it comes to 2027. Looking at now, Tinubu has put on Muslim ticket. Hold on. He has put on Muslim ticket. He has won. Atiku override the policy of the party. He came instead of his went to go. So I don't think that will really have a part to play anymore in the politics of Nigeria. I'm sorry to say. Maybe next one, but in 8 years' time, I don't see it happening anymore.
It
only boils down to maybe you are looking for a strong alliance to now bring a northern in.
Hold on. In 8 years' time, the North will not allow. What are you talking about? After all that happened, they will not.
One man.
I'm not saying the northerners won't contest.
Hold on,
hold on.
Yeah, hold on. Go on, Fatai.
Look, it's only in the south that Atiku can do like this. When it comes to the time of the north, the north don't do like you people are doing. Damboro Bashege, they will bring. In fact, the south will not even argue with them. When in 8 years' time, it's going to be the north. The north don't play gentle boy. They don't self-surrender like the south. It's in the south we self-surrender. They don't self-surrender. If it comes
we are the one that is gentle.
They are not gentle. Yeah. They don't.
No, I'm saying we are the ones that the mumus. They are the ones that.
They are not Lagosians though.
They are not Lagosians. They're not. It's no man's land. They don't do that one. When it's their turn, they will do it. They will get their thing. And one man just. Okay.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, just to even second you, right? So in 2017 as you proposed is the last chance. For actually now was all of them their last chance to run. That is why the thing is so heated. Okay, they still have one more window for the south. Wike is not going to go on the queue, go and join APC and go and queue behind what is it, Alake
and Oshiba and Joe.
Oshiba and Joe. He's a king in its own right. It doesn't matter. When you're a king. It doesn't matter whether you're a king of a whole country or you're a king of a village. A king is a king. You're not going to go by and become houseboy somewhere else. So Wike is not going to leave PDP. He's going to build his PDP as much as he has ability to do. It will be, and don't forget, Wike has money. As Madam Wizita was reminding, he has money.
She doesn't. She said money. I don't know what.
Money.
She said money.
But Wike has backstabbed the northerners in PDP. He has backstabbed the Easterners in the South. I don't understand how.
How did he backstab northerners? How did he
Atiku
backstab
and
Northerners?
the other going against Atiku and his mandate for Northern presidency.
No. But going against Atiku does not mean backstabbing Northerners. The
Yeah,
Northerners,
even some Northerners understand what he did,
of
and some
course,
Northerners were in support of that as well. Anyway,
okay,
the Northerners feel that Atiku and Tambuwa backstabbed Wike.
Okay, how do you expect Wike under that ticket to win over the South without APC South? He's going against the opposition this time around. Okay, he's going against APC. Let's say in 2027. So we're postulating that the elections this time around is going to be open, free and fair. There's no one supporting anyone. So how do you expect Wike, with what he has done, do you think he can make amends in getting votes from the South, especially the Southeast?
You see, sorry for that. If I can, you see what played out in this cycle is what will play out in 2027. But it's going to be more overwhelming for Tinubu. If you had Tinubu, Wike, and Peter Obi on the ballot, Peter Obi will hold his southern space, but he will not be able to replicate this religious thing that he played in this instance. So it won't do as well as it did now. But Wike will take the south from him. But the north will go with Tinubu as well as Yoruba land. So it will be even more of a slaughter in 2027.
Yeah. Even in addition, the strong condition upon which Wike will enter the race, and of which also Peter Obi will for sure enter the race, if Tinubu is not able to rescue the economy. So that's the condition. If Tinubu is not able to rescue the economy, they will contest for sure. Wike will contest, Peter Obi will contest. But if Tinubu is able to turn around the economy, I think Wike will probably let it. He will let it and say, okay, I accept for fate that he was never destined to be president. He will let it.
But
Peter,
it's going to be very difficult for Tinubu to turn around the economy. This is an economy that has been dashed out to pieces. It's going to be just within 4 years.
It's not going to be that difficult.
Very easily. Yeah.
Very easily. He needs to take out the subsidy.
Hopefully.
He needs to fix the central bank.
That subsidy, wait.
And he needs to do credit
facility. That subsidy you are talking about, what's the difference between the subsidy and this? See, APC is in the fix because I don't understand. What's the difference between this subsidy removal and this naira and this naira swap effect? Nigerians are just going through this naira swap effect of hardship and everything. Then you come into your presidency and now remove subsidy. What do you think will be the effect of that in the long term?
If he removes the subsidy, he will move that money to palliatives. Yeah.
No. Those palliatives don't mean anything to the average man because
not gifting them, not gifting them food. Though it will insulate a price check somewhere to insulate that.
But the prices will go up. The four prices will go up.
Now how? Yeah. How? Can I answer you? No, one man. People are buying petrol now for 600 naira instead of less than 200 naira. They are buying 500 naira, 400 naira. So if you remove the subsidy, what difference does it make?
People are not buying. What's the current price now? People are not buying. That's black market price now.
They are buying black market now. They hoard the petrol, especially for the period of the election. So people didn't see the petrol, and so they are buying a black market rate, 600 naira, 500 naira.
Well, you can't deny.
If you remove the subsidy and the official rate goes to 300, so what? What's the difference? It's even better. And they have the petrol. They have it.
Yeah,
they have it. Only the 300.
Even with the 300 or 500, people are struggling to pay that money. Minimum wage has not increased. Standard of living has not increased, and you're increasing.
That's where it will fix the CBN. It will remove this rubbish. The Emefiele did, right? Mm-hmm. And then there will be a little adjustment. It's not going to be paradise, but there will be a little uplift. There will be money for people. Not like this. There's no money. So you fix the CBN, you remove the subsidy, you do a credit facility.
Hope you know if
the economy starts to
if the fuel prices go up. Hope you know if the fuel prices go up, cost of production goes up, everything goes up. We're still going back to inflation again. It's 2 square one.
You are not getting the gist. The fuel price is already at 500, 600. Even for my shops to run, I have to run gen almost all day. There is no light. the fuel cost is not adding up in the profit because of what I'm paying for fuel. And without fuel,
Thank you,
you can't
DOJ.
run the business. So if you are paying that already, what Fatah is trying to say to us now is, if you are paying 600, 500, obviously if they bring it to 300 and you can see it and it's available to buy,
Yeah, it's
people will
available.
buy it at that price. And knowing Nigeria, we already know how to cut our coat to our size, no matter what the condition. So if they can see if the commodity is available and the price is falling from the half price from the black market, Nigerians will be happy with it if it's available.
Thank you, DOG.
The price is going to get worse.
How, Babadale Koko?
It's going to get worse because, look, people should not expect any magic from Tinubu for the first 2, possibly 3 years. It's going to be very hard. So the moment you remove that petroleum subsidy, people that are going to be importing it, they're going to be importing it at, what do you call it? This black market rate. Because they're going to...
How would they import black market rate when the official rate... Why will you go to black market rate?
Where's the
import at the black market?
Where's the money? Do you think Nigerians still have money? Do you think
Nigeria doesn't have money? Of course we have money. We have money now.
They don't have.
You don't have money. Your cost of your oil production has dropped from 3 million or what? Is it not
what is
1 point
money?
something million?
We will be arguing. We will be going too deep in the argument. What is money? Money is what you have. You extend it for money. We have too much natural resources, so we have money.
You're not producing as much. You're not producing as much petrol.
That's why we are talking about the new government. How they will improvise now, have you?
Fatai.
That money before that
any money.
Fatai, Babaja, what you say, I think you are very right. People should not set to a very high expectation because Buhari is like these people are working. It's like they are trying to walk it back from the point of abyss. But you need to look at one thing first, and this is why during the campaign period, people were not listening. All they wanted to do was campaign of calumny. This guy said, I've done it before, and I'm going to replicate it.
Enigmatic.
Yeah.
Nigeria is underground now. We are underground, right?
Of course.
So
okay.
if you fix the naira, and you fix petrol, there will be too much relief. That's already magic. So Nigeria can expect magic, right? From fixing CBN, whatever with CBN and naira, and from fixing petrol, that's already a magic. And if you then add to it this credit facility wants to do,
even without
that's
even
magic.
talking about the credit facility, there's one thing that I know probably they are trying to bring on board now. They're trying to focus on some people, what people like some few low-hanging fruit that the previous administration, even not Buhari, the previous administrations have not been looking at. I think they want to really harness the possibility of the Nigeria immigration system and the Ministry of Interior. They want to look into the expat quota. I mean, what do they call them? Expat quotas in some of these companies. The Indians, the foreigners not hiring Nigerians, right? Bringing in their folks and stuff like that. They really want to harp on that. A lot of
they
them.
will do that, but that doesn't have direct relationship to the larger economy. The thing that will have direct relationship to the larger economy at the petrol, the naira situation. This Tinubu is going to deal with. Look, his government is not going to work if he doesn't fix, in the minimum, fix these two things quickly. So he's going to have to fix it, and if he can rearrange these two things, that's already a magic. That is going to be relief, instant relief magic. I'm not saying magic like Nigeria will turn to Dubai tomorrow.
I mean the point is the point. What I think what you are saying is, Buhari has done so much bad that a little effort that will just bring up a flash of hope from whatever Buhari. Okay, for instance, this currency issue now, they've extended it to, is it the end of the year, right? And then when this guy comes in and he says, okay, this is my policy on currency situation. This is my policy on the oil subsidy. This is my policy on having to nip in the boards of few loopholes within the energy and gas sector, and then that bringing in the PPP and then the private sector coming on board. So within 6 months, if he's able to, make some changes, not being rigid, and it ensures he remains, iterative and flexible with certain policy ideas, I believe things will change, because what actually killed Buhari is he's been listening to the wrong folks who are basically, pointing to their own agenda and their own interests, like Emefiele now. Emefiele that brought the country down to its knees now, as we see, and then
He's gonna
having some.
go.
So apart from going, the CBN governor must be an economist now, not banker, not one CEO from somewhere. It must be for somebody who knows the trajectory of Nigeria's economy and homegrown economy, most of the time, most especially. That would be different.
But please, what exactly was the significance of this Naira crunch that they did? What was the real reason? Was it to
You should put that question to Obedience. Ask Obedience, they should answer you.
Yeah, they wanted Tinubu to lose. That's why Tinubu wanted to buy votes. That's why they destroyed Nigeria so that Tinubu cannot buy votes.
Yeah, so the major thing was just it was more political than some kind of reasonable policy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was to capture the money that they couldn't, all these bandits, all these kidnappers.
No. Those ones were excuses.
Those
that was just excuses.
The major target was Tinubu. That's a period.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sad.
One enigmatic. When we were even saying the word magic, right? The fantastic expression that Tinubu gave is what people are going to come to the reality of it. When Tinubu said El-Rufai turned a rotten situation to bad situation, I don't know why everybody was slamming him. From rotten to bad is an improvement.
But when he said,
I had a conversation here and they tried to slaughter me. What you just said,
I don't understand though. You go from rotten to bad, and then in a little bit after, you go from bad to better.
But Fatai, you fail to understand one thing. He said he was going to charge the lake. What is it? The river? The lake charge. He said he was going to charge the lake charge. The first person that went onto Twitter to start tweeting some kind of illiterate innuendos was one of the twins, one of the P Square. At the end of the day, it just brought out the capital illiteracy in them. But what people actually did during the election, a lot of people now are saying, "Oh, but I thought they said this man cannot work on his own. I thought they said this man cannot even talk." They are seeing the real Tinubu now as against the Tinubu that they presented to them during the campaign. Do not forget, they invested a lot in influencers and bloggers and TV stations to basically pump out, innuendos, negativity, and the propaganda on a daily basis. So
they have turned Tinubu into a fine wine. It looks better day after day. It looks better. You can't look worse than they made him look. So now he's only going to be looking better.
Honestly, I give it to that man.
One thing that I've seen in this election, I give it to Obedience, is the high level of their propaganda. Those people,
It was mad, bro.
They can sell the way they just sell it in Onisha market. They will sell fake bullshit to you as the
enigmatic. They are so strong. Enigmatic. They are so strong with their demarketing. I tell you that American embassy, they congratulated Tinubu, right? They switched off their comment section.
Can you believe these people were cutting out the king of the Saudi prince and this guy, we got punish you. May we never see this kind of obedience again in our life in Nigeria.
Amen. I'm here, Paul.
Oh my!
Honestly,
I think they outsourced.
No. But the good thing about this obedience group is that, I mean, like in Lagos before, it's like after your 4 years, it's like automatic. You go for the next one, or
Second
you
term,
are the
right?
hope. But now look at Sanwo-Olu, the way he's running around, helter skelter. He's campaigning seriously now.
But you can't I've been shying away from even speaking about that
He's
because
campaigning
if I have to
seriously
speak
now.
if I have to speak about Lagos, some people will cry tonight, and then I'm trying to make people heal. They've been crying for a long time.
No, because
So
he's campaigning
Please,
seriously. He wasn't doing
you
this
know,
before.
enigmatic.
no,
Let
no.
people hear.
No,
What
it's
you
like
see, what you
this
see,
is like
madam,
shaking everybody. Yes.
what you see, and what you see is when Buhari came in 2015, 2014, 2015, there was a Buhari's wave in almost all the nooks and crannies of Nigeria's political space, right? So I told somebody today, we were having a conversation. I say, disobedient that are crying that they should cancel this election. If they do a cancellation of this election and they go back to the ballot box, Obi will not make, he will perform woefully than what he's done because they've already found him out.
No,
You know,
when
they know his tricks now.
Thomas will win his bet.
They know
Thomas will now win his bet. He will get less than 3 million.
yeah, because you know when he was coming newly, right? It is those who are basically used to his old politics. I've always been saying it. He took his old kind of politics at the regional level to the national level, and that's what you can see. And
Can
that
I
is
interject? Can I
that.
interject?
Hold on,
Can I
bro.
interject?
I know say you go come. Hold on. Calm down. And then that's what he has basically introduced in Lagos State. This gubernatorial election, what you are seeing in Lagos, by the time the election result will come, you may be surprised what will happen. Because when you listen to Omowurare, to Alake, they basically accepted that, look, you know, these guys sneaked, you know what, when you say he sneaked on us, he sneaked on all of them. They didn't see that kind of politics that he was bringing on board.
Nah, they didn't see it coming at all.
So he was doing it at the local level, but he brought it to the national level by the fact that they don't understand this type of politics. Now they know him. Now in Lagos State now, in most of those states that can are issuing memos, sending memos around the churches, they're already neutralizing those numbers now. Those people
all
that
right.
did not. Okay, go ahead. Okay, let me
No,
go there.
Apologies, enigmatic. I'm
Okay.
only just breaking you just to say I'll be handing over to Thomas now.
Okay.
So be nice to him. So I'll catch up with you guys tomorrow. To the super chatters and everybody, and Ayo with the coffee. Thank you. You can continue to super chat at Thomas as he takes over. So Thomas, to you.
Okay.
Salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Comment dunia. Salam alaikum. Enigmatic, finish your thought.
Yeah, I was enjoying that, enigmatic.
Okay. So what I was saying, right? What I was saying, right? They now know. Oh, this guy. This is his kind of. Don't forget, you are dealing with fellow politicians. All you need to do is show them your game one time, and they catch the game. So now they say, "Oh, this is your game plan." Because go and look at the three out of the 4 gubernatorial candidates in Taraba State. They had a joint press conference, right? And they called out Taraba State can. They called out almost all the apparatchiks of the Christian Association in Taraba State, what they were doing, how they intercepted their memo that they are sending to almost all the churches. So they know the politics, now they know the game. And the one thing that people are not looking at right now is that politics has exposed 2 things. Now that Nigeria does not, APC, let me just restrict it to APC. APC doesn't, and will ever not need Southeast again to be president in Nigeria. 1, he has exposed that. 2, he has exposed it that Nigeria will not need Christian votes to be president going forward. 2, and then he has exposed the fact that, oh, there's a certain politics that one candidate can go, all the length to actually.
My brother, I cannot let you continue to. This is false accusation.
Oh,
This is you
I'm
are
not talking
spelling
to
here
you.
is
No, you will
false.
have
I'm
your
not.
turn now,
I'm not. Hold
please.
on,
You will have your turn. Let him land, please.
Moses. I did not call your name. If I call your name, you can file a lawsuit for defamation of
Enigmatic, just
character.
carry on. He will
Okay.
interject later, please. Don't break that.
Enigmatic, I'm in charge. Just continue. I'll put
Yeah.
him in the background.
So
Until
all the states now, when you listen to El-Rufai speak maybe 2 days ago, he said, "Look, what we never anticipated in our national politics is what we see, because we were playing fair, and somebody was playing, the religious card to the letters. Go and look at all the cans in all the states. Do you remember that when Asiwaju got to Lagos on Saturday? Was it on Saturday or Friday? He met with the national body of Christians and everything. And he basically told them, this is not about Tinubu, this is not about Muslim. At least you cannot count on Muslim now at the local level of the gubernatorial election. All of them are coming out to see what happened. There are memos that were sent. Anybody can challenge that. And I want everybody to go and Google that press conference that was issued by three of the gubernatorial candidates in Taraba State. Khan issued statements, and these people were talking about how much was offered to Khan, and that went through almost all the Christian communities in Nigeria. So when you do that at a certain level, and people were not seeing that at the first half, the second half, what do you think they will do? They will regroup against you, right? It's more or less like remediative action now that will coming up in the gubernatorial election. You will see Shege in this gubernatorial election. And all this sneak up game that he did, he won't be able to do that again, because it's like they've seen where you belong, they've seen the threshold of your game, and then they're already waiting for those loopholes. And then Omowurare, the former senator, Alake, and then one other top guy, I think the senator, one of the senatorial candidates said, look, yes, in most of like in Amuwodofin, in Alimosho, there are leadership issues which have been fixed. There was a vacuum. When Aregbesola left, Aregbesola held on to that place. But when Aregbesola had to leave, then it became the turn of Yayi, right, to hold it.
Which Amuwodofin is it? Is it one in Lagos or where?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, the whole of Alimosho used to be held by Aregbesola. So when Aregbesola was having issues, then it became Yayi was holding the fort for that place. So Yayi had to move. Yayi had to move to Ogun State to run for the Ogun West election, right? Because they are preparing to replace Abiodun in 2027. So there was nobody in the leadership capacity to hold on most of those places. They have issues, and then people they accepted their fault. They accepted what they did wrong, right? And then the major issue was what I just told you. Like, if I have to sneak on you right now, it's like they never. How would I say it? If I sneak on you, right, immediately you'll be shocked, and then the deed has been done. Second time, you'll be watchful. You won't let me do that to you. So it's more or less like a remediation plan now that they already see. And that's why you see most of them very happy with this postponement of this thing. It's more or less to actually solidify their base and cement those areas of vulnerabilities that they've already identified. And then you will see a different game in the gubernatorial election. And then this GRV or whatever, no matter how it's been seen that it's more or less like an ethnic candidate now. They've outed him out. You could see maybe a month ago, they didn't even send him. The only person they were probably looking at was probably Jandor. But since after the presidential election, they've put their eyes on him that, you will not fish a joker, right? You will not fish a joker. So this guy will not sneak on them like Obi came to sneak on them.
100%. Because, and to buttress your point, Seth, looking at how the election went in Lagos, it was crazy. It was like people just go to polling booth and press LP, because people were just voting LP, up and down LP.
Enigmatic. You know even what happened with this with the gender? Say before the likes of Bodejo, the PDP in Lagos, the game they wanted to play, right, was to have Jendo as the top ticket and Gbadebo as VP. Even this this southeast, the Igbo this thing, it was going to under the ground like a wink. Gbadebo will secure. Usually PDP takes the Igbo votes in Lagos, the larger chunk, but APC takes a little as much as here and there. So with Gbadebo, they are going to cement that vote, and Jando will be Yoruba and whatever traditional. This whole thing will work out like this. This was the strategy to defeat APC, and also Jando was like an insider from APC. So it is Jando that destroyed the original plan in order to defeat APC. So Jando jettisoning Gbadebo and going for
no, that's
destroy
wrong.
the whole formula.
That's
now
wrong.
Gbadebo now has to come out and play the game of the ethnic game openly in order to have a chance.
Fatai, what happened, right? Jando stayed on course, right? He was fulfilling the bargain.
No, he didn't.
Let me explain to you. During the primaries, there was an agreement that Jando will be the president, will be the flag bearer, right? And then Gbadebo will be the running mate. But during the primaries, the arrangement was there was supposed to be a formal announcement, an official announcement, right? Gbadebo so I'm stepping down for so right? Then that would have allowed Jando to have an easy ride. Then after coasting them to victory, then he will announce his running mate.
I understand that, Enigma. Sorry, just no attack, Voxu. We understand all these. Those are politicking here and there. The larger point is you're going to take and you're going to. It's a very good formula, right? That doesn't mean then you abandon the good formula and go and take Jennifer.
No, that's all you are getting wrong. Jando did not. You are getting it wrong, Fatai. Listen, Jando stayed with the arrangement. It was Vivo that messed up. Let me tell you how he messed up. And that's why you see Jando most of the time. When they ask him that question, he's pissed off. He doesn't want to. He said, "Just forget it." During the primary, right?
Because he messed up. Because Jando messed up.
No, Jando. Let me explain to you. Then you will see who you probably decide or conclude who messed up between the two of them. Okay. You and I, right? We've had an arrangement with our political godfathers. Who are thinking Vivo does not have. He has a lot of godfathers and godmothers behind him. You guys should understand that first. So during the primary, Jando was supposed to be the godfathers and the godmothers candidates for the gubernatorial election. Vivo was supposed to be the running mate. So Vivo was supposed to step down, announce formally, right, at the primary convention. I'm stepping down for Jando. I think 2 or 3 people stepped down for him. He was supposed to be the number one to step down. He didn't step down. And then Jando was like, what's happening? He was even so the whole process was going on. This guy ran the.
Sorry, are you saying he changed the whole plan?
Yeah, he changed the whole plan. He ran the course of the primary, and he came 3rd. He ran the whole. So at that point, Jando said, "Oh, this guy is not trustworthy. He messed up the plan." So at that point,
but there is one step missing. Enigmatic.
What was the mistake?
The guy already bought the form. All of them already bought form, right? Already bought form. So they just like, okay, let's go. But these are all stories. They are all telling. Everybody is telling their own story.
It's not a story. Okay. This
is Dando's story. This is Dando's story. This is not a Bode George story. Their version story, except if you are an inside, you were there. You are just going to take one side. My own point is that when you look at it in the bigger picture, whatever happened. So the point you are making now, Jando is playing revenge. Oh, so you didn't step down, so I'm going to hell with you. I'm going to.
No, it's not to hell with you. You are still not getting. It's not to hell with you. This is the thing you are not getting now, right? Jando was almost losing the primary by virtue of this guy not stepping down. Then he broke. No, first of all, there is a
but
code.
Now he won it. Now he has won it.
But okay, now he has won it.
Winning the governorship.
Okay, now he has won it, right? Under a solid political arrangement right? It would be very injurious to Jendor to still go away with him because he broke his own code. First, you were supposed to step down at a certain point in the primaries. You didn't. You went through the whole process, the whole hog of the primary as against the arrangement. One. Number two, at that point, it gave Jendor the latitude to make a choice either to still go ahead with this guy or not, because you cannot go into an election with a running mate that you don't trust, that you cannot even keep. You'll be looking behind over your shoulders. You can't do that. First, he has shown himself. He has betrayed you at the first official test between the two of them. He has shown himself. So Jendor had to move ahead. So where Jendor messed up, I think he was supposed to choose Cardoso or somebody instead of Jennifer. So he wanted to branch out to be a man of his own at this point in time. So at that point, he was already going against the dictates and instructions of their godfathers now, Bode George, Akerele Bucknor, and that's why you see Bode George behind GRV now. You see Akerele Bucknor behind GRV. So all the people that want GRV in Lagos and they think is an independent candidate, you have GRV now, right? The people behind GRV are the arch rival and arch enemies of Tinubu right from day one. Bucknor, Bode George, a whole lot of all those Dohatis and all of them, they are behind this guy and they are the one pushing him. One thing that people are not...
That is what even people don't get.
That's what they are not getting.
Too much opposition. Yeah, but this opposition, they were always Tinubu's opposition from day one.
And he knows their game from day one. So
hold on. Game from day one.
They are popsy, right? They are popsy and grandpas. They beat them silly. So now they are throwing their grandson forward to come and challenge the status quo. What they are not getting now is, look, the history of this guy, Fatai. We all had fantastic education in this Western world, right? Look at he's 39 years old now, right? 39 years old.
40,
he's been running for office for the past 8 years since he was 31. Since he was 31 or thereabout, he's been running for office for the past 8 good years. He
couldn't learn to pronounce Eko.
Not to forget about even Eko or no Eko. I'm trying to tell people what they don't know now. So since you graduated from university or whatever, right? What has been your experience both in the private sector and the public sector? Zero. And then for over 8 years, you've been running for over 8 years, you've been running for offices. All of a sudden, you want reasonable folks, right, to hand over the 6th largest economy in Africa into your hands with zero experience, zero cognate experience either in the private sector or in the public sector. And when they try to champion
enigmatic. He said he's an architect.
Okay, hold on. That's right. He went to school to study architecture. But you are not getting the point.
But has he ever worked?
That's what I'm saying now, Miss Rossi. That's what I'm saying, Miss Rossi. You went to school to study architecture.
I'm just being I have to help the guys more now.
Okay, he's an architect. Okay, listen to me. He's an architect, right? I'm a trained lawyer, right? I'm a subject matter expert in information technology, cybersecurity, and all of that, right? I cannot just jump into office to say I want to be governor of my state, having not had a cognate experience either in the public sector or in the private sector. I've worked over the years. You understand what I'm saying now? But this guy has not done that. And then you want to trust him into a gubernatorial office. And what is happening now is the hypocritical of disobedience. Go and look at what is happening now on the social media space. As supportive, as loud as Aisha Yusufu is, and very useful to be obedient. They've been lampooning this woman since morning because why? Obi said, vote obedient, Labour Party's candidate top to bottom, right? But in Enugu State, this woman went under the tweet and he says, no, I will go. We will go with capacity and that their usual catchphrase, capacity or whatever, right? So in Enugu State, they are championing. They are saying they do not want a certain candidate in Labour Party because he lacks experience, and he has not really worked, right? That they should vote for Frank Nweke Jr., the ex-minister. But in Lagos State, they want to have somebody who has never worked, who has relied on families, quote and unquote, wealth, right? With no experience to handle Lagos State. Now, when you go back to Sowore, they will say Sowore lacks experience. He should go back to local government and be a local government chairman.
Oh, thank you for that Sowore point.
And then they want to tell you, they want to rationalize why a man who just the only experience he had was academic experience, classroom experience. Then you want to take that because you went to MIT. And so what? We all went to fantastic schools. If we've gone to so many stuff, so many school certifications and here and there, and we never had to use.
Enigmatic. Has he ever worked in a private sector? After
that's what I just explained to you
he
now.
has not ever worked.
That's
And
what
to
I'm
me,
explaining to
I
you.
think that's look. Even if you stay in Lagos, even if it's only 6 months, you'll be able to pronounce Echo. Even the white men that have gone as expatriates to Lagos, they know Echo. For me, for him to say Echo, I'm just thinking it's just a front. He's just trying to portray this Ajebota accent. I don't think it's real.
Miss Rosie, this guy, he ran for Senate.
Mean he has stayed in Lagos for a while and he cannot say Echo?
It's funny, he grew up.
So I'm thinking he's just trying to put this Ajebota front.
No, what you are
I'm
saying,
so posh.
what you are saying is not what you are saying is the.
People say Gbaribo gentle, Gbaribo calm, ẹjọ ìjà ìtìmí. Àgbàlagbà sọ wípé yíyọ ẹkùn ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo fẹ́ sọ kó pọ̀. Ṣèbá fẹ́ Olújídé tó ní experience mo ti dé. If you are looking for somebody that will fight after you have given.
You know.
And I'll say Echo Ejide.
He's not trying to be posh.
You
He's
don't
not
have
trying to be posh.
You don't have to. You don't have to keep. You don't have to keep showing this. One thing that is very clear, and one thing that is very clear is that they never paid attention to him, but he has drawn attention to himself, and then he will see the real attention on the day of the balloting. One thing that is very clear now is when you look at the business community in Lagos, when you look at the bourgeoisies who control Lagos, they will not afford to have this clown in Lagos government. They won't afford to have that because Lagos is not for. It's not just for. It's not. Lagos is the business hub for so many people. Lagos is the interest. Even Lagos is the interest.
Do you think Lagos is for the world, not even for Nigeria?
Lagos is even the interest.
Lagos is for the world.
Lagos is even the interest. Is the interest of Aso Rock itself. So what you are seeing is a furtherance of campaign of calumny. The people that are sponsoring this guy, because he has, to me, I can't verify his means of livelihood except his family name and his family's wealth and people that are behind him. And that's what you are seeing. It's a cacophony of nonsense. It's a farrago of fallacy. Basically, Lagosians, they tó bá ní ojú èèyàn ti ká, ojú èèyàn ti là. But boy, there's no sneaking around again. The game is open. And then the game, you will see what will happen. In Kogi State, in Ondo State, in Ekiti State, in one other state, they are not running elections. On the day of the election, they will be looking forward to see MC Olomo. They will not see MC Olomo on the street. But my boys, Kogi and Lombo, so all the things that they did on that very day, right? They've blocked the loopholes. They've basically done the homework. They've seen what happened. It's like more or less like you have to take audit of what are the issues, right?
But Enigmatic, let me come in a bit. I don't know, maybe one man will share this video. I saw a video of like this threats that we are going to take Lagos. The guy even said, if it is to shed our blood, we have to take Lagos.
But it's not.
Shed your blood.
I saw the.
Who was saying this? This same Gbadebo.
I saw
this same Gbadebo.
I saw the video where Thomas. They are using what
he said. If it is for to shed our blood, We have to take Lagos. I was just thinking,
what people they've seen,
your
Thomas,
blood for what?
Thomas, what they've seen, what they've seen now is that this guy is more or less like a camouflage. It's like the IPOBs now threatening to take a whole state. They had two states on their book, River State and Lagos State. They said when we take the two states, we'll use their wealth, right, to develop our place. But they've been hearing what Wike have been saying. So now they've shifted attention away from River State. Now they are shifting attention to Lagos because of the liberal nature of average Yoruba person and average Lagosian, right? But when they started seeing the pushback, because politics is politics, brother. When they see that, okay, you guys rode on this nebulous ethnic, tribal, and religious stuff, they push it to them too. They are doing the ethnic, tribal back to back. So they've been digging this guy. They've been unearthing a lot of secrets about him. They've been going into the nooks, right, and crannies of the crevices of his past antecedent. They've been bringing everything out. Are you aware of the fact that this guy, as young as he is, he has traversed more than maybe 4 political parties already? Do you know that? 4 political parties at his young age.
Yeah, that's what I heard, that he moved from one party to the other.
One party to the other. And therefore,
but like you said, it's not only you said those Tinubu arch enemies are the one that is really, behind them. But those are not necessarily Easterners, right? They are Yorubas, right? Like Bode George and the rest that you called.
Yeah, no, but they are, most of them are from Lagos State.
Okay,
but,
okay.
Yeah, they are from Lagos State. But I don't even buy the idea of using these guys and tribal or whatever, because what you are seeing now is they have to introduce that tribal angle to it to show the obedience that we too can do this thing. It's just politics. You want to play rough, right? We can play rough. So agenda will counter agenda, and all of them will go back to the issues at the end of the day. That's what they basically push to them, because they missed that narrowly during the main obedience campaign. And that's what I was talking about, him catching all of them unawares with his kind of politics, sneaking on them, right? They want to do that in Kaduna State, and they've strongly warned them, look, don't try it. They have another candidate, Jonathan Asake or whatever his name, that they are trying to force on the people. I think it's from the southern Kaduna, right? And Kaduna is divided into zone 1, zone 2, and zone 3. So the zone 3 is basically the southern Kaduna, and they've always had the votes from the PDP votes, most of the vote that divides APC from that place most of the time. And when you see what happened during the presidential election, they use that a lot. And that was what I was speaking to the memo. So this memo, at least I can say categorically, in Taraba State, the governor said they gave 50 million to Khan, and then they shared some other money. And then, there was a time that they even accused Peter Obi himself, of sharing more over 2 billion naira
you see,
to most of the churches.
all this can business. I'm so upset with them, in the sense that when Tinubu brought Muslim ticket, all these mega churches, all the pastors, they kept mute. None of them said anything. I'm glad that we have a Muslim ticket. I'm a Christian. It's not that I'm not a Christian, but I'm glad that we have this Muslim ticket government now. I just pray that Tinubu will be able to tax all these mega churches, get money from them, and use it to
Really?
develop the economy.
That's what you think?
Yeah, because most of these pastors, they are fake. They have exploited the people. The wealth of the people is in their hands. They're living, all these flamboyant lives, riding private jets. They have accumulated wealth.
They are even the part of the problems
They have accumulated wealth to up to their 10th generation.
Are we supposed to, Madam Rosie, are we supposed to, look at, when
I'm just so disappointed in what they're doing.
When you see the hypocrisy, right? There's a pastor, what's this popular pastor in Edo State? The one that is always sleeping with women, or
Suleiman.
Suleiman. All of a sudden, Suleiman turned an angel overnight because he was obedient, or he was supporting Peter Obi. Can you see the hypocrisy? And then this.
Have you heard what he said again? Have you heard what he said recently? He just said recently now, the person that has won election has won election. I don't know why people are going to the court.
That's
He's a
Yeah,
joker.
Just go home. Just go home.
Look,
That's what he just said.
the Enesha that is trying to kill himself on the pulpit.
He's repenting.
Enesha, do you know his angle is clear? Enesha, he wants his brother to be the NSA when Obi becomes president. His brother. So all of them has an agenda. The only few pastor that look at what they did to Pastor Paul Adefarasin, because he saw the memo. He saw the memo from Khan, and he basically took a departure from them, and the disagree. He is no. I'm not going to be part of this.
Is that why they persecuted him
Exactly.
so much?
So he came with some tweets. He was speaking in parables, speaking to what Khan was doing and Christendom. Because what you have seen in this election, and I've told you now, right? The disadvantage of this election now it has exposed, unfortunately, the Christendom, especially the Pentecostal and the most revered Catholic Church. Because the Catholic, you will see a lot of them on the pulpit turning the pulpit to INEC branches of INEC in the Southeast, telling them how to vote. Mama, Papa, Pekin. That is not the duty of the church.
No, some churches will even tell you if you don't have your PVC, you can't come to church. They'll kick you out.
I even saw one pastor that bring the ballot paper from printing in the church, showing them how to vote.
It's quite unfortunate, and that's why I say, the point now is that
are you blaming these people when other pastors too have allowed their principal to come on the pulpit to use style and campaign to the church and capitalize on the Muslim ticket to narrate the story and play on their emotional intelligence and use it to bring them to his side? It's part of the problem. The pastors are part of the problem.
I mean, look at Redeem now. They had a political department. They formed a political department.
Yeah, they did before
Peter
the
B
election.
was going to all these Redeem camps, all this, and what?
But do you know
one church to another?
Do you know? Have you seen his activities lately? Even when immediately after the election, prior to the election, even if they say a pastor had a new baby, he will go to the church for the christening. But immediately after the election, when Pastor Adeboye was having his birthday, right? You didn't see any tweet to congratulate him. Prior to the election, probably he was going to be the first person. Look at what happened in Lagos today. They had one horrific accident in Lagos. Right, they were probably trying to twist it around. Do you know there was another gory accident in Enugu State? He only tweeted about the one in Lagos. He forgot to tweet about the one in Enugu.
Can you imagine?
So when you are looking at all these things, and then Mizita was talking yesterday, basically almost screaming, warning them, but they were probably throwing pebbles and stones at him. And I understand what this woman was trying to say. Look, when you come with this kind of nonsense, because at a point, do not get it twisted, right? I want everybody to understand this now. When the issues in South Africa happened, who were the main targets? When the issue in the north happened, who were the main targets? When it happened in River State, who were the main targets? Why are you guys the targets in almost every issues? Why? Now in Lagos State, if the Yorubas turn around, right, after the election, Sanwo-Olu wins, they roll out policies, they roll out bills, right? Because it will happen, things will happen, there will be changes. Then who will be crying again? Who will be crying foul? Who will be guilt tripping? And who will be forming victims at the end of the day? I believe there are northerners in Lagos. There are other ethnic tribes in Lagos. Why is it that for every situation, you're always at the center of attack or the center of target? Why? Everybody should ask that question. Why? What is the reason? Why? So what this woman was telling them yesterday, when in election over here in America over here, right? I want everybody to know, and everybody can cross-check that. Go and check the preponderance of Black Africans, people from Africa that voted for Trump, because they thought he was coming to give them, declare whatever in their place. So what is happening now is their leaders, when Obi has shown to always sit on the fence, he's supposed to be the one to tell them, look, if anything that is happening, and that's why you see most of the prominent folks in Lagos are already saying it, let this election run at its own pace, right? You cannot come to a certain place and be trying to dictate who's going to be the governor. And it is so vociferous to the point that it is being attributed right now, identified to one only ethnic people, ethnic tribe. And then when eventually Sanwo-Olu becomes the president for the second time, right? And you see the House of Assembly roll out so many bills, promulgation of so many policies. Do you know in Lagos State today, there are directors, assistant directors, permanent secretaries from Southeast? Do you know that? Do you know they don't ask if where you are from or wherever for you to be to work in the civil service of Lagos State? And in so many parastatals in Lagos State, they don't care who you are before they treat you in certain places. So when some bills come up, there's a bill that has been lying fallow for the past 15 years. It's called, is it Alien or Indigenous Bill? There's land use of Land Act. Anybody can check what that means. So when they roll out bills in Kaduna State, they roll out bill in Lagos State, they roll out bill in Kano State, they roll out bill in almost all the places, and then they probably cycle you back to where you come from. Who will be the victim? Who will be the crying victim? Who will be crying loud? Almost every places. Why? And then you ask the question: are you guys the only tribe that lives in people's places and you cannot respect their spaces?
It's even sad, Enigma, because I just feel Yoruba, we are the most welcoming, most accommodating people in that country. Secondly, you guys, how do you think things will be? Even the Agberos that you're complaining about will start bullying you because of this. And obviously, the presidential election always have a way of influencing,
setting the tone for the gubernatorial. That's what I'm trying to say.
And wouldn't it be madness for Lagosian self when Tinubu now is now the president to now go and vote somebody else that is not in his party in Lagos?
No, it's you know things are going to things has gone beyond that.
Definitely, Sanwo-Olu is going to continue.
Things has gone beyond that.
No doubt. I don't have
not going to lose Lagos.
But the thing is, the pondering question is the question that I just put on the floor, right? Why is it, there is a proverb in Yoruba language. Ọ̀rọ̀ kì í ṣe lórí alábàáhùn, ṣé alábàáhùn nìkan ni?
Alábàáhùn. That is tortoise.
So when tortoise is only being the person that is complaining of injustice in almost the sphere, right? In sphere and the community of all animals every time, the hands or the fingers are always pointing at you. You should look at yourself in the mirror. Why are fingers pointing at me at almost every turn and event of every time? What is the reason? People cannot be wrong at almost every time, because I know there are spaces immediately after the election. Go and look at what the Northerners are saying. Go and look at what they are saying. So there's a narrative now that nobody can work with you guys. It is only you and you. Because look at the votes in the Southeast now. Are you not seeing the numbers in the Southeast? So are you telling me a state that has been a natural forte of PDP since 1999, and PDP was performing abysmally in that manner? Where in the world, even in America over here, in red states where Republicans will always have their numbers, where Democrats will always have their numbers, you will never see 97%. You will never see even 90%. You are seeing 90, 95,
overnight like this, all of them.
You know what I'm saying? So they've seen the trajectory, and then it is very clear now that the APC does not need them for any subsequent election. Buhari did not win first and second. This is the third cycle of APC's election that they've never won from that region, and they've won the general election. Now they brought the Christian into the fray. Now it is very clear now that you can be president in Nigeria without Christian votes, because Christian basically almost.
What these two sentences we just finished making now, that is very dangerous. That means
Who-
we don't need the Southeast to win an
yeah,
No, it's
election.
just the reality
it's
of
just
it.
the
Nobody
reality.
should
Now, who
take
caused
it
it?
deep.
They should.
It's not
Who
that.
caused
It's
it?
not into it. It's
Eh?
just to reason about things.
Who caused it? Igbo Bob
It's
pretending that man,
madness now.
Igbo no cause. Who caused it? It's very glaring to, because what the Northerners are saying now is that they have an ally. Look at, they went out. We've been saying it on this platform. I've said it personally that the only fear that I have, if the governors from the north work against Ashwaju, that's the only thing that I believe we will lose. And that if they hold this, if they hold the line, they do not break the rank, that is costing them to victory, regardless of what happened. Because this guy fought against the churches. You cannot deny that now. He fought against the churches, right? He fought against the Christians as a
Ye-
whole. He fought against Cabal. He fought against
Yeah,
currency.
yeah,
He
he
fought
did.
against.
He
He fought
did.
almost every battle to win
He
this
won
election.
everything. He won everything. Everything.
And it
So
was the way he fought all those battles that actually won him this election.
and then you can see all the hurdles. So the hurdle he was not actually expecting, and then look, when you come to equity, right, you come with clean hands. This game is already in the tribunal. They are not stupid. They will ask you, why is somebody having? Have you seen the? I don't know if anybody have seen the number from that region. Have you guys seen the numbers?
Yeah.
Do you know? Edo
Give
State?
you the liberty. I
Do you
can
know
give you
Delta State?
everything.
Do you know Delta State where they have Okowa? Okowa lost Delta State. Obaseki lost Edo State. Ganduje lost Kano State. Buhari lost Katsina State. So Lalong lost. He did not just lose Plateau
What do you
State.
mean by Buhari lost Katsina State?
Yeah, he lost his state.
But he didn't. Okay, you mean during his own time?
No, now this presidential election.
But he didn't campaign. I mean, he's not one of the. You mean his party lost his own state? Is
Yeah,
that what you mean?
we can say that. So he lost the
Okay,
state,
okay.
and then Masari lost the state. They both lost together. So the Director General campaign of APC, he did not just lose Plateau State, he lost his own personal election. Almost 5 incumbent governors lost their senatorial elections. The national chairman of APC, he lost Nasarawa State, right? El-Rufai lost Kaduna State. Go and look at the tangents. Go and look at the variables. Go and look at the factors. It's almost the same thing, right? Go and look at the factors. So when you go to the core north, when you go to the north, you cannot really see those factors. And then where you will see those factors are basically the same, Christian domiciled or Igbo domiciled areas most of the time. So they've seen the pattern and they've concluded that we do not need these people to be president, and we do not need this religion to be president. So do not be surprised if Muslim continues to shine, and then going forward from now, because they will
That
say,
is
even
why
if we
they
have to
need to tax all these churches. I wish I could write a letter to Ashwaju about this policy that they should get out money from these places and use it to develop the economy.
So that's why I say, even if they are clamoring for a cancellation, if there's a cancellation, if they go for for another presidential election, they will be shocked, because these governors would have plugged these loopholes, and then the cans that were working underground that they never knew the behind the scene games that the can were playing. Now the game is out. The governors, the gubernatorial candidates are calling them out by name. I wish you guys can go and check that video from the Taraba State. They called them out, they lampooned them, they serious. I was ashamed the way they were dragging, people who were supposed to be men of honor, men of God, by way of their politicking. It shouldn't go that low. It's gone too low just for the sake of getting votes. So, and they need to be very careful. And that is what their sister has been telling them, because tomorrow, don't be surprised. A lot of them will come back tomorrow. They say, oh, Enigmatic is back. He has stopped. But we have to say this for the optics. I don't hold back when I have to say this, because when there is a recurring factor, and then you are at the center of that recurring factor every time, you should look at yourself in the mirror. Why? Why always me? Or why always us? That will be the question.
Thomas. I don't think Thomas is there. He's out of here.
Okay, so who wants to continue?
No, if you want to interject, you can come in. The floor is open.
No, because in Magic finish and Thomas is not there to conduct, as I'm saying. So, personally for me, I talked about this. I talked about this religious input in that last election because I was making a contribution yesterday, and I was trying to let Thomas understand that the Muslim ticket was an issue within the Christian communities, and you could see how majority of Obi vote came within the Christian community. So I'm not expecting that to be the same in the governorship election. So I'm not expecting them to perform the same way they did in the presidential election. So I think some obedient, personally, I think some obedient, they are overplaying their own part. They are overplaying the word. They are overplaying the obedient participation in that election. Yeah, they did well, but I think the involvement of those pastors, of those religious leaders, those faith leaders, I think that had a bigger impact than any other contribution in that election, because heading towards that election, I had a different forecast. But I would like to use a few days to that election when I started seeing moves from these pastors. Yeah, so I was like, you know what, this is going to make a huge impact, because Nigerians, a woman will listen to their pastor rather than to listen to their husband. A member will listen to their pastors rather than to listen to a brother or a sister or a cousin. Hello? Is someone trying to say something?
No, I just think it was from the background. We can hear you.
Yeah.
Progressive. What of those pastors that have said Tinubu will die before the day of election? Some said the election is not going to hold.
No, those are just prophecy, making false prophecy. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that when they are imagine a pastor that will tell the members to raise up their phone that they are going to get alert right inside the church, and then for you to be inside that church, and then you actually raise up your phone. Do you not understand that something is wrong with you? So if someone that was inside the church and the pastor said raise your phone, you're going to receive alert. Imagine if that pastor say go and vote for anybody. There's no way that person is not going to vote for that person. Obviously they will vote. So all these pastors had huge influence, huge. And this guy it's not like Lagos has some of the biggest, if not the biggest churches in Nigeria. A lot of churches are based headquarters
of course
in Nigeria.
Now all these mega churches, their headquarters is in Lagos now.
So
Redeem
they are all
is there,
headquarters.
Christ Embassy is there. All this big that has millions of followers. But my own is that you ask people to raise your phone to get money alert. At the end of the service, you are still collecting tax and offering. Is that not crazy?
Yeah, so this is one of the problems that we have in that country. It's just that people do not have their own independent mind to question their religious leader. I did this when I was long time ago back home when I was still in Nigeria. I remember myself and a friend went to church and they were trying to come up with some nonsense. We questioned it. So imagine how can a pastor go to America to go and preach, and then you are asking congregation to donate money to buy a return ticket for him to come home. When you travel abroad, you don't buy a single ticket. You buy a return ticket. If you ask, you're not going to live there. Who travel and buy a one-way journey where you know that you're coming back, right? So
you are right.
So we question. Inside the church, myself and my friend, we questioned such behavior at the time, long time ago. And these are like big. This is a big church now. So we question something like that. Say, hang on, who does that? So but people just go there. They just believe everything they are told, and I don't understand. Like, whoa, what's going on? Sometimes when I'm talking to my people back home,
I think I think it's the poverty in the land. The poverty is so huge. People are seeking for a way out, so they're going to God for solution. But when they get to the church, they go with one problem. They come back with a trailer load of problems because the pastors will add more problems to their lives.
it's good and it's good anyway. Now everybody know where they stand. Before APC know that they could not win election, they don't need the South and the Southeast to win election. So now they know that they don't need the Christians vote to win election. So don't cry wolf when the government is implementing policies that's not favoring your faith tomorrow, because you know how it goes in politics. You people, government will implement policies to favor those people that will give them vote. Whether you like it or not, that is how it goes. If you look at Western world, most conservative governments their policy always favor the elderly people, because the elderly people are the ones that mostly vote for conservative. So that is why when you see when conservative are pursuing policies, they will be giving a lot of things to those elderly people. So don't be surprised when governments start implementing policies that will favor one faith and not the other faith. So this is one of the things you get when you openly declare your partisanship in an election year.
But I don't think Jagaban would do that. His wife is a Christian. She's a redeemed pastor. So at least he will consider that.
Because no, you know what? You know where the problem is now. You see, I believe that when you're sharing, especially in a country like Nigeria, when you are sharing when they are sharing the government, the head of government, the president, vice president, senate, I don't believe that the religions should be a problem. But I believe that religion should play a big part, right? So this is one of the reasons why, as a person, I favor the Senate president to go to the Southeast. But I'm looking at it now, looking at it from APC side of it. Why would they even do it? Because it doesn't favor them to do it. It's almost like a suicide mission to do it. You know, if they can find a Christian from the Northwest, they're going there. I'm not going to put it past them to go to the North, to take it to the Northwest, because they will have to consolidate their base. People might cry that, oh, it's not fair, which I believe it won't be fair. But this is election, and elections have consequences. When you cast your vote, at the end of the day, there will be some consequences with that vote that you cast. So politicians will always play politics. It does not mean that they will not govern the right way. They'll govern the right way, but they'll just look at it and say, okay, what did we get for this place? We didn't get notice. So why are we giving that much? Maybe they might end up throwing the speakership to the Southeast if that is the case. So is someone still there? So can anyone hear me?
We can hear you. We can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Anyone have anything to say? They can go ahead. Thomas, are you busy?
No, I'm here. I'm not busy. I'm here.
All right. Yeah. That was my submission anyway.
Yeah. Did Rose want to say anything?
I'm sure Moses must have left the platform. If not, he would have come after you for saying anything about.
No. Moses is
Okay.
Yeah. So if we are
Just the yeah.
maybe we just round up. Do we have enigmatic? Yes, we don't think we have enigmatic. DOG. We don't have DOG.
I'm here.
I think we have Princess. Princess, just give us
Thomas,
2 minutes.
Okay.
You are there. Oh yeah. DOG. Did anything attract you want to say before we round up?
Before we round up, all I have to say is just to advise Lagosian. I know my belief is they should be supporting Sanwo-Olu for continuity, and the fact that Bola Ahmed Tinubu is now the president of that country, there is a lot to come out of Lagos for the Lagosians and for their benefits. And I'm just sorry. I think everybody needs to calm down. The Christian, the Muslim, the Igbos, the Yorubas, the Hausas. Let's forget about all this nonsense going around. Everybody's cursing each other. Everybody's being sentimental. We need to move on now. We need to move on and heal quick. We can't want these people we are electing to work, but people want to be fighting tribal fights, riot here and there, and all those things. Is not what that won't help anybody. So I will leave it at that. Thanks everybody. Thanks every guys on the comment section. If you've not like, share, and subscribe. Cheers, Thomas.
Oh, thank you so much, DOG. Thank you, DOG. Let's go from Princess. Are you there? Give
Yeah,
us
yeah.
your whole take.
For me, I'm just think my take on this is that the country already is a mess. There's so many people suffering. So I just think, the election is taking place. The winner has come up. So I think, we all should come together.
Princess, do you know the money policy is still very heavy on people? My family member, they were still complaining till this time.
Yeah,
Till
because like if you want to get 5,000, you will have to pay almost 2,000 to get 5,000. So you go to POS, you say you want to take 5,000. At the end of the day, you're only getting 3,000. The POS will take 2,000 because they are still suffering. You can't do transfer when you want to buy bell pepper at ata abi iru. Do you want to do transfer to all these women? No, they need cash and cash transaction. So my worry is that the people are suffering. There are so many people that have died because of the poverty level. So now that the election has taken place after all these billions of naira has been spent, we have come and elected a president. Let's just forget about religion, about tribe, and about all these sentiments and see how the country, the economy will pick up again so that the suffering of the poor would be reduced because tribal war does not develop a country. If this thing is not stopped, it's going to escalate. It's going to continue to escalate. So that's just my worry that, they shouldn't cause more problem. They shouldn't cause more damage to the country. Let everybody just, count their losses, move on. Let's try to get back life to normal. Let the economy improve so everybody would at least live a better life. Thank you all for your contribution. That's all I have
Oh,
to say.
thank you so much. Thank you
Thank you.
for coming. Yeah, we'll be expecting you next time. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. Do we have one piece in 2 minutes? We want to carve it under 6 hours. Do you have war piece? We don't have war piece. Yeah. Progressive. Ajale Coco. I don't think we have Ajale Coco. Professor Ajale Coco. Ah, progressive. Yeah, let me try progressive again. Progressive. Let me try progressive. Yeah, progressive is gone. Yeah. Do we have Ajale Coco? I don't think we have Ajale Coco. Yeah. Thank you so much, everybody. That's been a nice session. I think we get it short today. Thank you for coming to our listeners, the super chatters, the happy clappers, as not one man normally says. To our the ones, those ones that love us, to our haters, we are still brothers and sisters. Election will come, election will go. We will still be brothers and sisters. Thank you everyone for joining us today. Today has been a nice session, calm, moderate, civil, as far as I concerned. Thank you so much. See you at the other side. Peace and out. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you, everyone. God bless you. We see you tomorrow. Thank you. Bye.